Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Happy Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, and we take note that a quorum of the board is present. The acting chief executive officer, county counsel, and executive officer, and the sergeant at arms are all here to assist us. Before we begin with our regularly scheduled items, I would like to turn it over to Supervisor Lindsay Horvath to lead us in a chant celebrating UCLA women's basketball team after their historic NCAA National Championship win. Turn it right over to you.
Well, we do know that UCLA is the crown jewel of the 3rd District, and I am grateful to be leading this cheer as the recipient of the most school spirit in my senior superlatives. But I welcome anyone who knows how to do the 8 clap to do it with us. So, UCLA, fight, fight, fight. Way to go, girls.
That wasn't so bad. Oh my. Thank you. That really woke us all up here, including our guests in the audience. So with that, we will now start the county's land acknowledgement on a somber note. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including in no particular order: Fernandeño, Tataviam, Band of Mission Indians; Gabrielino, Tongva, Indians of California Tribal Council; Gabrieleno, Tongva, San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians; Gabrieleño, Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation; Yahaviatam of San Manuel Nation; San Fernando Band of Mission Indians; Coastal Band of Chumash Nation; Gabrielino Tongva Nation, Gabrielino Tongva Tribe. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City County Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. Thank you. Members, the invocation this morning will be led by Pastor Sam Pullen, Woodland Hills Community Church, representing the 3rd District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Frankie Pogon, United States Navy veteran from the 4th District. If you can, please stand and join us.
Good morning and welcome to all who are gathered today. My name is Reverend Sam Pullen and I serve as pastor at Woodland Hills Community Church. Spirit of life and love, source of all that is, we gather in your presence this morning, mindful that this hall, these seats, these streets and skies belong to a living, breathing planet. When our decisions or lack of decisions hurt the planet, all living things suffer. We give thanks for this community and for the calling of public service today. We pray that all deliberations may be done in the best interests of the earth and of future generations. We also today acknowledge that many who work and dedicate their lives to pass policies and do things that will help and preserve our environment see that sometimes those same policies are buried or reversed, or you feel despair. And my message for us today is to remember that even when they try to bury anything that you've worked for, it can grow. I have a gift today for the supervisor to take with them, remembering that everything that we plant, sometimes when they try to bury what we've passed, will eventually grow and sprout again. We remember that we are all seeds, and that the Spirit of life will help us grow and flourish, and that this can be passed on to future generations. As we work, remind us that our decisions will ripple outward from neighborhood to nation, to the trees and to the ocean tides. May we act with humility, with mindfulness, and with hope. In the spirit of justice and harmony we pray. Amen.
Good morning. Please face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. If you're a veteran, you may render a hand salute and join me in a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Please join me in thanking Pastor Sam Pullen of Woodland Hills Community Church for leading us in our invocation today, and what a way to kick off Earth Month. The Woodland Hills Community Church is a United Church of Christ congregation, and there are three essential parts to their identity. They are a just peace congregation, a progressive church, and they are open and affirming of the LGBTQ+ community. They put these three essential elements together and proclaim that no matter who you are or where you are on life's journey, you are welcome here. Pastor Sam embodies these essential values. Since his teenage years, Pastor Sam has put his faith in action by seeking justice as a student activist, labor and community organizer, and minister. After a successful yet stressful career as a labor and community organizer, Sam made the decision to prioritize his spiritual development by attending retreats, practicing centering prayer, and working the 12 steps and multiple recovery programs. He started listening to the Spirit and asking for guidance from the higher power, which led him to enroll in seminary at Claremont School of Theology. His ministry celebrates the intersection of spiritual community, soulful music, seeking justice, and cultivating future generations. In addition to his ministry, one of the greatest blessings in his life is being married to his wife, Elizabeth Gonzalez, who works as a dual language teacher at a public school in Culver City. Together, they are raising their spirited daughter, who currently loves fairies, elves, and all things princess related, and don't we all? Thank you very much for being here with us and for your wonderful invocation this morning. And I think now as we look at the earth around us, we'll have a renewed sense of commitment to our planet and what it means to all of us. Please join me in thanking Pastor Sam for leading us in our invocation today and for all he does to promote love, acceptance, and faith in our community. Thank you. This is for you.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's my pleasure to welcome here today Frankie Pogan, who led us in our Pledge of Allegiance. He currently works for Veterans Stand Together, an organization dedicated to supporting our veteran communities in Southgate. As a peer support specialist, he advocates for veterans' goals and needs, as well as empowers them to succeed. Frankie served as a member of the United States Navy from August 2013 to 2017 as an aviation boatswain mate, and was responsible for operating and maintaining critical aircraft launch and recovery equipment on aircraft carriers. Frankie deployed in the Middle East and took part in the Battle of Operation Inherent Resolve, where he received the Global War on Terrorism Expeditionary Medal. Frankie enjoys helping the veteran community, spending time with his dog, and spending time with his veteran friends. Thank you so much, Frankie, for joining us here today. Thank you for your service. God bless our men and women in the military, and we love the Navy. My dad was a Navy man. He was a captain of a ship in World War II. So congratulations, and accept this token. Oh, was I? Can you take it one? I think I wasn't looking. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, he was in. I did not know that.
Supervisor Barger, our pet presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we get started with our pet presentation, I'd like to present a video in celebration of National Pet Day this week, honoring the amazing work of our Department of Animal Care and Control and its partners. Hi, everyone. I'm Supervisor Catherine Barger. At our board meeting this week, I'm proud to co-author a motion with Chair Solis to declare April 11th as National Pet Day. Each and every day, the highest priority of our committed and talented Department of Animal Care and Control staff is the safety, well-being, and compassionate care of our animals across our county. That's why at all our board meetings, we feature an adoptable pet to help them find a loving home and to encourage residents to consider adoption when looking for a furry friend. The determined work of the department also extends to emergency situations, rescuing animals in the time of their greatest need. Just 2 weeks ago, the department conducted a large-scale rescue of more than 300 animals in the Antelope Valley. These animals, who were living in horrible conditions, are now receiving the medical care, grooming, and love they deserve. In efforts large and small, the department leans on its partnerships with other agencies to lend a helping hand. I'd like to give a special thank you to the Pasadena Humane, SPCA-LA, Kern County Animal Services, our district attorney, and our county departments of Public Work, Public Health, and Regional Planning, who helped with this massive undertaking to rescue and care for these pets. This collaboration illustrates the impact of agencies working together to save pets' lives. In the weeks that followed the operation, Animal Care and Control has partnered with West Coast Grooming Academy and Homeboy Industries Puppy Fades, who are providing urgent grooming services to alleviate pain, discomfort, and infection, and give these pets the attention, relief, and care that they deserve. I'd also like to acknowledge the Los Angeles County Animal Care Foundation and Greater Good Charities, whose generosity and investments make all the work possible. I know there are a lot of compassionate residents across our county who want to do their part to help animals in need too. If you're looking to get involved, there are many important ways you can make a difference. From now until April 30th, the Department of Animal Care and Control is partnering with the Bissell Foundation to offer an Empty the Shelters promotion. Adoption fees will be waived for cats and dogs at all 7 care centers to help more pets get adopted. While the animals rescued from the operation last month aren't yet ready for adoption, we need to create room in our animal care centers to accommodate the influx of new pets by helping other animals in our care find homes. Adoptions are the most tangible, long-lasting way to do your part. As someone who has adopted many of my own pets from our county care centers over the years, I can attest how much it's had an impact on my life. In addition to adoption, there are a lot of other ways to get involved. Our care centers are always looking for volunteers. Whether you temporarily become a foster parent to a pet, help at community events, provide grooming or medical care, promote adoptions, or assist the daily operations at our care centers, there are opportunities for everyone. You can get all the details about adoption, volunteering, or donating at animalcare.lacounty.gov. Thank you, for your investment in the well-being of animals across our county. I'm wishing you and your furry friends a very happy National Pet Day.
Yeah. Thank you. Now I would like you to meet Olivia. This is a 4-year-old Siberian Husky, and she is as sweet as she is fluffy. Though she was shy when we first met, when she came into the animal care center, she has really started to find her own footing. She is a happy, happy dog, and she loves spending time with other dogs and plays very gently. She enjoys time outdoors when she can roam and explore. She warms up to people very quickly and loves being pet and receiving affection. And she loves to sniff everything, so be careful over there as she heads over to the right. If you'd like to give Olivia the love that she deserves, call the Agura Care Center at 818-991-0071 to make Olivia yours. Yeah, Supervisor Mitchell? Yeah, nah. All right, with that, so this is Olivia, and if you'll look at the screen behind me, this is from our Palmdale Care Center. If you're looking for royalty, look no further than Princess. This 2-year-old German, is that a German Shepherd? Yes, it is. I thought it was a Chihuahua. Wow. This 2-year-old German Shepherd is an amazing dog. She's sweet, and she's docile and loves to get her tummy rubbed. You can call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888 to make Princess the queen of your castle. So we've got Olivia here and Princess up there. And as you heard, we've got a special promotion from now until April 30th. The Department of Animal Care and Control is partnering with the Bissell Foundation to offer an Empty the Shelters promotion to help make room for all the dogs that were recently rescued up in the Antelope Valley. Adoption fees will be waived for cats and dogs at all 7 care centers to help more pets get adopted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Very good. Very well. With that, Executive Officer, please call today's agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Set Matter 1. On Set Matter 1, this is a report by the Acting Chief Executive Officer and the Director of Personnel on the plan developed to support represented Los Angeles Housing Services Authority workers to access employment opportunities at county departments. This item will be held for report. On page 3, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 2 through 27. On item 2, this includes an addition and a refer back as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 10, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 11, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 17, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. Also, on item 17, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 18, Supervisor Solis would like to revise her motion to add Supervisor Horvath as co-author. On item 19, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 20 and 22, Supervisor Horvath requests that these items be held. These items will be held together. On item 24, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. Also, on item 24, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 27, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On page 28, Administrative Matters, items 28 through 76. On item 28, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be continued to May 5th, 2026. On item 50, the Director of Children and Family Services requests that this item be continued to October 6, 2026. On item 53, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. On item 59, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On page 55, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting as indicated on the supplemental agenda, item 74A. On page 56, ordinance for introduction, item 77. On page 57, separate matter, item 78. On item 78, it's a recommendation to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of up to $300 million in tax-exempt revenue bonds to be issued in multiple series to finance the final year of construction for the San Gabriel Reservoir Post-Fire Emergency Restoration Project Part 2 in 2026, as well as the start of the San Gabriel Reservoir Restoration Project in 2027. The first series, the Series 2026A bonds, shall not exceed a principal amount of $100 million. This includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 58, Special District Agendas, this is the agenda for the meeting of the Los Angeles County Development Authority, items 1D through 2D. On item 2D, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On page 60, Special District Agenda, the board is acting as a Public Works Financing Authority. On item 1F, it's a recommendation authorizing the issuance and sale of up to $300 million in tax-exempt revenue bonds to be issued in multiple series to finance the final year of construction for the San Gabriel Reservoir post-fire Emergency Restoration Project Part 2 in 2026, as well as the start of the San Gabriel Reservoir Project in 2027. The first series, the Series 2026A bonds, shall not exceed a principal amount of $100 million. This includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 61, notices of closed session, items CS1 through CS3. On CS1, County Council requested this item be continued 1 week to April 14, 2026, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On CS3, the Acting Chief Executive Officer requests that this item be continued 1 week to April 14, 2026. On page 64, items continued from previous meetings for further discussion and action by the board. On item A1, this includes a correction as indicated on the supplemental agenda. The request for continuances and refer back through CS3 are before you. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve these items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the Code of Conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you. Today's meeting order will be the following. Public comment on items not held for discussion by the board, including the closed session matters. Then we'll turn to items 17 and 11, followed by set matter 1, then items 20, 22, which will be taken up together, followed by items 24, 27, 53, 59, and 2D. Then general public comment and finishing up with closed session matters. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and explain the speaking rules.
Good morning, members of the public. If you wish to participate in public comment, you may do so in person or remotely. To participate remotely, please visit our website at www.bos.lacounty.gov to register and join the meeting, or you may call 213-306-3065 and use the access code 2532-127-7402 and meeting password 2672026. You will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. For items not held by the board, you will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items. For items held by supervisors, you will have 1 minute to address the board, 1 minute to address the board on general public comment, for a total of up to 6 minutes. When it is your turn to speak, if registered on a computer or device, you will hear a beep and your name will be called. Or if joining by telephone, you will hear your line is unmuted, your area code, and the first 3 digits of your phone number will be called. To ensure we hear from both in-person and remote speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. For members of the public in attendance, please note that we have a constituent assistance team that includes representatives from the Departments of Mental Health, Public Social Services, Children and Family Services, LA Homeless Services Authority, and Parks and Recreation in the audience, should you need assistance from them. At this time, we will hear from members of the board wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by supervisors, including closed session matters. The consent items will be acted upon with one motion. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on these items, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on a telephone. Please indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address in the beginning of your comment for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
We will now call in in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take remote speakers. This will be for all items not held by the board for discussion and closed session items. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Christine Parker, Paloma Bustos, and Claudia Jerez. Byron, your line is open. Please state the agenda items you're addressing and begin. Byron, your line is open.
Item 23.
Please continue.
Oh, yes. We're glad that the board is moving, or Supervisor Hahn's team was able to address some of these initiatives specifically to our TGI community members held inside K6J unit and Men's Central Jail. While we cannot wait for 6 months to hold staff accountable or to make sure that the department is following policies and procedures, we're glad that there's movement. We're glad that the Sheriff's Department was able to meet with stakeholders and discuss some of the programming that is coming for the unit. And again, we want to make sure that as we work towards the Care First budget, we're working to ensure that there's programming, there's education and resources, but more importantly, that we begin to depopulate and diverse some of our community members, specifically Black trans women and Latino trans women. So we look forward to this board also allocating budget towards that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Humphreys, your line is open. Please state the agenda items you're addressing and begin.
22, 23, 27, 28, and 34, and a host of others. That we have, these agenda items are 15 fair housing. Come on, get off of that. Anything fair. It's called economics. That's what it's all about, which you haven't got the money to handle. And the vision for the youth development, money spent on illegals and the Latino revolution. Come on, let's get off there. Where's the money? Hospice and fraud. Get Trump and Nick out here, which they are out here, and they're going to bring this county and California into a point of recognition for their abject negligence and irresponsibility in governance and management. And to the anti-poverty, makes look like a brain dead on that particularly. Come up with these silly situations just for your political appeasement. Then we have Men's Central Jail. This board should be in jail, and along with your governor for what has gone on for that. That is a disgrace. And we remember the gang of 4 Democrats who put down the 1.7 Men's Central Jail to be done. You people need to get with the real world program. And then we have, where's this, our Supervisor Solis who told Phelan Roland Heights about the data center and it to be in a moratorium in an unincorporated area. Where is that? Why is that on it? And then it's pathetic that this state and county fails to manage the power grid, and where our governor is going to bring up nuclear facilities for that. And this time to end this left-wing Marxist Democrat governance that has tanked California and this nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 323-513. Your line is open. Please state your name and the agenda items you're addressing and begin.
Hello, my name is Jackie Rodriguez, and I'm representing on behalf of the LA. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for her decade of leadership advancing arts, culture, and equity in Los Angeles County, and to recognize the CEII co-chairs and advisory committee members whose guidance and expertise made much of this work possible. Through their cultural equity and inclusion initiative, the Arts Internship Program was expanded to provide more opportunities for students, including community college students. The Creative Strategist Program was launched to embed artists in county departments, and the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion requirement was implemented for county grantees, ensuring equity and inclusion are central to county-supported arts. Supervisor Solis also led the county-wide cultural policy and initiatives like the Public Art and Private Development Ordinance and the county-wide land acknowledgement, advancing cultural equity and honoring Indigenous communities, all stemming from the collaborative
Thank
work
you.
of
Marjorie Gilbert, your line is open. Please begin.
My name is Marjorie Gilbert. I am the CEO of NCJWLA. For more than 115 years, NCJWLA has worked to address economic disparity for Angelenos regardless of their race, gender, or religion. Daily, we see the economic impact on single parents struggling to make ends meet, despite working hard and doing the best they can for themselves and their families. We strongly support the adoption of Supervisor Horvath's and Mitchell's anti-poverty pledge and the expansion of efforts to ensure access to vital safety net benefits that increase claims for tax credits that help keep families from sinking deeper into poverty. NCJWLA looks forward to partnering with the county's poverty alleviation team, the jurisdictions, and other nonprofits to thoughtfully and collaboratively work to disrupt poverty in LA County. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny Gonzalez, your line is open. Please begin.
Danny Gonzalez. I'm with the Los Angeles LGBT Center speaking on item 23. We wanted to voice our strong support around this motion to reduce harm for transgender, gender diverse, and intersex people in county jails. These are not abstract policy changes. They're basic, long due measures that ensure safety, dignity, and access to care. Access to razors, affirming clothing, and inclusive commissary options are essential to personal autonomy and mental health. Equally critical are trauma-informed programming, clear pathways to appropriate housing, and meaningful accountability when harms occur. We especially commend the emphasis on transparency, community engagement, and regular reporting. But the timelines need to be treated as urgent commitments, not just as aspirational goals. TGI people in custody deserve to be treated with respect and humanity. We urge full adoption and swift implementation of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 626-513. Please state your name and begin.
Hello, my name is Jessica Peral, and I'm an advocate at the Los Angeles LGBT Center. I want to provide general public comment. I want to express gratitude to the county for your work on taking steps.
This is not general public comment. This is comment on items not held by the board or closed session. We'll have general public comment towards the end of the meeting.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Jennifer Chow, your line is open. Please begin.
This is Jennifer Chow, also with the Los Angeles LGBT Center. I'm commenting in strong support for agenda item 26 by Supervisors Mitchell and Solis to direct the county to prepare for immediate implementation of the Essential Services Restoration Act should the voters approve the measure in June 2026. We applaud the motion's emphasis on proactive program design in partnership with the Community Clinic Association of Los Angeles County, and we thank Supervisors Mitchell and Solis for their leadership to prioritize access to essential health services for low-income uninsured residents by building on the proven success of programs like My Health LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Journey Prees, your line is open. Please begin.
Prees commenting on agenda item 26. On behalf of the Community Clinic Association of Los Angeles County and our 68 nonprofit community health center member organizations, I would like to thank Supervisors Mitchell and Solis for agenda item 26, preparing to immediately implement the Essential Services Restoration Act upon voter approval. Health centers in LA County provide care to more than 2 million patients annually and have partnered with the county for decades through programs like Healthy Way LA and My Health LA to ensure access for low-income, uninsured county residents. We applaud the motion's emphasis on proactive program design and partnership between county departments, CCLAC, our member health centers, including an open and transparent process and collaboration with external partners and stakeholders. We strongly support this item, which will ensure the county is fully prepared to quickly and effectively deliver essential health services to those most in need if Measure ER is approved by voters in June. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for these items is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Christine Parker with the ACLU of Southern California, speaking in favor of item number 23. I'd like to thank Supervisor Hahn for this motion. While we at ACLU SoCal firmly believe that the only real solution here is decarceration, we do recognize the need for harm reduction measures in the short term. Through ACLU SoCal's role monitoring LASD compliance in the LA County jails, I hear concerns about the issues addressed in this motion virtually every time I meet with TGI incarcerated folks, including as recently as 2 weeks ago. The trans woman I met with at that time was not able to access a razor, even supervised, couldn't order from the female side of the commissary list, didn't have access to a bra or panties, and reported that upon intake, LASD told her she had to pick either straight or trans, that she couldn't be both. Stories like this are not unique, and they highlight the need for Supervisor Hahn's motion, while the county must continue pursuing meaningful alternatives to incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Your mic isn't on, right?
Yes, it's on. Thank you. My name is Paloma Bustos, and I'm with the Sunita Jain Anti-Trafficking Initiative at Loyola Law School, and I'm speaking on number 9 in support of the county's commitment to support crime victims. This year calls on us to listen, act, and advocate. Listening starts with recognizing that justice doesn't look the same for everyone. For some, it may mean prosecution. For others, it may mean safety, stability, healing, or simply being heard and believed. We must also be honest that not all survivors have had equal access to justice. Communities of colors, immigrant, and those most marginalized have faced systemic barriers that prevent them from accessing the support and outcomes they seek. Survivors deserve a voice in defining what justice means for them. This is especially true for survivors of human trafficking, who often navigate complex systems, fear retaliation, and carry deep mistrust due to past harms. If we truly are committed to supporting crime victims, we must act by making our systems access and equitable, and advocate to ensure that they are responsive to the lived experience and realities of all survivors. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our time for public comment on these items.
Okay, with that, these items will be moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Barger, to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
So the following items are before you: 2 through 10, 12 through 16, 18 as revised, 19, 21, 23, 25 and 26, 29 through 49, 51 and 52, 54 through 58, 60 through 73, 74A, 77, 1F. These items are before you.
Call the roll.
We will need a motion in a second. Oh, she did. Oh, I got it.
Hahn and Barger.
Okay. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries. Madam Chair, we also have a separate vote to be taken for the issuance and sale of the Los Angeles County Public Works Financing Authority revenue bonds. We will need a motion and a second for that.
I will move that, seconded by Supervisor Horvath.
Okay. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries. We will now also have an item 1F. That's also part of the Public Works Financing Authority of the County of Los Angeles, issuance and sale of Los Angeles County Public Works Financing Authority revenue bonds, Series 2026A. We'll need a motion in a second.
Moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Hahn.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barker?
Aye.
Supervisor Barker, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on to item 17, motion to proclaim April 11th, 2026 as National Pet Day and Dog Therapy Appreciation Day, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on the telephone. Marsha Maeda, Director of Animal Care and Control, is available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you. Members, the motion before us was requested again this year by many community residents that brought this to our attention. And it particularly centers around therapy dogs. Therapy dogs, as you know, provide comfort and emotional outlet for many of our patients across varying ages and diagnosis in our hospitals and nursing homes. Therapy dogs can also be found providing support to survivors following disasters and in special education classrooms, providing a sense of calm to children learning to read. Dogs are thought of as our best friends and part of our families. They comfort us, they console us, they are partners in the various roles in different industries. They help individuals and communities flourish through their loyal partnerships as police dogs, search and rescue dogs, military dogs, and so much more, and yet they also rely on us. They depend on their humans for guidance, support, survival, and love. Despite this symbiotic relationship, our shelters persist in overflowing with owner surrenders, lost family pets, and abandoned animals and strays. There are varying issues as to why pets are surrendered. And according to data collected by the Los Angeles County Department of Animal Care and Control, the prominent reasons we continue to see an overflow of animals in our shelters are backyard breeding, housing issues, and affordability. Adoption is incredibly important over buying a pet from a breeder. Mass events such as the fires last year, the ongoing immigration raids, and economic issues stimulated by rising gas prices, tariffs, and more recent federal action are all factors that add to more animals in our care centers. What impacts humans has a trickle-down effect, and it impacts our pets because they rely on us for survival. Because pets are family, the Department of Animal Care and Control provides a program with this same name that can help folks hold on to their pets with vouchers towards discounted veterinary care and services. They also hold pets at the park, services that provide free microchips, veterinary exams, food, and vaccinations for dogs and cats. Reduced costs and fee spay-neuter events are also frequently offered, and I have seen those firsthand in my own district. A pet pantry program is also now available at the Baldwin Park Animal Care Center and other LA animal care centers. And by proclaiming April 11th as the National Pet Day in Los Angeles County, we can help promote these services further by delivering more direct communication with our residents, explaining the health benefits that spay and neutering provides to pets. There is a common misconception that spaying or neutering on one's pets can lead to medical or behavioral complications, when in reality, it helps eliminate certain cancers that can appear as our pets age. Additionally, proclaiming April 11th as Dog Therapy Appreciation Day also serves to recognize the extraordinary role that pets and therapy dogs and service animals provide. To mark the proclamation of April 11th as the National Pet Day and Dog Therapy Appreciation Day, we have some human canine teams in the audience with us today. And when I call your names, I'd like you to please stand and be recognized. To start off, I would like to thank the Los Angeles County Fire Department's Search and Rescue Team for their courageous service they provide to our community. We have today the team here in the audience, Fire Captain Michael Toffer and his canine partner, Deacon, from Search and Rescue Team. Please acknowledge him. Next, I would like to uplift the Los Angeles County Fire Department's peer support team. They provide support for first responders and survivors that see and endure so much during disasters. We also have here today with us Fire Captain Ben Sheen and his canine partner, Tiller, from the peer support team. Oh. Thank you. In addition, we'd like to recognize law enforcement technician Jennifer Scott and her canine partner Willow Brook, and, and law enforcement technician Kelly Walper with her canine partner Charger. Both are representing the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department Therapy Dog Program, which serves emotional support to residents during some of the hardest times in their lives. And I also would like to thank a community partner known as Love on 4 Paws, who tirelessly provides emotional support at hospitals, nursing homes, and schools in my district and around the county. Please recognize them. Thank you. This organization is run primarily by volunteers who have their own dogs and trained to provide this service to the community. Here today from Love on 4 Paws is our volunteer Tom Kavanaugh and dog Ziggy. Okay, Ziggy, you have the floor. Beautiful dog. And finally, before we begin, I would like to thank the Department of Animal Care and Control for their tireless efforts in not only addressing animal cruelty in the unincorporated and contract cities, but also working to ensure that abandoned and surrendered pets find a forever home. As shown in the video clip earlier that Supervisor Barger shared, the Department of Animal Care and Control's efforts, combined with those of partner agencies, saved over 300 animals that were living in very poor conditions. I want to thank the entire community for being with us today, and I now would like to turn it over to Supervisor Barger, who is a co-author on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Chief Maroney, I know that there are 2 others. I know Toby, and I can't think of, but introductions on the other 2 therapy dogs that are out there. But Supervisor Solis, thank you for letting me be a co-author on this motion. Supervisor Hahn asked me why I was in a good mood. I've come in contact with 16 dogs before I came down to this board meeting today. There's something about dogs, which is why I really do appreciate the work that the men and women are doing, both in the Sheriff's Department as well as LA County Fire, to help during difficult times. It is very relaxing, very calming, and I know that Chief Maroney told me that after the horrible accident that occurred last week regarding a public works employee, fire went up and was dispatched up there to come in contact with the public works employee. So I want to publicly thank you for the team that you put together and the teamwork that you've shown helping the county family. So let's give them a round of applause for that. So I come at it from not only the therapy, because I know that how important it is to have these therapy dogs, but about adopting pets. It's no secret that adopting pets makes you one of my favorite people. I've been glad to see that many of the board dogs that Animal Care and Control has brought to the board each week have been adopted, usually by someone in our county family. As we recognize these days, it's important to acknowledge that pets are not just companions, right, Winston? That's Winston over there, by the way, who's being very good. I think that haircut did wonders for Winston. But they're not just companions, they also play a powerful role in supporting our well-being. Therapy dogs provide comfort and healing in some of life's most challenging moments to residents in hospitals, schools, and care facilities throughout this county. Pets deserve a loving home, and we should continue to do all we can to promote compassionate care of animals across our county. With the support of the Bissell Foundation, Animal Care and Control is currently hosting the Empty the Shelter adoption promotion until April 30th, where adoption, spay, neuter, and microchip fees are waived for cats and dogs. While Adoption Day brings so much joy in many ways, it's our own form of therapy. It's equally vital that pets can remain in safe and responsible homes. So it's important to me that this motion highlights the pet retention resources offered by the Department of Animal Care and Control, including pet pantries and the Pets Are Family program, because our goal is to give them everything, every resource they need to keep that pet in a safe environment and out of our shelters. Thank you to our animal care and control employees, our therapy dog teams at both the county and sheriff's department, and all of our partners for the care and compassion that you bring to this work each and every day. And I know we've got some team members from the sheriff's department as well. Actually, one that I ran into in Heathrow Airport, of all places, when I was flying back from a vacation. I know, what are the odds? But with that, again, thank you, Madam Chair, and we'll give you an opportunity to stand up and introduce yourselves as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for co-authoring, Supervisor Barger. We know you are such a great advocate on this issue, and I want to thank the department and all the good work with the other partners that you provide. I know how important and very essential it is during these hard economic times. I've seen firsthand where we have seniors and young people bringing their pets in as early as 5:30 in the morning to line up to get these free services. And I can tell you, it is heartfelt and the need is so great. So we need to continue this opportunity for our residents. So thank you again. With that, members, I will go to our board members who would like to speak on the item, starting with Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, and Supervisor Barger for this motion. Winston and I are both very happy about it, and I certainly want to congratulate the 5th District on the wonderful action that was taken in your district and with the department to rescue so many animals from, as you highlighted earlier in our meeting, from just terrible conditions. We want to thank you for all the work that this motion reflects and all of the work that you do each and every day. We can speak personally that animal companions are truly companions. They are family. They are not simply pets. And Winston has been part of my family for almost 6 years now. And he even has his own page on the 3rd District website, which is dedicated to helping our furry friends find a place that they can call home. We know right now that there are so many circumstances that are creating a very difficult reality for animals, and our animal care system is under strain. Too many animals are in our care centers each year, and many families are forced to surrender their beloved pets due to housing instability and to financial hardship, issues that seem to become all too common for far too many families. So we need to continue to help find loving homes, to reduce the number of animals who are living in our care centers to the extent that we can find them loving homes, and to support families who would otherwise be able to take care of those animals, but it's a struggle to provide food and all of the care that our animal companions require. So engaging our communities is central to this work. I know our department is doing that, and by raising awareness of adoption and promoting critical support programs, we can help keep all family members together and give more animals the homes that they deserve. So thank you very much for this motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Janice Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm very proud to support this motion and did want to give a shout out first off to our first responder dogs, whether they're responding in their search and rescue role or responding to those who have experienced a trauma when sometimes only a dog is the one that can break through their grief and their trauma. So thank you to that. Welcome, Winston. We always like it when you're here on the board. I read Winston's Corner all the time. I'm not so sure I read your mom's, the rest of her journal, but I do scroll straight to Winston's Corner. I really appreciate that we're recognizing the therapy dogs. I know that they can make a big difference in our hospitals, in recovery situations, and in our schools. After a traumatic medical event or difficult diagnosis, the presence of a calm, trained dog can lower stress, provide comfort, and help people feel grounded in a moment that can otherwise feel overwhelming. I've seen the impact of programs like Pause for Life in our juvenile camps. This program not only helps train difficult to adopt shelter dogs, but also gives young people in our care the opportunity to build responsibility, empathy, and a sense of purpose. It's a powerful example of how animals can support rehabilitation, not just for dogs, but for our youth as well. At the same time, this motion rightly reminds us that too many animals in our county shelters are still waiting for homes. And with that, I do also want to add my praise to Supervisor Barger and give you a huge shout out for your commitment to our shelter animals. Almost every Tuesday, you bring an adorable dog, sometimes a cat, to our board meeting, and many of them get adopted before we vote on our first item. So thank you for your commitment. I don't think anyone is as committed as you are to making sure that our shelter animals find homes. And as we recognize the value of therapy animals, the role pets play in our lives, we always want to remind everybody to adopt, don't shop. And thank you to the Department of Animal Care and Control for all you do to help find forever homes for the animals in our care and for the resources you provide to pet owners and to our trusted adoption partners. I'm happy to support this motion, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Holly Mitchell.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleagues who brought the motion forward. It creates a wonderful opportunity for us to thank all of those who are here today. I want to thank our volunteers that show up every day in our Department of Animal Care and Control's facilities. I want to thank the street vets who provide service to the pets that our unhoused residents have. They have a right to have pets. And as we talk about being a pet grandma, as I am these days, it's very expensive. And so I really want to acknowledge them as well. You know, my office regularly receives emails, hundreds recently, about instances of neglect occurring. And it's challenging because many of the emails I get and videos are documenting neglect and abuse in the city of Los Angeles. And so we've spent a great deal of time as this board trying to distinguish, and you've come and talked about what we're doing as a county. The fact that the county does not have jurisdiction to enforce animal welfare laws within any city's boundaries. It's important that we're clear about that. And sometimes when you send videos, you know, we don't know specifically where that location is, so that becomes challenging. I understand the Lake Hughes operation has put kind of a strain on the system. But I want to talk about, you know, population and what we can do to control that. Yes, adoption is important, and I think we are doing more than our fair share to encourage adoption. But I really wanted to spend a little bit of time to get some clarity around how we can actually work to manage population, particularly when I saw some data from your department. While the total animal population in our care system is substantially more manageable than it was 15 years ago, your department's data shows that admissions have steadily increased by over 10,000 animals since 2021. So I began to ask questions. I know I recently had to renew Rook's license. I live within the city of LA. You know, when we adopted Rook from the Carson Care Center, he was already neutered, which I very much appreciated. And it's required to license your pet, your dog in LA City, that they be spayed or neutered. I understand that a number of our neighboring cities don't have that same requirement. And so I wanted to really understand our standard service agreements because they do not currently require contract cities to adopt a mandatory spay-neuter ordinance. And based on a recent list, it appears that 16 of our contract cities have not adopted an ordinance that applies to all dogs and cats. So my question is, how much does the absence of a mandatory spay-neuter ordinance impact animal population levels in our communities and care centers?
Thank you, Supervisors. Marcia Mayetta, Director of Animal Care and Control. It has a great impact on us. Spaying and neutering is probably the best thing we can do to reduce pet overpopulation. Of course, it stops the litters from being born, and then also it stops intact animals from roaming to look for mates. So they may be out on the streets getting hit by a car, getting lost. The families may never get them back. So that's really important. And as you look at the stats that you were referring to, we passed mandatory spay neuter. I think it was around 2012. But
In
it's
county unincorporated.
in the county unincorporated, and little by little, we got our contract cities. We have 45 contract cities out of 88 in the city of, in the county of Los Angeles. Actually, one of our contract cities is in Ventura County. But we've gotten a number to adopt mandatory spay neuter. 28 have already. 2 only require it for dogs. 1 only requires it for pit bulls and Rottweilers. But it's made a tremendous difference throughout the county, getting the numbers down, and that's why we've seen the numbers go down every year. We do see increases when economic times are difficult. Either people surrender their pets because they can't afford it, or they're losing their housing, they can't afford the vet costs. There was a unusual low of incoming animals during COVID. So when you refer back to 2021, that was an all-time low. A lot of people were seeking pets. They were getting pets through networking and so forth, so there were fewer coming in. And our adoptions really went up because people said, now I can adopt a pet. I think Winston was a COVID pet. Yeah, I have one too. So, you know, that's really an anomaly, that low dip. We're starting to see an increase now, I think basically because a lot of pets that were obtained during COVID did not get spayed and neutered because veterinarians were not allowed to perform elective surgeries. All their resources were going to human medicine. They could only do emergencies. And then since then, there's been a tremendous shortage of veterinarians nationwide, and the costs have gone way up. So now people, you know, we're seeing puppies like we never saw before. And that's what's driving the increase, because it's the number of animals, you know. So we try to offer as much low-cost spay neuter as possible. I know several of your offices have supported programs like that. There just needs to be a lot more beyond the reach of just the county. You know, it just needs to be addressed that way. And, you know, then we could start turning the tide on that.
I appreciate that. It's clear to me that there's got to be multiple strategies. Adoption, of course, is important. Making sure that we are providing people with resources they need if they can keep their pets, if it's a matter of help with vet bills or food, doing that. Of course, abuse and neglect is unacceptable, and continuing to support our law enforcement as they investigate those cases is critically important. And I think it's really important that we all lock arms, if you will, to really deal with the population. So I would strongly encourage, I'm not sure why we haven't considered making it a requirement in our contracts with the cities who don't have it, but I'll just put that out there. You can pick up what I'm putting down. But to strongly encourage the cities that haven't done so, because we see the ripple effect. The Lake Hughes discovery has had an impact on care centers across the county. And so any city within the county that isn't leaning in with all of their policy effort to try to limit population puts a strain on the county and our neighboring areas as well. So clearly it's a multi-strategy approach: adoption, controlling population, combating abuse and neglect, and supporting those with resources so we can try to keep families together, if you will. So thank you very much for answering my questions, and thank you all for bringing the motion forward.
Thank you very much. With that, EO, I'd like to request that we start with our live speakers for public comment.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Tom Kavanagh, Jennifer Stott, Kelly Walper, Michael Topher, and Claudia Jerez.
We will start with in-person speakers.
Go ahead and come forward. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tom.
Let's turn up the mic. Pull up the mic a bit so we can't hear, so we can hear you.
Good morning. My name is Tom Kavanagh, and I'm with Love on Four Paws. First of all, thank you very much for this proclamation today and this recognition. Madam Supervisor, Supervisor Barger and Supervisor Horvath, shout out from Sherman Oaks and UCLA Law, class of 90. We're here on behalf of Love on Four Paws, which is an animal therapy group that serves all of Los Angeles County. I'm here with my best buddy Ziggy, a white Siberian Husky, and an alumni of the Bakersfield Animal Shelter. Our organization is dedicated to the belief that anyone's day can be improved by getting to pet a dog, whatever pain, anxiety, or grief that person is going through. A fuzzy nuzzle from a loving canine can provide a sense of relief and respite from whatever troubles they may be going through. In this past year, we've been to Altadena, we've been to the Palisades. My time's up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jennifer Stott. I'm with Blue Line Dogs, which helps to manage and run the program for the Sheriff's Department. This is a free partnership that we offer. So we're all volunteer handlers. We really like to support our first responders out there. We have been as Palisades and the Eaton Fire as well. And we've seen a huge difference with the first responders when we show up. So we really thank you guys for putting this motion through.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Kelly Walper, and I'm also with the LA County Sheriff's Department. And I just want to thank you all for doing this. I think it's so important, like Jennifer said, that we see such a big difference just in the difference the dogs make with people. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Mike Topher with LA County Fire and our search and rescue team with my partner Deacon. I just want to thank the board and the fire department for all the support, for all of our canines, our peer support, our search and rescue. It makes a huge difference, all your love and support that you give, and then the initiative to help support the citizens and the shelter system. We thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Claudia Jerez, DWC DPSS. I am all for Animal Pet Day. I believe animals are part of the family and can bring a great relief to provide support for disabled individuals and those that need companionship. Animals are loving for the most part, and some of them are dangerous, but for the most part, I worked with people from they have some mental kind of like a diagnosis of maybe anxiety, and I believe that dogs have been very instrumental in helping them cope with their anxiety, with their panic attacks, and so for the most part, animals are very loving, and there are some dangerous ones, but they are very loving.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name is Gil Escontrias. I'm the president and founder of Blue Line Dogs, which is the training and certification agency for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, Vernon Police Department, as well as Burbank Police Department. In our 5 years of existence, we have serviced well over 75,000 first responders with care, comfort, and control with the dogs as such. It's important that agencies understand that our first responders do require and need a lot more of attention for their wellness programs. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to remote callers. Roy Humphreys, your line is open. Please begin.
Thank you. This is a two-sided coin, pleasure and pain. You note the pleasure side with your demonstration today, but the flip side, failure of not implementing sufficient pain to those animal violators at a level as to stop the dark-sided practices will perpetuate the problem in perpetuity while we have human-animal crisis to confront. Cities must be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Yes, hi. Good morning. My name is Mel Bailey. I'm in District 2, and I'm glad this is on the agenda item. While I'm not necessarily a pet owner, I do support it because over here we have in our gated community. There are a couple of cats that have been roaming around, and there are some kids that are mistreating them, and I've basically abusing them, but I haven't been able to find anyone to help. Either rescue the cats because you can't just take them, but they are being mistreated. So I'm glad to see that you all are taking some steps to help. And if someone could help me help them, that would be helpful as well. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa Bautista, your line is open. Please begin.
Thank you so much. Vanessa Bautista with Best Friends Animal Society here in Los Angeles. Thank you so much for bringing this item forward. Pets are family, and as we've seen across LA County, so many animals enter shelters due to housing and financial challenges. But investing in spay, neuter, and supportive services helps reduce shelter overcrowding and keeps families and pets together. This ensures more animals stay in homes where they belong with their families, much like I'm sure all our pets are at home, especially Winston. Shout out to Winston. But thank you so much for bringing this and highlighting this important conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item.
Item 17 is before you.
I will move, seconded by Supervisor Barger, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We will now take a group photo with the board members in front of the dais with all members and the canine teams here with us today, followed by a photo with the co-authors. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then I just wanted Ben Shear, peer support dog Tiller, and Deshaun Roman, canine fire dog Toby. Those two were the ones. It's no longer herding cats.
Yes, go ahead. Item 11.
We will now move on to item 11, motion to proclaim April 2026 as Arts Month, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on a telephone.
Colleagues, 10 years ago, Los Angeles County made a commitment to lead with intention, ensuring that arts and culture in our region truly reflected and served all of our communities. At that time, I authored a motion to establish what became the Cultural Equity and Inclusion Initiative, or CEII, and directed our Arts Commission, now the Department of Arts and Culture, to engage in a county-wide conversation about how to access the arts and who represented those individuals and who benefits from that work. That process was very extensive and deeply community-driven. And over 18 months, we worked alongside artists, cultural organizations, and residents to better understand the barriers across our arts ecosystem. What emerged was a clear framework for change. Focus on representation in staffing and in leadership, access for our audiences, support for artists, and more inclusive programming throughout the county. In 2017, this board began implementing that vision. We expanded the Arts Internship Program to open the doors for more young people, including students from community colleges. We launched the Creative Strategist Program, embedding artists directly into county departments to help solve complex civic challenges. And we established diversity, equity, and inclusion and access requirements to ensure that county-funded organizations reflect the communities that they serve. We strengthened investment in community-based organizations through programs like the Organizational Grant Program, and created new pathways for young people to pursue careers in the creative economy. Beyond funding, we advanced policies that recognize culture as a central point for civic life, expanding civic art requirements through private development, recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day as an official county holiday, advancing a countywide cultural policy that embeds arts and culture across departments, and developing a county land acknowledgement program in participation with Native leaders, recognizing the history of the land and taking meaningful steps toward inclusion and healing. Today, 10 years later, we are seeing the impact of these efforts across Los Angeles County, impacting more than 10 million people. LACMA is preparing to open the new David Geffen Galleries, a major building that will house its permanent collection in expansive, unified gallery space designed to welcome visitors and reimagine how art is displayed and experienced. The Natural History Museums of Los Angeles County recently unveiled the NHM Commons, creating dynamic indoor and outdoor spaces that connect science, nature, and culture while expanding public access for all. The Music Center and the Los Angeles Philharmonic continue to bring free and low-cost programming to many of our communities that hadn't had the opportunity to see the Los Angeles Philharmonic perform. These are the outcomes of a decade of intentional policy and sustained investment in cultural equity. But even as Los Angeles County has advanced cultural equity and expanded access, the arts and humanities at the federal level has faced increasing challenges, as we all know. During his first term, Trump threatened to eliminate NEA and NEH, cut budgets, dissolved advisory bodies, and shifted grant priorities away from community-based and inclusive programs. These attacks have intensified, with federal arts grants cut, staff reductions imposed, and policies undermining diversity, equity, and inclusion. In contrast, here in Los Angeles County, we remain committed to supporting creativity, cultural expression, and access to the arts for all. That is why today we recognize this 10 years of CEII, and we also proudly proclaim April 2026 as Arts Month in Los Angeles County. This is, I believe, an opportunity to celebrate the artists, cultural workers, and organizations who make our county so vibrant. It's also a moment to reaffirm our commitment to this work, to continue building a county where the arts are accessible, inclusive, and reflective of all Angelenos. Because when we invest in the arts, we invest in the future of Los Angeles County. And I want to take a moment to recognize the CEII co-chairs who are here. Two of them are here. And I'll ask them to please stand. Dr. Maria Rosario Jackson, who recently served as chair of the National Endowment for the Arts under President Obama. Thank you for being here. Helen Hernandez, who continues to serve as my arts commissioner and president CEO of Imagen. Thank you. And Tim Dang, who also serves as arts commissioner and provided invaluable guidance. He is a prominent artist, but he is out on tour at this time. I also want to thank the former members of CEII, the advisory committee, and ask if they would please stand, and all the arts commissioners that represent the County of Los Angeles to please join us, because all of you embrace the vision of CEII, and we want to thank you for your tireless work on behalf of the Board of Supervisors. And again, over the past decade, this work has been deeply personal for so many of us, and especially for myself, reflecting my commitment and all of us to expanding opportunities and making the arts meaningful for every Angeleno. CEII has transformed how the county approaches arts and culture, providing a framework that continues to guide the Commission and the Department of Arts and Culture today. Together, we changed the systems, we opened doors, we provided opportunity, we inspired many, many people, and we're going to continue to see that moving forward in the coming years. Thank you to all of you for your service and your hard work. Thank you. With that, I recognize my colleagues here at the dais. Supervisor Holly Mitchell, I'll start with you.
Madam Chair, thank you so much, and thank you for not only bringing the motion forward today, but really your commitment to this work over your entire career, but particularly since your service here on the board. Thank you for recognizing all of the committee members and commissioners today. And it was clear that the county needed a systemic assessment of who was being funded, who was being seen, and who was being left out of our cultural narrative. And the creation of the committee helped us. And we've really made meaningful progress in elevating cultural equity as a priority investment, and that's to be recognized and applauded. I just wanted to take this opportunity to talk about, I think, some of the challenging work that still lies ahead of us. As we know, as funding becomes tighter, many of our unincorporated areas remain especially vulnerable to being left behind. And so to prevent this, I hope that we ensure that revenue generated from the development in our unincorporated areas is reinvested back into those very communities. The percent of art in private development ordinance is one tool that, if implemented equitably, can ensure that growth in our unincorporated areas yields a meaningful cultural dividend. Without intentional investment, there's a real risk that the stories and heritage of our unincorporated communities will be lost amid development and displacement. I think it's also important to talk about helping to build the infrastructure in our unincorporated communities. It's not enough to simply rely on existing grantees to help invest our grant dollars. Our highest need unincorporated areas are sometimes challenged by a lack of nonprofit organizations or fiscal sponsorships that would allow them to receive and spend this kind of funding. So this makes some organizations servicing our unincorporated areas not only ineligible for Department of Arts and Culture funding, but also unable to access most governmental and philanthropic dollars in general. So this puts some of our highest need unincorporated areas at a permanent disadvantage in terms of accessing art funding. So I would hope the department could do all it can to help build out infrastructure and capacity in for cultural organizations within unincorporated areas. A real concerted effort is needed to really identify and build the capacity in those areas. But again, I want to thank arts and cultural leaders whose commitment to this work has elevated cultural equity across the county. And I look forward to the next decade of working together to ensure that every Angelino can fully access the benefits of our county's vibrant cultural life, whether you live in a city or in unincorporated areas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitch. I couldn't agree with you more. I think about the cultural diversity in the First District, East Los Angeles, and what that means for so many Angelinos. So thank you for your comments. Next, I'll turn to Supervisor Barger.
Thank you. And I want to give a shout out to Leslie Ito with the Pasadena Armory. Does remarkable work. And I'm so grateful for everything that you do to highlight the incredible arts that we have in this county. I want to thank you both for bringing this motion forward. Arts Month reminds us just how many opportunities there are to celebrate and explore creativity and culture all over Los Angeles County. I know the Department of Arts and Culture just launched a new resource on their website that maps out every civic artwork in their expansive collection. For residents who want to learn more about the art at their county park, library, health clinic, fire station, or courthouse, they now have access to the stories behind each artistic and artwork. And I know in my district, especially the firehouses, it's really fascinating to see how they came up with the themes that they have. So I would encourage you all to take a look at that. I also encourage residents to make a scavenger hunt out of the collection and explore all the amazing works in their neighborhood and across the county. This is also a good reminder to support the amazing local nonprofits who are bringing arts and culture to our communities each and every day. There are so many places to enjoy plays, concerts, museums, and more in every corner of this county. So this April, let's celebrate Arts Month by supporting and exploring all the arts opportunities in our community. And again, Supervisor Solis, thank you very much for bringing this forward with Supervisor Mitchell. I think it's important for us to really recognize, especially during COVID, as you'll remember, Supervisor Solis, the hit that the arts took and the impact that it had on our arts community. And so now more than ever, it's important for us to continue to uplift and make sure we provide all the support necessary throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing forth this motion. It's amazing that we're celebrating a decade of cultural equity and inclusion for the arts in Los Angeles County. Congratulations to everyone who has worked in this past decade to actually make this a reality. It's great that we are proclaiming April 2026 as Arts Month here in the County of Los Angeles. It's a good way for us to honor all those that contribute and make the arts accessible. Art brings people together. It fuels local economies through jobs and tourism. It preserves culture. It strengthens community pride. And most of all, it supports mental and emotional well-being. And like you, Supervisor Solis, I have really enjoyed when both the LA Opera and the LA Phil leave downtown Los Angeles and go beyond to many communities who otherwise would never have the opportunity to participate with listening to them, both the opera and the LA Phil. They came to Downey and Whittier, and it's just such a great community event. The artists are coming right to the community, giving more of our residents access to these experiences. My office has also allocated a significant contribution in funding to preserve 10 paid intern positions for the Arts Internship Program to help young people access paid arts career pathways. And before I finish, of course, I want to give Kristen Sakota a big shout out. Thank you for your leadership in making sure that all residents in LA County can have that experience enjoying arts and culture. We thank you for your commitment and your passion and your leadership. And I wanted to give a shout out to my arts commissioners, Anita Ortiz, Eric Eisenberg, and Sandra Hahn, for all the work they've done to ensure that the residents of the 4th District continue to have access to the arts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for introducing this motion to proclaim April as Arts Month in Los Angeles County and to celebrate cultural equity and inclusion in Los Angeles County. This month, we're taking a moment to celebrate the joy and vibrancy that the arts and creative sector bring to our county. And I want to thank the incredible team at our Department of Arts and Culture who drive positive child and youth development through arts education and work with emerging artists and communities to create public art throughout Los Angeles. I'm grateful to our Arts Commission for their commitment to an LA that provides accessible cultural services and opportunities for all, particularly through the variety of grant programs that the county offers. It's this creative ecosystem that is essential to who we are as Angelenos. Arts and culture help tell our stories. They preserve our rich and diverse history and give voice to perspectives that might otherwise go unheard. Here in LA County, we believe that everyone deserves the opportunity to experience a performance, to visit an exhibit, or to discover their own creative voice. That's why I'm proud of LACMA's Next Gen free membership for county residents 17 years and younger, the Natural History Museum's free admission for LA County residents Monday through Friday from 3 to 5 p.m., and to EBT card holders. Our LA Phil's $1 ticket program, which provides Angelenos the opportunity to see world-class music at the iconic Hollywood Bowl, and so many other ways we bring people closer to the arts. When we expand access, we open doors to inspiration, to understanding, and to possibility. So I want to wish everyone a happy Arts Month, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. With that, Executive Officer, can we go to public speakers?
Following individuals, please come forward and staff will assist you. DJ Kurz, Dr. Maria Rosario Jackson, Helen Hernandez, Leticia Buckley, Andrea Fuentes, Angela Johnson, Leticia Evans Fernandez, Karen Mack, Charmaine Jefferson, and Claudia Jerez.
We will go with in-person speakers first. Go ahead.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Good morning. My name is DJ Kurz. I'm the Artistic Director of Deaf West Theater. I'm honored to be here in support of this motion. Deaf West has called Los Angeles home for 35 years, and I want to say something, I mean without qualification. What we have built here, becoming the leading sign language performing arts organization in the nation, could only have happened in this city, in this county. Los Angeles has a generosity of spirit that is not an accident. It is the result of intentional investment in communities, in artists, in the radical idea that culture belongs to everyone. CEII is part of that. Supervisor Solis's leadership is part of that. The people in this room are part of that. When you build equity into grant making, when you put artists inside county departments, when you acknowledge the land and the people who were here first, you are building the kind of ecosystem where a theater company founded by and for deaf people doesn't just survive, it thrives. It goes to Broadway and tours the world. It collaborates with the LA Philharmonic. It trains the next generation of deaf artists.
Thank you.
That doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens because of the culture this county has chosen to cultivate. So I urge the board to declare April Arts Month, to honor this work, and to keep investing in what makes Los Angeles singular. Thank you, Supervisor Solis. This city made us possible.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Maria Rosario Jackson, a former co-chair of the Cultural Equity and Inclusion Initiative, which we recognize today. Thank you to Supervisor and Chair Solis for your leadership in launching CEII 10 years ago and your continued passionate support. Thank you to Supervisor Mitchell for her support of the arts in the 2nd District where I reside. And thank you to the Department of Arts and Culture for your tireless work and stewardship. The work of CEII is more important now than ever. The arts are core to our democracy, to our health and well-being, to our economy, and to our community resilience. Equitable and inclusive access to a wide range of arts experiences in all facets of our lives is essential. At their core, the arts allow us to express our humanity and see that of others, a precondition for building a county where all people can reach their full potential. It's imperative that we take a moment to acknowledge the...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Helen Hernandez, and it's always a pleasure to come before this esteemed group, the leadership of LA County, who happen to all be women. So I'm very proud of all of you. I wanted to say that it's been 10 years, and it certainly seems as if it was yesterday when we started down this journey, Supervisor Solis. We are also grateful to you for your vision and acknowledging that there was a void in LA County that needed to be rectified. Earlier today, we had a meeting with Supervisor Solis, and I want to read you a plaque that we presented to her on behalf of the Cultural Equity and Inclusion Initiative Committee. Supervisor Hildel Solis, with deep appreciation for being our steward and champion of our rich cultures, which are the heartbeat of LA County. Thank you again, and I will miss being an LA Arts Commissioner, and we will miss you next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Angela Johnson. 9 years ago, 45 advocates and community members sat in this very chamber and encouraged you to adopt the 13 recommendations from the CEII report. And you, Board of Supervisors, made history and voted unanimously to approve all 13 of those recommendations. And here we are, 9 years later, encouraging you and celebrating your leadership in leading cultural equity in LA County. I also encourage you, when you're talking about art and community, that you involve community-based organizations and not just operas and symphonies, although they are just wonderful as well. So thank you for your support, and we encourage you because we do still have a lot of work to do, and I also want to applaud your continued commitment in making the county a better place through art and culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Leticia Buckley. I'm a mom, wife, daughter of immigrants, born and raised in Los Angeles, and I'm a proud cultural worker who knows that arts are civic power. 10 years ago, when I was a staff member for the Arts Commission, now department, I learned Supervisor Solis was preparing a motion on equity, inclusion, and access. At a time when those words were not widely used or protected, she understood the stakes, fought to get it right, and the landscape shifted. The Cultural Equity and Inclusion Initiative was never just a report. It was a collective act of courage. Cultural workers and community members from across the region came together to build something bold, centering equity, and we didn't apologize for it. Over 18 months, we shaped a shared vision and recommendations that changed how this county approaches cultural policy. The progress that followed didn't happen by accident. It happened because community pushed and refused to let the work stall. And none of it would have been possible without the artists, organizers, and cultural bearers who show up every day, often underpaid, under-resourced, and still unwilling to walk away.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Karen Mack, Executive Director and founder of LA Commons. We're really all about leveraging the power of the arts to bring people together, engage them, and making their communities better places. And I want to commend Supervisor Solis for her leadership, vision, and actually prescience at this moment as we think about, where our country is and the work to actually devalue culture. And so the CEII is really a model and enables Los Angeles to really stand as a beacon for what our society should look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Charmaine Jefferson. I am a Mid-City 2nd District resident, former original member of CEII, and current trustee board chair for the California Institute of the Arts, a college of international stature located in Santa Clarita in the District 5, and Red Cat housed in Music Center in District 1. In all those capacities, I appreciate your support for proclaiming April 2026 as Art Month. I applaud your past and present ongoing work recognizing the human need for the arts and undeniable cultural and historical significance that education and resource of the arts play in our world. We do not promote cultural equity and inclusion simply because it is a nice thing to do. Rather, it is essential and it provides economic value, and that's something you already know in the work that you do managing this huge budget. I thank you for recognizing it in all of its forms and know that it...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Leticia Fernandez-Ivins, and I work with the Music Center. Thank you, Madam Chair Solis, supervisors, and CEII co-chairs for leading this landmark effort, CEII. Many of us former advisory committee members agree it was an effort. The work is courageous, nonlinear, humbling, and ongoing. CEII spurred rigorous examination, critique, and strategy around strengthening equity in the field of arts and culture. Through a consensus-based process that itself modeled equity, we did the foundational work of establishing a shared definition of cultural equity, led by the pursuit of racial equity, offering tools that LA arts organizations could use to adopt an authentic, accountable equity agenda, and setting goals that led to the cultural equity policy, a critical driver of the county's cross-sector work today. I'm proud of what we've done together, grateful to the county and the Department of Arts and Culture's leadership, and continue to be committed with the Music Center to the practices that undergird.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Andrea Fuentes. On behalf of LA Opera, I want to thank Supervisor Solis and her sustained leadership in advancing the arts, culture, and equity across Los Angeles County, and to recognize the CEII co-chairs and advisory committee members whose guidance has been instrumental in shaping this work. Arts and culture are vital to the social, cultural, and economic fabric of our communities. They foster imagination, critical thinking, and civic engagement, while reflecting the rich diversity and stories of all Angelenos. Through the county's leadership in expanding cultural access and advancing equity, these values are being realized in meaningful and tangible ways. At LA Opera, our priorities have been shaped by this leadership. With this clarity and support, we've expanded our own reach, serving more students in Title I schools, bringing performances into community spaces, partnering with healthcare providers, and collaborating with community-based organizations to broaden access through trusted local networks across LA. I urge the board to continue investing in arts and culture.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Claudia Jerez, DPSS, DWC. I support Art Month on April. Art is a necessary form of expression. Without it, we would be left a bit limited and handicapped. In a way, it will be a little bit left handicapped in a way because all forms of expressions are necessary to be healthy and whole. So it brings wholeness to us. It's a form of power that is very effective. And I'm very glad that equity has been a considered component to be added as a considered component. Thank you.
We will now go to remote speakers. Caller with phone number 323-513. Your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Hello, my name is Jackie Rodriguez, and I'm here on behalf of the LA Philharmonic to support April as Art Month. As a former YOLO student and now full-time employee of LA Phil, I've experienced firsthand the benefits of increased access to the arts and internships dedicated to preparing young professionals for careers in the arts. Declaring April as Arts Month honors the contributions of artists, cultural leaders, and educators, and reaffirms the county's commitment to creativity, equity, and inclusion. I urge the board to continue investing in arts and culture. as essential to building stronger, more connected, and equitable communities. I thank Supervisor Solis and the entire Board of Supervisors for their decade of leadership advancing arts, culture, and equity in LA County, and recognize the CEII over the decade who've made this work possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 323-356, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Hello, my name is Mark Edwards. I'm calling on behalf of Arts for LA, and I wish I could be there for this amazing event. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for and express deep appreciation for acknowledging April's Arts Month and for a decade of leadership advancing arts, culture, and equity across LA County. I also thank the full Board of Supervisors for your continued commitment to strengthening our region's creative ecosystem. Supervisor Solis' leadership has been transformative. The Cultural Equity and Inclusion Initiative didn't just set a vision, it delivered results, funding key recommendations and laying the foundation for the countywide cultural policy. That impact is real and it's being felt in communities across the county. Declaring our April as Arts Month sends a powerful message that artists, cultural workers are essential to the health, identity, and economy of LA County, but recognition alone is not enough. At a time when our creative workforce faces ongoing instability, we must match that recognition with sustained and
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. Please begin.
Thank you, Roy Humphreys, Roland Heights. Having watched The Godfather of Harlem with Forrest Whitaker, I appreciate inclusion in the arts. But the exclusion has been part of local and county history for decades, long before President Trump. Given the criminal and treasonous acts towards illegal immigration by this county and defrauding the federal government for decades, you reap what you sow. God bless and protect President Trump.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment for this item.
Item 11 is before you.
I will move the item, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell, to approve. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on to Set Matter 1, report on the plan developed to support represented Los Angeles Housing Services Authority workers, which was held for report. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on the telephone. Lisa Garrett, Director of Personnel, Rodney Collins, Chief Deputy Director, and Johan Julin, Assistant Director, Department of Human Resources, and Molly Gonzalez, Project Manager, Chief Executive Office, will make a presentation. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
CEO, you're recognized.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. As you know, since November 2025, we've been working diligently on board-directed efforts to create pathways for represented county-funded workers at LASA to join the county family. This is a good opportunity to take a step back and reflect on the progress we've made and speak to the challenges and opportunities that remain on the horizon. For our discussion this morning, I think it's helpful if we think about the county-funded represented staff at LASA in two groups. So the first group are the outreach workers, and the second group are the remaining represented workers in administrative, programmatic, clerical, IT, and similar roles. So with respect to the first group, the outreach workers, we've shared with the board in prior meetings that we have committed to bringing all county-funded outreach workers at LASA into the county family in the Departments of Homeless Services and Housing, Mental Health, Health Services, and Probation. And we're doing this while both protecting their existing salaries and ensuring no gap in insurance coverage as these workers transition to county jobs. And I'm really pleased to report that many of these workers are actually starting in their county roles this week, and many more will transition over in the coming days. So we're working to finalize hiring placements for a few more outreach workers, but overall our efforts to secure pathways of employment for these lowest paid workers have been successful and reflect the collaborative work we undertook with both SEIU 721 and with LASA. Okay, so creating pathways to county employment for the second group of county-funded represented workers, the admin, the program, the clerical, the IT, et cetera, is a bit more logistically complicated, but our commitment to these workers remains the same. Primary challenge we encountered initially includes developing specialty requirements that allow departments to identify skilled LASA workers among a pool of general applicants. Now, as directed by your board, we have consulted with the union on all specialty requirements, and we are 90% done. We only have specialty requirements remaining for 2 more classifications, and we anticipate completing these final 2 specialty requirements by mid-April, and at that point, we will have finished the meet and consult process, which will open the door fully to the hiring process. But by the way, I just want to share, although we have 2 specialty requirements left to discuss with labor, we haven't waited to do recruitments on the ones where we have finished. So we've already started recruiting for the classifications where the specialty requirements have been set, and we should have about, I believe, 29 total recruitments across 13 departments open in the next 2 weeks. So that is very good news. I'm also happy to report that county departments have really stepped up. Collectively, they've identified sufficient vacancies for all county-funded represented LASA FTEs in Group 2. And I really want to thank the department heads who provided that commitment. It is many of them across the entire county, and so we couldn't do that without them, so I want to make sure that I give them a little shout out. In terms of challenges, as you'll see in the presentation, there's an imperfect alignment between the job specs at LASA and county vacancies. So this means that some LASA employees will have to agree to do a different type of job in order to transition to the county service. This may not be an issue for some, but there may be others who decline to accept an unlike position, and we, of course, will do our very best to match people to like classifications, and we've committed to special step placements to protect salaries as well. We also understand that LASA will begin to issue 60-day layoff notices at the end of April in anticipation of the end of the fiscal year. I understand that these layoff notices are broader than just the county-funded items and may encompass city-funded items as well, because the city budget for next fiscal year is not set and is not anticipated to be set by the end of April. We expect that will cause a lot of consternation. Our goal is to ensure that all LASA workers who will transition to county service understand our process for onboarding LASA workers well before the end of April, and we are conducting direct outreach to those individuals, and then have certainty about their offer and start date before the end of June. So it's not perfect in terms of timing because people are going to get this layoff notice at the end of April, but we want to make sure that they understand how the process is going to move forward, and certainly by the end of that fiscal year, they will know when their onboarding date is with the county. I will now hand it over to the Director of Personnel, Lisa Garrett, to kick off a brief PowerPoint presentation.
Good morning, Supervisors. Lisa Garrett, Director of Personnel. I'd just like to reiterate some of the things that Joe has stated and say that DHR is dedicated to prioritizing pathways into the county for the LASA workers. We have at least 3 of our teams in our small, mighty team working on this effort, and we're working, with, of course, with CEO, with mental health, DHS, and all of the departments in order to facilitate the transition of the LASA workers. We have held, as you know, information sessions for these individuals to talk about potential positions within the County of Los Angeles and positions for which they would qualify. We've had the hiring fair, which we talked about the last time, which resulted in 65 individuals receiving offers of county employment. We've opened other recruitments, and Johan will talk about that, the other recruitments for the non-community health worker positions. And we've sent notices to the department heads asking for commitments to bring in the second group, if you will, of LASA employees into the county. So we have some good numbers to show you. We're not finished yet. This is a heavy lift, but I want you to know that all of the departments are working diligently to make this happen. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Johan, and he'll talk about the specifics of what we're doing.
Good morning, supervisors. Johan Yulin, Chief Hiring Strategist with DHR. As Lisa said, I'll be providing a little bit of an update on where we are in transitioning LASA staff into county employment. We've been making a ton of progress on two major fronts. One is the outreach workers, which I'll provide a very quick update on, and then I'd like to focus most of my time on pretty much everyone else. We have been pretty successful with the outreach workers, which is why I'll spend a little bit less time on that, but I still would like to give you an update on that. One thing to note before I get going here is that these slides were prepared last week. But as you might guess, this is a moving target. We're moving very quickly. The numbers change even day to day, sometimes hour to hour. So what I'll do is I'll try to update you with the latest information that I have. So as we go, I'll try to update those numbers so you have the numbers as I see them. So if I could start with the outreach workers. Next slide, please. So 65 offers have been made, as Lisa had mentioned. That does represent 78% of the LASA staff who were targeted. This would be targeted for the county's community health worker position. Of the 65, 64 have accepted the offer. None have started yet, but we anticipate that 29 of them will start this week. So those folks are going to get going into their positions very, very shortly. We are trying to get as many as possible into the seat by April 10th, and that's for benefits reasons, to make sure that we have enough time to ensure that they get onto our benefit system. In the meantime, there's kind of an elaborate system of COBRA that's been set up to ensure that they have seamless coverage of benefits. We do have, it says pending offers up there. I want to clarify what that means. It's a little bit of a misnomer. It's actually folks who have applied and or interviewed with us, but have not yet received an offer. That's what the pending offers refers to. We've heard back from the hiring departments that some of these may not be getting an offer right away. So we'll be working with those candidates and with departments to try to find them placements where we can. Also, the number there, it says 18. That number is actually 22 now, as it turns out. Some of the folks who were going into the probation department in particular did not pass their background process. And as you might be aware, the probation department has stricter standards than a lot of our other departments. And as a result of that, those folks fell out. That does not mean they fell out of the process altogether. They go back into the pool, of course, and will be considered by other departments. There are 12 folks who didn't apply or withdrew from our process. Of those, 9 had not submitted any applications at all, and that is despite our attempts at outreach, our attempts at providing guidance, and it's not just our attempts. We also asked the union to contact these folks to try to reach them and encourage them to apply, but we have not received those applications from those folks. Next slide, please. So I'd like to switch gears a little bit over to the non-outreach workers, which is basically everybody else. There's 159 of those folks who are represented and county funded. It does exclude 16 staff who we will be leaving at LASA, at least for the short term, to ensure that LASA has some staff that will be continuing to provide services through that agency. As a reminder, and as Lisa had briefly mentioned, we had sent out a request, a memo to departments to identify vacancies where the departments could identify those vacancies and commit to trying to fill those vacancies using LASA staff members. There are a few things that I want to mention about that. One is that a commitment does not necessarily mean that there will be a hire against that commitment. It does mean that the department has agreed to see these LASA candidates and to interview these candidates and give them serious consideration for the position. I also want to say that we are committed to finding pathways for placing people, but as Joe had mentioned, there may not always be a perfect match between the skills that the LASA folks bring versus the commitments and the needs on the county side. And I'll show you a graph in a minute that kind of speaks to that and how we're planning to address that. The fit might not always be perfect for everyone, I guess is what I'm saying there. The good news is that we actually have 171 commitments from our county departments to see these LASA folks. And keep in mind that there's 159 folks who are awaiting placement, right? So that number is good. I feel really good about that. We've been working really hard to make sure that these county departments understand the importance of bringing the LASA folks on. And I think our colleagues in the county departments understand some of the criticality of that. There are only 4 departments who did not respond to our request. So we've got very, very broad agreement from the departments that this is important.
We will be working with the 4. I see your face, Supervisor. Yes, we'll be working with the 4. We will.
We are coordinating with CEO on a number of efforts to get people placed into departments that have raised their hand. There are a few items on the page here that list some of the things that we're doing. At DHR, we'll be implementing 2 approaches, kind of depending on the roles that we are seeking to fill. One is that we will lead some recruitments centrally, and we'll run those centrally through DHR. That is for jobs that exist in multiple departments. It's much easier to coordinate that centrally, so we'll be leading that effort. There are 4 such classifications, and they include things like sort of generic managers, accounting positions, and clerical positions. We will be opening those on April 22nd. There are also some department-led recruitments. As Joe had mentioned, those might be very, very broad in nature and more specific to departmental functions. We will be using a temporary emergency authority to bring people in quickly so that we can ensure that those folks are brought on in time before June 30th. As a function of doing all of that, we will share our job postings and bulletins with both labor and with LASA to ensure that there's enough awareness of these opportunities, as well as encouraging departments to reach out to the candidates that have been identified. They'll be provided with resumes where we have them, so they know who's available for those opportunities. We're going to encourage departments to reach out to those folks to encourage them to apply the opportunities that are available. As you probably know, DHR also has a concierge service where we will be sending up follow-up emails, calling LASA candidates to ensure that they apply to the opportunities that are available. We'll also continue to monitor how we're doing on all of this, ensure that the hiring process remains on track, that people are being onboarded in a timely way, all for the purpose of trying to maximize the number of folks that we are placing. We'll work with the candidates on the one side to ensure that they get their applications in, and then we'll work with departments on the other side to ensure that we can try to remove as many obstacles as we can, including things like getting hiring freeze exemptions where it's appropriate, getting salary placements where we can, and so forth. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we have now have a total of 171 commitments from departments, and this is for the 159 LASA staff to be placed that are non-outreach workers. Just in the last few days, we have gotten a flurry of new commitments. So the chart that you see on the page is actually a little bit outdated, and I'll go over the numbers here in a minute. But in addition to what you see on this chart, we have commitments from a few additional departments for those 159 folks that are going to be available. That includes the Homeless Services and Housing Department that have 8 more commitments, DPW with 15 more, and JCOD with 2 more, and those are on top of the ones that you see on the page there. As I mentioned earlier, we're pretty happy with the response thus far. We're going to continue to work with departments to see if we can rustle up a few more. And we're really looking forward to departments executing against these commitments that they've made to see these folks. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we're doing what we can to ensure that there are pathways forward for employment. But as I also mentioned, there could also potentially be some mismatches between what the LASA candidates bring and the jobs that we have available. And that's what this graph is showing. We've looked at the jobs that the LASA staffers currently hold and put them into some broad job categories, and then matched that up with the commitments made by county departments. So the red bars that you see up on the page are the number of LASA staff with jobs in that category, and the blue bars are the jobs that we have. So basically, if the blue is higher than the red, then we're in pretty good shape. If the red is higher than blue, that means that there are fewer job commitments than there are candidates. So just to give you, I want to quickly update the numbers here. The outreach workers, I'm not going to pay as much attention to, but the rest of the jobs there, the admin program, we have 92 commitments from departments rather than 81. For clerical, we have 45 rather than 41. For accounting jobs, we have 12 commitments rather than 8. For IT, we've got 11 rather than 7. And for other commitments, we have 2. The outreach workers on the left are basically being taken care of based on our current efforts, and we're doing pretty well there, so I'll leave that alone. I feel like in general, we're doing pretty well, but where the biggest challenge obviously will be in that administrative and programmatic roles category, where there are lots of LASA staffers and not as many available candidate jobs. A lot of those jobs are generic in nature. So for example, it's administrative services managers. Every department hires those. Analyst positions that could go into a lot of different departments. So we'll be working to try to find additional opportunities there where we can and where it suits the skills that are offered by the LASA workers. Obviously, there's also tons of clerical positions available, so while that's not ideal, of course, it still represents an opportunity for someone to get their foot in the door with a county job, and then they might be able to transfer or apply to other jobs that are often, our recruitments are only open to county employees. So once they come in the door, then they might have that opportunity. But we'll continue to work with them to try to find more suitable opportunities wherever we can. Next slide, please. We have a lot of stuff planned this month, as a matter of fact, and we're very excited about that. There's going to be a flurry of activity that we've got coming up. One thing that was mentioned is that we're going to complete those consultation with labor. As Joe mentioned, there are 2 major series of classifications. One is in the IT jobs and the other is in admin jobs. So we'll complete those. We expect that to happen very shortly. We'll also complete the outreach worker prioritization. This is what I discussed at the very beginning of the discussion today. We expect to complete that shortly. I'm excited about that third bullet, launching recruitments targeting those remaining county workers. We've got a lot going on. We already have opened 9 IT and accounting recruitments. Those have been open for a minute, and we are closing those today. And I can update you in the next go around on what we got through that. We are opening 5 more recruitments today. Those are mostly in the accounting space. DHR will be running 4 more recruitments centrally. That'll be opened on or before April 22nd. And then also by April 22nd, we will be working with departments to open as many as 29 additional recruitments in departments. That's across 13 different departments that have raised their hand to bring those folks on. Those will be specific with desirable qualifications for LASA employees. Then lastly, we are scheduling some meet and greet meetings, both virtually and in person. Those will be informational sessions to start, providing information to LASA candidates as to where they need to go to apply, how they go about applying, the kinds of opportunities that might be available to them. We're planning an in-person session with the departments present so that the departments have the opportunity to meet these candidates, encourage them to apply if they haven't already done so. We've launched a website where folks can go, LASA candidates can go to see what's available, what's open currently, and walk them through the process of applying. And then, of course, in May and June, we'll be supporting departments through this process. We'll also be supporting candidates as they seek to apply to the various recruitments that we'll have open at the time. So that's what I have for you today. I did want to turn it over to my colleague Molly Gonzalez, who had a bit of information that she wanted to share with you as well.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Molly Gonzalez, Project Manager with the Chief Executive Office. We wanted to update you regarding our findings that we shared with you back in March. So on March 2nd, SEIU Local 721 notified us of inconsistencies between the FTE totals LASA provided to the county on February 9th and the totals shared with labor on February 19th. We met with LASA to review the underlying data and methodology. Through that process, we reached a shared understanding of the issues and confirmed the correct count of 267 county-funded represented positions as of March 17. The county will continue to fund 16 represented FTEs for homeless count and data-related activities at LASA. Therefore, 251 FTEs will serve as the current number used to determine the county-funded represented positions to be transitioned to the county. We memorialized these findings in a memo to LASA and shared that with labor so all parties can work from the same data set moving forward. With that, we now turn it over to you for any questions you may have.
Thank you. I want to just start with some comments. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I know this is on our minds right now, and especially with the end of April and trying to make sure that we get as many people in the queue. And I'm looking at your chart, the one where you have, I think it's page, what is it, 5, slide 5 of 6, where you pointed out yourself, administration and clerical, and the inversion there, right? So how can we try to bridge that? If our goal is to try to bring people into the county, and you're telling us that one way is to take a job, but does this job pay a lot less than what they currently make? Or are there ways of us trying to adjust and address this?
So a couple of things. One is that we will work with CEO on salary placements for these folks so that they're not harmed in that way, or at least try to minimize any of what that disparity might be. So with respect to step placements, I think that part will at least be taken care of. With respect to opportunities, though, that's going to be the bigger challenge. We'll work with departments to try to open as many recruitments as we possibly can to ensure that those folks will have jobs in similar roles and a similar function to what they've performed in the past. We'll also look at one thing I think that hasn't been really closely looked at yet, but we'll start, is what the skills that these folks bring beyond the payroll title that they currently hold. And we'll start to do an analysis of that because they may very well have other experiences beyond the simple payroll title that they hold at LASA that would help them qualify for additional roles in the county. We'll ask our concierge team to take a look at that to make sure that we are not missing any unturned stones there.
So when you say referral to the concierge, hasn't that already taken place? Because in your presentations to us, you're saying that is something that seems like it's almost parallel, but I'm not sure that we're actually getting to assessing the actual skill sets of these individuals. And is that just more of a pro forma, check in, you talk to someone, but we really did do an assessment?
I hope not. I think it's going to be more in depth than that. But right now, we don't have resumes for everyone. We do have them for community health workers, for the folks that were outreach workers, but we're now focusing on those 159 remaining, and we're soliciting their resumes now. In fact, we're asking.
Okay, so it's a step-by-step process.
Yes.
And when do you think that will, starting now? It's starting now. What is your timeline?
It's starting now. We're going to do as much as we can prior to April 30th. So we are, yes.
That's a lot. That's very ambitious.
Yeah, well, we're going to do whatever we can, right?
It almost sounds unrealistic because of the numbers you're already showing and placements. So I'm just wondering, will these people be harmed because they don't have a continuation? You're also sending out letters, right, for layoffs or what have you? Is that correct? LASA? Maybe LASA needs to say.
LASA is there's a representative in the audience, but the letter is a requirement that does not necessarily mean that they are going to lose their employment. It is just notice. And so the employment.
So what does that mean in English
the
language?
The law requires that when layoff is being contemplated, that individuals receive 60 days notice. So April 30th would be that 60th day. And this is all queued to July 1st. And so that is the official notice that employees will receive. And as has been mentioned by our CEO, they will also receive, the individuals who are funded by the City of Los Angeles will also receive notices, because as of today, they have not made a decision as to which direction they're going to go. So, for us, the notices don't stop the work that we'll be doing.
And you're reaching out to these individuals as those notices come, because I mean, obviously, if I got something in the mail like that, I would.
And Supervisor, we're not waiting until the notices go out. We have a list of the individuals that we will be reaching out to. Some we've already started the process, but now it will be a drill down of the skill sets of these individuals, looking at their resumes and what the work they've actually performed at LASA, to see how we can match them up with other county departments here. So we are doing that work. And we say concierge, it's not where someone is going to be thrown to the side. The concierge group really is working to help with these matches. We've assigned at least 2 to 3 individuals, 2 from DHR and 1 from CEO, to go person by person, starting with the outreach, getting these skill sets information, looking at when they're actually going to be interviewed, and going throughout the process. So someone will be hand-holding the individuals throughout the entire process.
It just seems to me a bit complicated, but CEO, please weigh in.
I want to add some additional context just in the overall scheme of what we're doing and why we have this slide. I think, number one, we want to be transparent. We want people to understand some of the barriers we face in doing something like this. And then 2, I want to, in terms of context setting, really emphasize that what we're doing is extraordinary, not in the sense that it's amazing, but in the sense that it's not been done before. We have never, to my knowledge, tried to onboard this many people in this short amount of time while protecting their salary and while figuring out a way to pay for their COBRA benefits. So these are things that took a while to figure out so that we could do it in a way that was respectful of labor and respectful of the process. But there is a point, and you're looking at it on the screen, well, now you're not anymore, but you were looking at it on the screen a second ago, where we actually do not have the same types of vacancies to bring people on from LASA that have. We don't have the same types of jobs at the county that people have at LASA right now that are vacant and available. We have some constraints as well. We have a hiring freeze.
Right.
We've sustained some curtailments. And so I think that like I said, it's an imperfect match, but our commitment and the commitment that this board has shown is very strong. And it is complicated. It sounds complicated because it is complicated, but I do want to just note for the folks at LASA and for the board and the public, it is a lot of very focused work at the highest levels. I mean, I know Johan and Lisa and Rodney are working on this day in and day out to do the best we can to protect salaries and bring people in an orderly way with as much notice as we can so they don't feel like they're left out in the lurch. So I just wanted to add that context because if the expectation is I work at LASA and I should automatically work at the county, this is the type of data and information that shows that that doesn't really work that way. And that's why we're investing so much time and effort to figuring out a way to bring people into some position in the county to protect a job. It will work out fantastic for some people, and others will have the choice of saying, do I want to do something a little bit different?
I understand, understand the effort here and the direction that the board has put before you to see that we could make them whole, the employees whole. But I guess what I'm also wondering about is the city of LA, their portion payment and where that leads us. So that's something that I want to hear more about, because we're talking about maybe maybe 24 or more people that we still don't know where they're going to be placed because of indecision or something?
I can respond to
Yeah.
that initially, and then the team can jump in. But there's two dynamics. One is the City of LA, and one is LAHSA itself. So on the LAHSA side, there's a timing issue. So LAHSA will have obligations to the county through the end of the fiscal year. These are contractual obligations, and then some of that will actually extend into next fiscal year as invoices and stuff continue to get processed next year. So in speaking with LAHSA leadership, they were concerned about us onboarding employees too quickly, because if we take their
They wouldn't have their
fiscal team
sufficient
before the end of the fiscal year, they're left with
Mhm.
not enough employees. So that's the first issue.
Mhm.
So there is going to be some time delay between April 30th and when they are onboarded because of LAHSA's operational needs, and we're working to make sure we clarify with everybody what our process looks like so they can feel more comfortable. With the City of LA, my understanding is, and Director Mann can confirm this, is that the city tends to decide on their fiscal contribution for LAHSA closer to June each year, so that there is some unpredictability in LAHSA's, what they're going to be doing for the city in the next fiscal year as they approach the end of the current fiscal year. So it has happened in the past that they've sent out layoff notices as a precaution because they don't know what investment the city is going to make. We think the same thing will happen this year. Now, I know the city is looking at a lot of different options for how to address their homeless programming needs. I will say we're in April. It took us a substantial amount of time. It's been a year since we started to make this transition, so I don't think the city can turn on a dime. But I don't know what they're going to do. So if I'm reading the tea leaves, I think there's probably will be some investment by the city into LAHSA again next year. But again, I can't speak fully for the city. I'm just judging that based on where we are in the calendar today. So those are the two dynamics I have not heard because I don't think.
But I think it behooves us to inquire at your level.
We have a meeting with them. Is it every Monday?
Yes, I met with the CAO and CLA yesterday, and we talked about this as well, and they shared that the mayor's budget will be forthcoming, and that will indicate some information, but it doesn't get approved by City Council until the end of May or June, and this is an annual challenge that LAHSA has to deal with.
Madam Chair, can I say, we have asked several times this question. I know every time I get up here, I say, we are doing our best to bring the LAHSA employees over. However, we always ask, how many do you need to retain? And we have not gotten an answer to that question.
Okay, all right. I won't ask any more questions. Okay, Supervisor Horvath, I'll turn it over.
I think you really dug in, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that. And thanks to this team for all that you've done to help this transition. I would agree. I think this is a first for the county in terms of the level of detail and coordination that you've dug into. And I think it speaks volumes about your commitment to this work, that the county has the ability to do this when we really dig in. And perhaps this can be a new way forward as we think about other opportunities that we explore as a county to bring jobs in-house. I suspect there may be other opportunities for us to exercise what we've developed here and take these lessons learned. So I really want to commend you for that work and sort of remind us all that we've now learned a lot, and maybe there will be other applications for this going forward. With that said, how many more job fairs are going to be organized for LAHSA staff?
They're not job fairs per se. I think they're more like meet and greets is what I would characterize them as. So we're planning a virtual session that'll happen either this week or next, and that would be with possibly with departments, but it'll be an informational session as to what's currently open and what folks can apply to.
I think I heard you mention April 10th as a date that related to healthcare and potentially other benefits. So if it's next week, which would be after the 10th, potentially, does that mean people will not have access to healthcare benefits?
No, because they would continue to work where they are in LAHSA, and they would continue to have LAHSA benefits. So the idea would be, I think for us, and others can correct me, but my understanding is that the idea is to try to bring people in by the 10th of every month. That ensures that they have their LAHSA benefits will continue for that month because contractually that's how the benefits work. It also gives us enough time to get them situated, ensure that we have the paperwork and the administrative pieces done so as to continue their benefits. There's 30 days waiting period, that's what the COBRA is for, and then they'll get the county benefits will kick in the month after that, right? So for them it is seamless and it's always paid for. They won't be out of pocket on any of it. But for us, the cutoff is the 10th of every month to ensure that there's coverage and that there's enough time to process folks.
Okay, and you've shared a lot of data with us. Have all of those opportunities, is this all coming out of your work through the concierge service, or is this comprehensive, or do you have something specific to the concierge service in terms of a data set?
This is comprehensive, supervisor, so it's not just like the concierge. They might help us to bring the individuals to the table so that we can have the departments do interviews of the individuals for hiring purposes, but it will be inclusive. It's not just meet and greet, hey, how you doing? It really is about how we can look at the skill sets of the individuals so that we can make certain that the departments have a good match in the skill sets that they need for their departments, and then make offers and have some interviews. So it's a little bit more than meet and greet, but with the purpose of interviews and making contingent offers to the individuals.
Thank you. And I'm glad that there's been a lot of recognition about what the process is that's required for us, for LAHSA in particular, in advance of July 1. I suspect, even though we've had a very full conversation and with acknowledgement today of what will likely happen on April 30th, when it actually happens, all of our offices and county departments will get a lot of phone calls. So understanding that LAHSA has communicated their intention to issue termination notices on April 30th in anticipation of the funding changes that we've been talking about, not only because of our change in relationship from the county side, but also, as you indicated, that the city of LA may have changes in their funding as well. So can you confirm that all represented LAHSA staff currently assigned to county contracts who will be hired by the county can be onboarded before July 1st?
I don't know that I can confirm that or promise that necessarily. Some folks, for example, in the outreach workers, just to use that as an example, because we have some hard data there where we've already launched those recruitments and we're well into the process of getting them onboarded now. Some of those folks, despite our repeated outreach, have simply not applied for our jobs. And so despite our efforts, it's not possible to bring everyone on if they resist those efforts.
Okay, so that makes sense. If you've outreached and they haven't responded, that's one category of folks that you've identified. But there are people who are in the process who are very concerned, that even though they're doing everything they're being told to do, that they're not, that given the timeline and the length of time it takes for the county to turn things around, that they're not going to be onboarded. So for those people who are working with you, can we make that commitment that they're going to be okay by July 1st?
We will do our very best to get as many people on as we can.
And that is our goal, Supervisor, to have all of those, the individuals hired by July 1st. We'll be working toward that end and trying to move the departments on any hires before that time so that we can meet the deadlines. As Johan and Joe had mentioned, sometime the onboarding process might take time, but we are eliminating barriers for the onboarding for the departments, and we have individuals who are already assigned to look at the date of the interview, the date of the conditional offer, and push the folks through, not let anyone sit in any bucket for a long period of time, but continue moving them through the hiring process so that we can get the butt in seat.
Then I would ask anybody that you see who's not going to meet that timeline, as soon as you see it, that you let us and the candidates, of course, know, because obviously they have to make preparations for
Absolutely,
themselves, their
absolutely, we
families, and
will.
everybody who's impacted by that change.
Yes.
And I know it's our commitment to make sure that everybody who's been working with us can safely make that transition by July 1st. But I think we need to understand if that's not going to happen, why.
I agree, and I think the operative words there, Supervisor, working with us.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger.
Thank you. Now I'm going to be Debbie Downer. Joe, did we flatline all the vacant positions in departments? Like, in other words, with the last cuts and the submitting of the budget, did we take away any vacant positions in departments for the most part?
During the curtailment, Supervisor?
Yeah.
Yes, we did cut vacant positions in departments.
And the only reason I'm asking, and this is why I'm Debbie Downer, because I see here, for example, public health has 2 employees that they hired. And we just got a report that public health is in dire financial situation. So what guarantees can we give to the loss of staff, or to even our staff, that as we look at curtailments, they're going to have a place to land?
So Supervisor, we'd have to go, and I haven't done this exercise, but we can do it, and we can report back on the next time. But looking at our major, this will be slide 4 if we can bring it up. Some of our major commitments are in areas where, I'll look at child support for a second. They're not facing the same. They're not facing budget cuts like the
But
other.
I chose public health for a reason. I'm choosing departments like DHS, public health, even DPSS to a degree.
Right. Public health has some revenue stable programs, primarily SAPC, so I'd have to go back and see where are they hiring these folks. I think when we look at the commitments and the opportunities for folks to move in, what I don't want to happen, and I completely agree with your sentiment here, is we hire somebody only to lay them off a month or 2 months later. So that is not the purpose of this process, is just to check a box. We want to bring them in on a stable position.
And do we still do cascading when we're going to do layoffs, correct? Can you describe how the cascading works in the county?
So for a particular classification, there is a seniority list that is generated. Those who come in last are usually the first ones to be let go. And so if there are other persons in the classification with higher seniority than others, and there is someone, if there is going to be a cascading because the department uses a particular classification for purposes of reducing the deficit, then that could require others in that classification to move down. And so if that's the case, the individuals at the bottom of that classification, the last hired, would be facing workforce reduction.
Okay, I think it's important for us to acknowledge that's how the county works when it comes to budget curtailments and layoffs. Is it's cascading? And if I started in human resources and now I'm over at an item in executive office and they're laying off an executive office, I can go back to my position in your department, correct? And that bumps someone else to move someplace else. I mean, I'm oversimplifying, but I just think it's important.
Usually the cascading happens in a particular department, but I can say this, over the years, if someone is going to be laid off, we do try to assist those individuals to find positions in other county departments, and the individuals who are going to be laid off are also placed on a rehire list. So before a department could try to fill the position, they must go to the rehire list first.
Okay, I mean, I only bring this up because I'm listening to the line of questioning, and we all made a commitment to do the job fair and open it up, but a lot has changed and continues to change as it relates to our budget, and I just want to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in a position, because I know that we did flatline, for lack of a better term, vacant positions within departments and made them eliminate those. Which typically would have been our soft landing, if you will, for the budget constraints that we have. And I applaud the work you're doing. You're doing a phenomenal job. I think it's important for us to do it right. And it sounds to me like you are looking at that issue as it relates to some of the financial challenges they're going to be facing. But I just kind of wanted to lay that out there and really highlight that there's no guarantee always as it relates to this county and the budget. I mean, gone are those days, at least from what I can see for the next couple of years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you very much. To Supervisor Barger's cascading question, help me understand. The cascading, as Supervisor Barger described it, wouldn't be relevant here because you couldn't return to an entity that we no longer have a financial vested interest in. So you couldn't.
And I was wrong when I said DHR to the executive office.
So that's not.
It's not interdepartmental, but to your point, yeah.
Right, the cascading is within a particular department, but if there are people that have been cascaded and they're going to not have a job, then we would work with those individuals to find placement in the county.
And so for what will be a former LASA employee, their tenure will include their LASA employment or just their LA County employment?
They will be treated as new hires. So they will not be credited with their tenure over at LASA. We had a lot of conversations about this, if you recall, the 56 3/4 charter amendment. That would have, that was not our recommendation. At the end of the day, we moved forward without doing that. So that's the reality of somebody coming in, which is why I think it's important that if we make a commitment to hire somebody, we're hiring them on positions that have not shown funding instability. So I will take that to heart and make sure we go back and confirm that analysis. Looking at the list here, I don't have a ton of concerns, but I will double check.
I just wanted to clarify, given the cascading example, I just wanted to make sure I was following and I was clear. Secondly, another clarifying question. The comment has been made about the timing of the City of LA's budget, and over recent years, it's gotten later and later. How has that impacted LASA employees prior to this year? Have employees been given, and the 60-day is the WARN Act law, right? That's what I said. So have LASA employees been given a WARN Act notice in previous years because LASA wasn't sure of what their funding level was going to be?
Let me respond to the first question about the budget timing, and I'll turn it over to Director Mahan to answer the impact on LASA employees. But I don't know if I suggested that the timing was getting later and later. I don't know that to be true. I think this is part of the city's regular budget rhythm, but it impacts LASA because by deciding something late in the year, LASA has difficulty planning. And in terms of the impact, I would just ask Sarah to answer that.
Yes, my understanding, and LASA leadership has said it in public meetings, that they have had to issue those notices to employees before because of the timing of the city's budget.
So that's not, even though this year is a little different, that's still not new to LASA employees if they've received WARN Act notices. I mean, there's some, organizations, school districts, LAUSD issues WARN Acts every year and I think people kind of get used to understanding what it means that you get the notice in the mail. It doesn't mean you don't have a job. It means that there's risk. So I wondered with that comment about the City of LA budget if that was something they were used to. The statement was made about lessons learned, and I'm hearing you very clearly that this is something new that the county has done, and that it may be something that we do again. I would hope, from my perspective, we're working against the timeline that a board motion created. We were in control of that. And so I would hope that the next time that we do the reverse, that we set up the process first and let the process inform how long it takes before we can do something as drastic as, defund one organization and stand up another. Just because we created the rush and our backs against the wall. And so if we could not do that next time, if there is a next time, so I hope it's documented in these lessons learned, that we think through that a little differently, that if we're going to make it a commitment to employees, that we make a commitment to employees and make them the priority and figure out the process so that's done well and thoughtfully and strategically and comprehensively before we create a deadline that we have full control over. One question, there's a, and my numbers in my notes may be off based on your update, so correct me if they are. I see that there's a commitment for 146 positions.
171.
171. So is there a plan for the remaining positions or are there outreach workers that have not been scooped up?
Yeah, so that's those ones in that first slide, Supervisor. So one thing that I see is that departments that have community health workers, for example, in that first, there's
sort of a lateral.
There is. There's also turnover in that classification. So I think moving forward, there will continue to be some opportunities. And DMH, for example, runs its own recruitments for those. They are aware of the timing issues. So I think we can work with them to try to fill some of those additional vacancies that are created by outgoing folks.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge that, our CEO acknowledged that this process, I think, happened in earnest probably back in November in the fall. But the motion that came from this board was passed last April. And it wasn't until you really got involved. And so I just want to acknowledge you for being, very hands-on in making this come together. Because I think if we had that additional time, if we had started taking action back in April, we might not find ourselves in the position that we're in at the present moment. And I also know that regardless of the timeline, we have ongoing issues with LASA, an agency that cannot pass an audit. And I don't think that's a reason we want to continue to invest in an agency. We want to, of course, we want to make sure that we aren't in a situation like this to the extent that it's avoidable. But when we're in a situation where we're investing hundreds of millions of dollars in making change in our community that we're not seeing, we also have to be mindful of what does it take for us to responsibly care for those dollars and make sure that the positions that they fund are managed in an appropriate way. And I think our HR team and everyone who has been involved has worked to the best of their ability to move with the kind of speed and urgency that is required in this moment. So I agree that the circumstances currently are not ideal, but I also think that there are other circumstances that brought us to this point. And hopefully we don't have agencies that we're working with that we have the same set of circumstances we're facing in this moment too. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I want to thank the panel. I know these have been really tough times for us and for you all seated right here and our CEO. But again, I just want to reiterate, I think the more transparent, more information, especially to our offices and to those impacted, explanations of how this works, maybe one-on-one more importantly, is so important, I think. So
we can do that, Supervisor, absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, with that, EO, let's go to our public comment.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Claudia Jerez, Katie Shang, Keisha Douglas, and Heather Verden. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address Set Matter 1, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Caller with phone number 323-380, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
The board told us that motion-impacted LASA employees would be prioritized for county jobs. The April 1st motion clearly states specialty requirements, but current job postings say LASA experience as merely desirable. That is not the same thing, and the county CEO is reporting this out inaccurately. At the same time, HSH leadership is actively promoting these admin jobs on LinkedIn. This right here is precisely why we advocated for Charter 56 3/4, but the CEO office said no. Many of us admin workers were outreach and also have lived experience. And now, because of the board's actions, we are being laid off in Trump's job market. You made a commitment to motion-impacted LASA workers to ensure a transition. Admin and outreach workers are all part of the same union. You have the power to honor that commitment. Right now, you are not.
Thank you. Roy Humphreys, your line is open. Please begin.
Yes, every time I hear the term LASHA, I want to vomit as you continue to fail to prosecute. The county is robbing Peter to pay Paul, and Peter is MIA. You continue refusing a countywide transient campsite program while 40% of the contacts return to the streets. See my YouTube channel for my weekend intervention and the sheriff's response as Roland Heights considered to be a county ghetto. Also, STC management John Shu rescues Roland Heights, deserving a statue in the park. Play the Mission Impossible theme at the beginning of these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for this item is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good morning, Council. My name's Keisha Douglas. I'm the Deputy Chief Talent Officer at LASA, and I'm just here to highlight the collaboration that we've done with County DHR. I'm very thankful for them for our effective collaborations. We have monthly meetings where we are jointly working collaboratively to ensure that our represented employees are transferred over into the county. So between our collaborations with them, we are also meeting with SEIU. We will begin meet and confers with them this week and next week to start to discuss the actual layoffs that are going to happen or the notices that we are required to give to staff. But I'm just really here to share the effective collaborations. I think we all have the same ultimate goal, and that's job retention. And we will continue to work with County DHR, SEIU to ensure that that happens. Last week, we released somebody on the same day because probation wanted them to start Monday. They were actually off Thursday and Friday, but we made it happen. We were able to.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, if I may, I just wanted to thank you for being here and highlight what I heard our Director of HR say, that the more clarity we can get in terms of what LASA needs going forward, I think that will also help us in the process, but I'm glad to hear that you found this to be a collaborative process and supportive as well for the people we're trying to transition. So thank you for letting me interrupt.
Thank you. Let's go to the next speaker.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Katie Shang. I'm a LASA employee and union steward. You heard today only the county side of this process. The union's last meeting with the CEO implementation team was March 2nd, over a month ago. We feel we're being shut out of this process. Even this presentation had information that was not shared with the union. Week after week, we tell LASA staff that we have no visibility into what's happening. When communication with the union stops, it effectively stops communication with LASA staff. I'm not aware of any meeting the county has held with LASA staff since November 19th and have not been notified of upcoming ones. We have 12 weeks until hundreds are laid off at LASA. You all committed to hire 315 LASA represented workers into the county. This cannot be done without us. Supervisors, we ask that you direct the CEO implementation team to schedule regular meetings with the union, share your employment updates and data in a timely manner, and in good faith, use our feedback to—
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Heather Varden. I work in homeless services, and I'm here today as an SEIU 721 union steward and member of their regional council. We are still in the meet and consult process, yet these recruitments moved forward without prioritizing LASA represented workers. Other than HET at the job fair, some people started in DMH last week while represented LASA staff are still waiting for answers. Communication has stalled, the information keeps changing, and we are not being kept in the loop as promised. The county has already moved away from its original promise of 315 hires. No information sessions have been held with LASA employees to explain where they align, what positions connect to their current work, or what the actual pathway is. SEIU should be on these panels with you answering these questions in real time, not pushed to public comment while decisions move forward without us. I personally have applied to over 17 county jobs without one single interview. That is not what prioritizing this workforce looks like. It is frustrating to hear statements that do not match what workers are—
Next speaker, please.
Claudia Jerez, DWC DPSS. Losing your job is definitely not an amazing process or anything that anybody with a level head wants to go through. Ascertaining the skills of these individuals is necessary to better understand the best placement for them. Perhaps Some may not belong at LASA or at the county at all. Maybe they belong perhaps in the entertainment industry, where there's many options. I believe, let's see, where they belong, options, where I believe the lessons learned must be evaluated and determined and come up with best practices to utilize in the event this situation occurs. I know it's something very
Thank you.
new. So
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item.
This report will be received and filed. We will now move on to item,
Hearing no objection, that will be the order.
we will now move on to item 20, implementing the county's vision for the Department of Youth Development, and item 22, strengthening services and aligning resources for probation and foster youth impacted by human trafficking, which were held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on these items, please use the raise hand feature if you're online, or press *3 if on a telephone. Guillermo Villarosa, Chief Probation Officer; Brandon Nichols, Director of Children and Family Services; David Carroll, Director of Youth Development; and Dr. Janice Phelps, Executive Director, Special Program Support and Transformation, Los Angeles County Office of Education, are available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Okay, let's get started. I'm going to turn to Supervisor Horvath and then to
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Supervisor Hahn for joining me as a co-author on item 20. I know that this work is about moving from vision to action and ensuring that Los Angeles County follows through on our commitment to have our Department of Youth Development lead programming for young people in our juvenile justice facilities. I want to recognize advocates, individuals with lived experience, and families who have pushed us to this point and who continue to challenge us to do better by our young people. Your voices have shaped this work and must continue to guide it. This board adopted a Youth Justice Reimagined vision for the county, one that calls on us to move away from carceral systems and toward care-based, community-centered approaches, and I believe that DYD is central to making that vision real. But vision alone is not enough. We have to be intentional about implementation, about aligning our systems, our resources, and our accountability with the future we've committed to build. When we established DYD, we were clear about its role to lead with a youth development approach, and DYD has been doing the work to prepare for this responsibility. They've built out youth development networks, expanded the RAY program, and cultivated strong partnerships with community-based providers who are ready to show up for our young people with the care and support that they deserve. And at the same time, this board has declared an emergency tied to the conditions and care in our juvenile facilities. That urgency demands action, not delay. And that's what this moment is, to make good on our commitments and to continue moving forward with purpose. This motion is a step in that direction. It won't solve every challenge in our youth justice system, but it is a meaningful step towards putting our values into practice and building a system rooted in care, rehabilitation, and real opportunity for young people to thrive. We are holding this item, which is focused, implementing the county's vision for Department of Youth Development, with agenda item 22. So I'll hold my comments on item 22 and turn first to my co-author, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for bringing forward this very important motion. I really appreciate joining you as your co-author on this. This motion aligns with what the board has already envisioned and approved, which is our Department of Youth Development taking the lead on programming services in our juvenile probation facilities. And the timing is right. Our probation department is facing a chronic staffing crisis, challenges maintaining compliance with BSCC and DOJ, and the threat of potential receivership. Amid these challenges, the department has struggled to provide consistent, high-quality program for the youth in our care. I've heard firsthand from our young people at Los Padrinos, they want more programs like vocational training, financial literacy, art, music. And I know so many of our young people who have entered these facilities have experienced severe trauma and are in need of mental health and life skills programs that will help them heal and succeed once they return home. We need probation and DYD to work well together, along with involved stakeholders, to achieve the goal we all want, to provide a safe and consistent environment for our youth so that they have access to robust programming that will keep them engaged and set them up for success. So I had a few questions. Can I take the, okay. So David, I'm gonna ask you some questions. What do you see as the current programming challenges as you understand them, and how do you plan to address them once you take over program administration?
Sure, and good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, and thank you, Supervisors Horvath and Supervisor Hahn, for bringing this motion. It's a complex question, right? But I certainly see the unique programming that different individuals and different units need that are very different depending on what population that you're serving. So for example, at Los Padrinos, most young people are only there for a short period of time, less than 30 days. But then there's a population that have been there for years. Those young people are quite a bit older. They tend to need a different type of programming and additional programming than the other units. Likewise, you may have individuals with very unique interests and wants and needs, and having that real care coordination where you have an opportunity to learn about that young person, figure out what they're interested in, and find programming that fits their individual needs, I think is something that's one of the challenges. And quite frankly, it's tough for probation to be responsible for both the care and the security, the custody and security, and be able to take the time to really get to know the young people and get into what they are interested in developmentally, right, at the same time. So we're looking forward to addressing that challenge. Also, logistically, we really want to help the CBOs as they enter and as they go to the units that they're serving and as they exit, to make sure that they've got all the support that they need. And while giving that support, it gives us an opportunity to also provide some oversight and some evaluation to see if they're where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there, if they're serving the right number of people. So those are certainly some of the challenges. And underlining everything always is resources.
So. Certainly our probation department has some programming in place now at our facilities. Are you envisioning your department just taking over the programming from probation, or are you already beginning to envision expanding and enhancing?
So absolutely, so both. So we've been in strong communication with probation, actually for quite a period of time, but even more in the last several months, taking over the developmentally appropriate programming that they offer now, expanding that, adding it to the mix of programming that DYD already offers, but making sure, again, that there is robust and plentiful programming available to all of the young people. Another area that I failed to mention was the girls and gender-expansive youth at CVK oftentimes don't have access to the amount of programming that some of the boys have had, right, at Barry J, for example. So in some cases, just supporting what's already existing, but in other situations, adding to and supplementing what's available.
Right, and you may have touched on this in terms of challenges, but I know we contract with a lot of organizations, and I've again seen with my own eyes that there are certain units that just don't have enough programs, especially, I think you touched on it, the young people who are older, and so they're not in school during the day.
Right.
So they have this enormous amount of free time that they're not in school. How do you think you could address that part of their day with important and specific need-based programs?
Certainly, it's not hard because all you have to do is ask, right? And they will tell you what they're interested in. We've got it in writing in multiple different ways. Art is at the top of the list, and music, but also, as you mentioned, vocational training. So I think working in partnership with probation and education services to try to figure out what time slot that we can have access to provide the things that the young people have asked for. They're pretty vocal about what it is they want, and they all, to a person, want access to more programming.
Right, I know, I hear that all the time, and again, our goal is, we have these young people, as our captive audience, no pun intended, and we have an opportunity to give them some hope, to give them a vision possibly of where they could see themselves going when they get released. And I just feel like we've had a lot of missed opportunities, and I'm hoping that under your leadership, we could really take this time that they're with us. And by the way, even in Los Padrinos, you know, it's not a short time, as you mentioned. They're there 3 or 4 years sometimes. And they're desperate, I think, to have something that can really give their life some meaning. And I think all those that you mentioned, those kinds of programs could certainly do that. Joe, I'm just going to ask, my last question is that it's obvious to me anyway that DYD cannot be expected to take on this enormous lift without the resources to do so. I really don't want to set them up to fail by providing them with inadequate staffing or funding. Can you talk a little bit about your plan to help ensure that this is a successfully resourced transition?
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor. So first I'll say, you know, there's a lot of reporting that has to do before we can really get to the tangibles of what's being proposed. I can speak generally to how we would approach something like this. So if we have programs or programmatic functions moving from probation to DYD, my expectation is that the funding that supports those programs and functions would move as well to DYD. So that would kind of be the first thing we would look at to see if probation's not doing it anymore, then the funding should go to DYD. There's the substantial amount of state funding that we draw on each year to fund activities in the probation department. So that might be the next place we look to see what state resources we have that can be used to support these efforts at DYD. We have an obligated fund balance that we had set aside for Youth Justice Reimagined. That is still there. It is, I don't want to say it's depleted, but it is not as robust as it used to be because we used it to stand up DYD and support some of the current functions. After we're done with those items, we'll know the gap and we'll know what the NCC cost is. Of course, any new ongoing NCC allocation goes through the fiscal resilience protocol process. I do believe that there is some elements that are not just a drag and drop from probation to DYD, primarily care coordination, which I understand to be a new expanded role. So I expect there to be some cost, and we'll understand that better once their report is finalized.
Yeah, thank you. And David, and during our budget presentation, I believe you had a pretty significant ask, and in terms of staff and dollars. And was your ask related to this transition?
Yes, absolutely. So while the report back certainly will dig into the details and certainly refine the numbers that were presented, we've been working on this for a long time, right? So we have identified what we think the cost is going to be, and that includes both the programming, right, just the flat out opportunities for young people, but it also adds a component of care coordination, which would be folks with a social work background working directly with the young people to create a care plan and having that plan to follow them as they matriculate through the process, whether it's into a camp or a hall or SYTF, or even as they return to community. So that is the component that CEO Nikita is mentioning, so the total cost of everything is about $21.8 million for the first phase, which would be all the programming at all the facilities. Again, in our estimation,
right?
You know,
and
more,
you had an
more to
ask
come.
for staff too, didn't you?
Right, the staff is built into that amount. So 15 million of that is roughly the flat out programming.
Okay.
And then there's the care coordination piece, which is about 5 million.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Barger?
May I speak on 22 as well? Thank you very much. And I'm glad that there's an acknowledgement that the departments are working together in this transition of effort to make sure that the resources are going to be allocated in the ways that were mentioned by our CEO, and thank you for the work that you're doing to realize that. As it relates to item 22, I want to turn to this motion on services for youth impacted by human trafficking. I want to start with something simple and unequivocal, that Los Angeles County will not tolerate human trafficking in our communities. In recent years, the county has moved towards a public health approach focused on prevention, community-based care, and equity. And that approach must guide all of our efforts, including how we respond to the commercial sexual exploitation of children. This shift from reactive system-driven responses to proactive community-based care is the right one, but we have to make it real in practice. The recent report back from probation and DCFS makes clear we're not there. It highlights serious gaps between the resources we have and the services actually reaching our young people, especially when it comes to staffing, referral pathways, and the use of time-limited state funding. So I want to emphasize that this is not a funding problem. This is a systems and accountability problem, and it is on us to fix it. It is unacceptable that vacancies in probation's child trafficking unit are limiting referrals for our young people who need help. It is unacceptable that trafficking survivors with no recent arrests are still under probation supervision and at risk of rearrest for technical violations. And it is unacceptable that millions of dollars intended for direct services went unspent on those services while young people went without support. It is unacceptable that placement instability for trafficked youth in DCFS care continues to exceed national standards. So if we are going to, as a county family, all of us, be serious about a care-first public health approach, we must ensure resources are actually reaching young people quickly, consistently, and in coordination with our community partners. We owe that to survivors and to their families, and we have more work to do to get there. So with that, I want to get into some questions. First, for probation. Your report states that you have 5 vacancies in the child trafficking unit and that you're taking an innovative approach with a global perspective to address these vacancies and the unit's needs. What does that mean? And how will you ensure that young people in probation custody get the supportive services they need, since probation is one of the primary parties making referrals?
Good afternoon, supervisors. Essentially, it means that we continue to look at how many of these services can be provided by non-sworn staff. That the truth of the matter is that we simply cannot don't have the number of peace officers to dedicate to this special unit or other special units while still trying to comply with, and which we are, with the requirements for the staffing under the DOJ agreement at the facilities. So it's simply an acknowledgement that says a long-term strategy has to be moving as much as we can from this unit to either non-sworn through contracts or through different departments. The idea that in the near future we would be able to grow this unit back to having 15 or so officers, or even doubling what we have now, is impractical, and it would simply mean that I'd have to make a decision. Am I going to comply with this unit functioning, or am I going to comply with a court order for staffing the facilities? And I think the answer has to be clear, which is for those that we already have in custody, that has to be the priority. And that doesn't mean that we don't know how important it is to provide these other services, but that in the near future, as much of it has to shift to non-sworn work.
Some of the people, I hear you, and some of the people who are in your custody are there because they're not getting these services. So given the staffing challenges you rightly acknowledge, how are we getting those referrals done today?
So there are still referrals happening, and so there was still a director, there's still a supervisor, and so I don't want anybody to think that it's that we've gone down to 0 and this isn't being provided. I think that the question at hand would be, if we had more staff dedicated, could our reach be further? But it's simply prioritizing the fact that the ones that we have in custody, we certainly are getting those referrals, but there was also this component that was sort of reaching out and doing preventative work and the field work. That has suffered. That portion of it has suffered because the prioritization for us is those that are in custody. Again, it's not ideal. If this was an area that I could make more robust again, I would. It's simply a public acknowledgement that even in specialized units like this is where we are today.
For DCFS, why are our referrals to advocacy organizations so low when we know we have kids in need of these supportive services? And why do the contracts consistently have unspent dollars allocated to direct services? And how do you see our ability to change that?
Thank you, Supervisor. Brandon Nichols, Director of the Department of Children and Family Services. Appreciate your board's attention to this issue. Appreciate champions for our traffic youth. Honestly, we need them. We need people lifting that up. So I appreciate this opportunity to talk publicly about this issue. Our referrals to advocacy services have remained fairly constant, about 17 a month, but the number of hotline calls coming in identifying trafficked youth has decreased significantly. It's down, I want to say, almost 40%. So people out in the community, law enforcement folks, are just not contacting and calling the hotline enough. So we've expanded the criteria we use to make a referral, just to make sure that we're making services available to everybody, even those that are at risk now. But I think our focus on identification to DCFS needs to be strengthened so that we're finding the kids that are out there, we're getting them into loving arms and getting them serviced.
And do you think the reduced call volume is because it's not happening as often, or because perhaps law enforcement isn't?
Unfortunately, I worry that it's happening more than ever. I've been in personal conversations with some of the chiefs and the sheriff's department folks at one point. There have been changes in the law. They were challenged by funding and staffing, and they've reallocated resources. And I don't want to drag them here without them present, but I feel like there's been a little bit of a disengagement because they've had to focus on other things. But certainly on my side, at the side of the guy who answers the telephone call, the phone is ringing less, even though I think the number of kids out there is as great as ever.
And so for both probation and DCFS, can you talk about why we aren't spending SB 855 and SB 794 dollars on services and supports instead of staffing, which is what they're currently being used for?
Yeah. I can answer for the DCFS side. I don't know about the probation side as much. I guess I want to start with, we wrote a report back. It was, let's see, how many pages? I think it was 19 pages. It's a little complicated, and I think it confused folks to some degree. I apologize for that. These are technically difficult issues. There's a lot of detail, and sometimes we oversimplify. I want to start by saying we claim and spend all the money that the state makes available to serve CSEC youth, and in fact, your board, through us, it almost doubles it. The state gives us about $3-4 million a year, and then we put another $3-4 million on top of it. So all the money that the state gives us, we take full advantage of, and then we make our own local investment. In terms of particular contracts, we've provisioned them large for large numbers of kids so that they're there to help kids when a kid's identified and referred over. The fact is, not enough kids are going over to spend that entire amount. So when it's underspent, then we take it back and spend it on other CSEC-related activities, which could include our own staff. DCFS is pretty robustly staffed here. We have 41 dedicated items to CSEC. It helps underwrite some of that cost. We also spend it on other services, supporting Dream Court, housing, and advocacy services.
For probation?
Yeah, with respect to the CSEC allocation, it's a fair question, and our work there isn't done. So I think that we'll make a correction on the next report back on here. I think that we had listed for the fiscal year, maybe $425,000 had been unspent. I think that was a mistake. I think at least closer to $250,000 of that are already allocated for contracts through DYD. So we're really looking at the smaller number of $160,000, which we're working with CEO to make sure that we spend that down.
Okay, and the essence of the question, it's helpful to understand why we are where we are, and ideally, we want to be spending those dollars on services and supports. It is my understanding that since 2024, only 73 referrals were made under the LASD MOU, and only 43 under the LAPD MOU. And you touched on this a little bit in terms of perhaps some of the challenges our law enforcement partners are facing. The contract amount and outreach strategy have not changed despite the low referrals, limited law enforcement capacity, and the county's shift to a public health approach. So how can we better evaluate these efforts and think through alternative recommendations so we're using these dollars in the ways that they're intended and really maximizing impact for our young people? Either one.
Yeah, I'll be happy to talk about that, Supervisor. I worry that on this program and other programs, we become routine and stagnant, but the landscape around us changes, and we need to, keep tracking and adapting. That is my challenge to my staff. I've recently made some changes in staffing on my side, and I'm going to keep pushing them to think differently and think better. So for example, in the past, we only referred youth that were actually trafficked, but now and into the future, we're going to refer youth that are at risk of being trafficked. We're going to expand our net, cast a wider net, try to keep kids from falling into trafficking. Through the direction of your board and leadership of some of the community, we've expanded to include economic trafficking. So there have been some changes, but we can't just rest on them. We can't say it's going great. It's not going great. We need to. You need to keep pushing us. We need to keep pushing ourselves to think new.
Supervisor Horvath, I think you're right. I think essentially we need to take a look at the model and see if maybe we're essentially answering yesterday's question and not today's. What I will tell you is that you're not alone. This is an area important to us. We acknowledge it. I've spent most of my career in this space. I'm a lifetime Sexual Assault Investigator Association member. I did most of my career not in narcotics, not in gangs, but in sexual assaults, high-risk sex offenders, sexually violent predator. I was in the state sex offender management board. So this is important to me personally. I wish we could use the old model, which is to throw resources in terms of people, because when we send people to the problem, they figure it out. We in probation don't have that opportunity today, which is why I mentioned understanding that there's still unspent resources, to really rely more on our partners to make sure that we're the liaison between the services and the identified person, rather than to provide the services ourselves, is probably the answer moving forward so that we can have sort of broader reach.
I appreciate that acknowledgement, because I think that while I think that's uniquely impacting this issue, I don't think this issue is the only issue that suffers from that problem, and I think that's why sort of our hopeful shift by including DYD in service provision can help us in that regard. I think we've acknowledged staffing challenges, and we're trying to move in a different direction, not only from a vision standpoint, but also given the challenges that we face. And we need to serve these kids. We cannot leave these dollars unspent. We cannot leave them unhelped. So finally, I'll go to DYD. In your report back, you noted that you would need $3.84 million annually to build your capacity to support youth impacted by trafficking who are referred by DCFS and probation. This estimate, as I understand it, is based on initial projections by probation and DCFS of about 500 referred youth per year, which is a number, as we've heard, far greater than the number of young people we've ever served annually. So have you explored which, if any, of the unspent funds could be shifted to DYD to cover this work?
Supervisor, I am not prepared to answer that question. I am curious if Taylor, who has been working directly on this, can help me with that particular answer. She's right here. Thank you.
Hello, Supervisor.
Hi.
We have started exploring, but to Director Carroll's point, don't have clarity on which of the unspent funds could work for those staffing needs because they're ongoing cost needs. But we'll continue to explore, as we're exploring the need for capacity building for sure.
And I'm ending there because, once again, I want to restate on this particular issue, this is not a resource issue. We have the funding. And so among these three departments, we need to find solutions to make sure that those dollars are being invested, especially when some of them are time limited. They are given to us intentionally to address this specific issue. We cannot afford to leave resources on the table when these young people, there may be opportunity to get them out of custody so they aren't people that need to be in your facilities and can instead be better served by a different kind of program. So I appreciate the collective focus on figuring out how we solve this problem, how we better use our resources, and as you say, address the problems that we're facing today, because they are challenging, but they are funded, and we need to make sure that we are using those funds accordingly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Barger?
Thank you, and thank you for these questions. And I know, just from some of the work I've done dealing with the sex traffic, they really are traumatized, and it takes a long time for the healing. And it's important for us to invest in that support, recognizing that oftentimes they go back to the street or back to the person that was trafficking them. And so it takes a while to really help these individuals. I hope that we will recognize that it's not some people think you just pick them up the street and put them in a home and everything's fine, and it's just not that simple. And I know, Brandon, we've dealt with this with some of our group homes, where we had young women that had been trafficked that had a difficult time not going back onto the street. But with that, I have a question regarding the first motion. I don't have any concern aside from hoping there'll be an active coordination between the departments to ensure a smooth transition during implementation. I mean, I think it's important because we're all on the same team. These are the same youth, whether it be probation or DYD that's providing the services. The bottom line is that we should all be working together on that. DYD has already established a presence inside the facilities, correct?
Correct.
So that should help guide this expanded role, and hopefully will function as a practice moving forward. But David, I know this will come back as a report, but what do you anticipate needing? And I know that that was asked by Supervisor Hahn, additional staff inside the facilities, and what is the broader vision as it relates to just not even the staffing, just the vision moving forward?
Sure. So thank you for that question. There are really three pillars to the plan, the programming plan. One is to increase the access and the amount of programming and the diversity of the type of programming that's available. The next kind of pillar is the program coordination, which would be DYD staff assisting in helping people get to where they need to go, CBOs get to where they need to go, where the appropriate units, making sure they had the resources they needed to perform whatever service that they're performing, and then providing the oversight, the data, the accountability as part of that process. And then the third pillar is the care coordination, which was that individualized planning that I was mentioning earlier, to make sure that we were meeting the needs of the young people, but also creating a portfolio that they can take with them as they exit the facility, and quite frankly, when they go to court, right, to have something showing some of the wonderful things that they've done, some of the productive things that they've done along the way. So those are the three pillars, and of course there would be staff that would go along with each one of those. We're still trying to determine, and part of the report back will determine the level. We've taken an approach and provided that in our budget request, but of course as we dig deeper into this, that could change.
But you're going to have benchmarks, outcomes, so that we can see the data as it relates to what's going on?
That's absolutely important, and part of the report back also is looking at the baseline data that probation has now, so that we can really determine whether we are improving the conditions for the young people and the amount of programming. And there's a lot of anecdotal evidence where we say, well, sometimes programs don't show up. I would much rather have a statistic that said 72% of the time programming CBOs show up on time, or whatever that percentage happens to be.
And then Guillermo, I know that there is staff currently providing this service. I mean, how do you see this working as it relates to blending it and getting the transition?
Thank you for the opportunity. And essentially, my read on this is a reaffirmation of prior actions by this board in the creation of DYD, and certainly is expediting that transition. I think the only area where we'll have to continue to collaborate is that certainly funding for providers, and that move across the DYD is the easier component. I think that what I've heard is that there's going to be an additional infrastructure sought at DYD to be able to do this, and that staff certainly wouldn't be coming from probation because we're not using additional staffing aside from our peace officers to do this work. So we don't have separate staff that's dedicated to do programming on the HR side or any of that. So I would just say, I would like us to be very cautious in our coming sort of conversations on the fact that this isn't an operation that you would simply lift up and take over with staffing, because that staffing plays double and triple duty when they're not simply dedicated to this. I think in part what I've heard is the fact that we use our peace officers to do this work, and what we're trying to do is go in a different direction. So naturally, I know that we wouldn't be expecting sort of those PY to go over, but rather funding of some sort for them to be able to bring up their own infrastructure.
So that means the staff will be able to be transferred into a position that you need. I mean,
I don't think there is any. I think that the peace officer staff that we have that is performing some of this work or being the coordinators have to stay with us to be able to do the custodial work.
No, that's my point. I mean, but you can find work for them, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
My answer is yes.
Yeah, good. Keep it up. For item number 22, I understand the need to move the funding from probation to DYD, given the upcoming expenditure deadline. At the same time, some of the directives included in here seem like items that would typically have gone through the cluster process. So I'd like to hear from David how DYD plans to ensure the remaining $166,000 in SB 794 funding is fully spent.
Sure, and I know that, in late 2025, DYD was approached by probation to set up purchase orders with 5 different organizations to try to expedite getting that money out to the organizations that we're supporting. My understanding is about $178,000 is what we're going to get out this, as part of that purchase order process. My understanding is that the motion, Directive 1, really just changes it to a contractual relationship as opposed to the purchase order situation that we've set up now. So we've got the list of organizations that we've been working with that are actually boots on the ground, actually working directly with the victims of sex trafficking, that are kind of dictating and asking for more resources to continue those activities. So that is my understanding. And Taylor, you can feel free to.
So you don't see a problem with expending the 166 with existing
I do not.
contracts in place?
I would, yeah. So I don't see a problem at all. Again, the organizations have been approaching us for increasing and asking for more, but of course, with the PO, there's a limit to how far you can go. So I don't see a challenge there.
Is there a limit, CEO?
There typically is a limit, Supervisor, yes. Now no, you're asking me what the limits are?
Yes.
I'd have to get back to you on the specific limits, but I know that when I try to do something over 25,000, I'm told I can't do it. So I'd have to go back and check the numbers.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Brandon, I've long pushed for additional advocacy and housing contracts for the CSEC population. Item 22 asks about unspent funds, and I know that there continues to be a need for housing for this population. Can you or can DCFS think outside the box to add additional beds for this population using unspent funds? Is that possible? I know that I've been approached by nonprofits that want to receive funding to operate homes.
Sure. Not with unspent funds, because like I said, we're spending everything we get and then adding more. But I do think we need to continue to focus on housing. I will say we have a couple vendors who specialize in housing for this population, Zoe and Optimist. And Optimist recently partnered with another group, can't remember their name, and something Mentor Love, to buy 7 homes.
Love Mentor.
Love Mentor, thank you. To buy 7 homes. Of those 7 homes, we only have 2 beds under contract. There's 4 more beds available. If we could find money to get those other 4 beds secured for these kids, that's 4 more kids who are living in good, specialized housing. And I know there's at least one other vendor that we already work with on other issues that wants to expand their housing. So there's there's people interested in doing this work, even though it's hard work. It's a matter of finding money and contracting with them, but I hear your call. If I could just take a
Yeah, but can you
moment, you know, we
clarify
did.
that? You said you're only paying for 2 beds, but you want to purchase more beds?
Yeah, they have 2 that we're under contract with. They have an additional, I want to say it's 7.
Right.
Would love to pay for them if we can find the money to do it.
Okay.
Working on that. We did do a study that was presented to your board several years ago. It was Nickel and Cal State LA, which looked at the housing needs of this population. What it came back with, just to refresh your recollection, is every kid needs a different kind of housing. There's not just one we can buy. So I think we need to make sure that we continue to diversify the housing options so that they meet the needs of the kids that we have. But another thing I wanted to call out, and just because it's relevant, and this is the probably best place to fit it in that study, it said that our system is very disproportionate on this issue. While 7 to 8% of kids in the population are Black, 2/3, 60 to 70% of the trafficked kids looked at by Nickel were Black. So I just want to remind everybody that as we make plans, make housing, develop programs, we need to keep that in mind because it is really inequitable the way Black kids are trafficked.
And do we have a percentage on what percentage are foster youth?
Total in the county?
Yeah.
Probably. I
track
don't know it
that?
off the top of my head. I'm sorry, but a fair number.
Yeah, I mean, I just know that it's interesting how this works, interesting in a sick way.
Yeah, I mean,
'Cause
I
know
can tell
that
you
we've had them go infiltrate our emergency shelters to try to recruit.
we have 550 kids right now, I believe, under DCFS supervision that have been trafficked or like almost being trafficked. So there's a good number, and I'm sure we're still undercounting. I'm sure there's some that are still not identified.
Yeah, I mean, it's already a vulnerable population, and they prey on their
It's a fish in a barrel.
vulnerability.
It's so sad.
Yeah. Is there a healthier community, stronger families, thriving children funds available for the human trafficking training?
I don't know. What I do know is that we have funds available right now today for all the training that is currently planned. If there was an additional training that folks, my team or others wanted to identify, I probably could find money for it. I mean, there are leftover amounts in the contracts at the end of each year that don't carry over. That's what we're using today to spend on things like staff. We can look at that to see what might be available. But to commit to large-scale housing projects, like that money's not certain enough for landlords to enter into contracts and things.
So the HST funds, you're confident we're not leaving any money on the table as it relates to utilizing that?
There remains a small pool of HST funds, which are local county flexible monies.
Right.
At the end of each year, they've been carrying over each year. Those don't go away. We try to maximize the use of state funds that are made available to us and would only dip into those HST funds if we had to.
Yeah.
But there is some amount in that pot.
Okay. And then thank you for that. And in closing, Guillermo, I just have to publicly give you a shout out as it relates to the changes you made at Barry Neidorf. I've heard that while we've got a ways to go, the change in leadership has made a big difference in terms of accountability, even in terms of programming. So I want to thank you publicly for what you did, because while I know that our facilities are in need of a lot, sometimes the people that are heading it up can make or break the quality of services that we provide. And by changing the leadership at Barry Neidorf, the feedback I've gotten both at a state level, but also among our advocates it's a difference between night and day. So I just want to thank you for that.
I appreciate that, Supervisor. And folks know nobody is tougher on probation staff than I am. And I thank you for the opportunity to acknowledge that the truth of the matter is this only works because we have dedicated staff. That this is their vocation. They want to come to work to make a difference in people's lives. And I still believe that given the right opportunities and structure, those folks provide the best environment for change for the young people that we have. And I think that's the beginning of that. We're seeing that at Neidorf, but thank you for that acknowledgement of our staff and the hard work that they're doing.
Okay, great. Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before I start, I didn't want the last point that Mr. Nichols made to get lost in translation. When you elevated the issue, the disproportionality of youth who are trafficked are Black, I assumed your comment was to also suggest that we should be clear about the support services we put in place need to carry cultural competency, geographic competency as well. Was that the point you were making? I didn't want to assume.
Absolutely, and if it came across any other way, it was just misspeaking.
I just didn't want it to be lost.
100%.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation. Thank you to my colleagues who brought the motion forward. Supervisor Barker mentioned the fact that we're all on the same team. I think that's sometimes easy for us on this side of the dais to say, but it's not often consistently operationalized. So I hope that the departments here understand how critical it is that you perceive that you are on the same team in terms of making this transition seamless, effective, and for it to work. That's going to be important. You know, we talk about programming consistently as board members and the need. We are clear that it's essential to their healing, their rehabilitation, and their ability to return to their communities better prepared to be successful. And so I think it's also, I agree that it's important that we check in with the young people about what programming they want to engage in, but I think it's also important for departments like DMH and others to also be at the table providing program we know they need. We know that many of them have experienced trauma beyond our lived experiences and our comprehension. And so to make sure that programming is expansive and includes those things that they need for their own healing and transitions is important too. This is a pivotal step to address these issues. I'm clear there'll be a lot of work that will follow, but I am also clear that we must get it right. I want to thank my colleagues for the questions on item 22. I echo all of the expressed concerns. Deeply concerned to hear that call volume is down. Concerned about that, given the fact that I know that there has been a movement afoot at the state level to reverse our treatment of CSEC youth, to return to a time when they were criminalized. I would hate for a reduction in call volume to the 800 number, a reduction in attention by our own sheriff's department. I would hate for that to fuel that movement to a return to criminalizing. So if we need to drill down to figure out the why, I think we should really pay great attention and do that. I want to start with probation because I heard Mr. Carroll talk about his second pillar, and as I understood it, that DYD staff would really kind of help move people from point A to point B around programming. I have understood over the years now that some of your challenges with programming and what we hear from the young people is that when staffing is razor thin, that sometimes complicates the ability to do programming. We hear from the community providers that they can't get into facilities when your staffing numbers are low. And so can you help me understand kind of who's on first, what's on second, if this second pillar in his plan really increases the likelihood that our community-based providers will be able to access the facilities and be present to provide the programming?
Thank you, Supervisor. I'll let Director Carroll answer the portions on his model, but what I'll say is that we're no longer paper thin in staffing, that the recent move in the field staff going into the facilities and the agreement that we made with DOJ and the changes that we're making are specifically to prevent that from happening again. And while it comes at a cost, as we've discussed here today, and some other functions, and we don't want this to be permanent, that in fact, we're not paper thin today, that day on day there is more staff in the facilities than we've ever had that are full duty and are able to do the job. The way I think I've understood is that much like that services are provided by other county departments within the facilities, Juvenile Health Care Services provides services within the facility, the County Office of Education provides, that so would DYD. And so DYD would come on site and provide programming services for our youth. And so I think in a way it allows for our staff to provide the environment for all of these other folks to come and engage. Hopefully at some point we do it as an interdisciplinary team, but right now the model is simply on contracted services coming in. Maybe next year we're in a better place and they're actually approaching the young person as a team and for all their different needs from both the healthcare and the education, and that they're actually making a case plan that has everyone's input. So I don't think that we're in a weaker position by moving in this direction.
So, for example, we've heard for years from LACO that they have challenges getting kids into the classroom, and it's because of staffing. So that's no longer the case?
Yeah, we're better positioned today than we were last year in being able to meet all of those demands. Also, there is improvement that's already taken place. And so it's tough for me sometimes when statements are made that because we are meeting the BSCC programming requirements, because we are getting kids to school on time more often than we were last year. So those things are important because those are the metrics that I think we were discussing before, which are essentially, you need to know what the baseline is to know if there's improvement. I think that's what Director Carroll was saying, and especially to determine where the priorities are. It may be that after you take a look at where we're doing better, that it shifts what you want to tackle first.
I appreciate you saying that. That allows us all to erase old tapes and start afresh on the same page as we go forward. So that's very helpful. Mr. Carroll, I heard you very clearly say resources, and then you looked over at the CEO, as we all do, resources, and we look over there at that end of the table. And I heard the CEO talk about the ability to transfer some of the resources allocated to probation for programming. I want to make sure that we actually can do that. I know that there was legislation afoot, allowing us to transfer some responsibility from probation. I just want to make sure that all of those dollars aren't tied to sworn personnel, and all of those dollars actually can transfer to DYD.
So I will lean on my county council colleagues to answer some of the technical questions, but my understanding as of right now is there's money allocated to programs. So that is an amount that whether they are done by probation or by DYD, the code is agnostic. It allows DYD to perform those functions. The care coordination, again, my understanding is that under, I think it's WIC, that they would qualify as a provider that can work in the probation halls and the camps. They couldn't do, I don't think, some of the peace officer work without some legislative changes. So if you have to move youth from one part of the facility to another to facilitate programming, that might be something that only the probation department can do. But there is, and what I heard the chief say, and this is why I think the report is so critical, that a lot of there's some contracted work that can move to DYD. There's some work that probation does with peace officers that might not be something that can be moved, and that funding probably can't be moved either because it would impact his staffing levels. So I think that when we look at what we can move, we will make sure that there is the ability to do it. I'm not seeing any barriers leap out at me at the moment, but once we have all the details from the report, we'll have a much better sense of how to go about looking at this transition.
Okay. And Mr. Carroll, I appreciate your optimism, the energy you bring to this work. Makes you a great leader for this department. And I want to be really clear that this is a critical moment for your department. And that with this move, we are expecting expansion improvement, not status quo. And so could you talk to me about time frame so we all have a similar expectation about when to see this transition? And how are you going to guarantee that program staff will be able to get in the facility, your contracted staff, get to young people? How are you going to make it different?
First of all, thank you for the question, and I share the weight certainly of the moment and of the responsibility to the young people that we serve. Most importantly, we do have examples over the past few years, right, where we are already in the facility. We have staff that already assist in getting the CBOs to where they need to go. We don't have keys to every door, but we can get them from point A to point B to where just one key has to be turned, as opposed to having someone accompany them and leave their assigned post, for example. So I have full confidence that we will be able to meet the expectations to get the CBOs in and to where they need to go. In terms of the time frame, it's going to move at the speed of collaboration and trust. That's why I'm really excited about Directive 11, which will bring us together monthly. We've already started meeting with both leadership probation staff, as well as some of the more functional level staff that are really going to be the key to the implementation as it moves forward. According to our time frame, we expect that in fiscal year 26-27, we will implement the expanded programming and the taking over of contracts at all facilities, including the camps and halls, as well as, all facilities. In terms of the care coordination piece, if granted that opportunity to provide the care coordination, we expect to start at CVK, working with the girls and gender expansive youth, and perhaps Barry J. Nydorf in fiscal year 26-27, and then phasing in the other facilities over the next couple of fiscal years. Of course, that depends on the resource availability, but again, we need to get all the information. Probation and DYD has to figure out all the financial aspects and what money is available. You know, one thing I haven't heard in the last 3 years when it comes to programming is that resources were a problem. I've never once heard that programming can't be reached because there's not enough money, and I am confident, based on what's already being spent and what is available in some of the sources that were mentioned earlier, I don't have a doubt in my mind that the programming can't be reached.
Excellent. I would just say in closing that there always seems to be a disconnect between what we witness, what we hear from the young people and their families, to what we see on paper. Arts and culture isn't represented here today. They have expressed a significant portfolio of programming that they're responsible for. So when we look at it on paper, it looks like lots of programming should take place, and yet, as Supervisor Hahn says consistently when she's there, when I've been there, and when the young people tell you, it doesn't seem to match. And so I just want to put that out there to make sure that we're clear that all of the departments are at the table, that all of it should, I guess, come through you. I don't know how arts and culture stays outside of this or comes into this, but there just has been a consistent huge disconnect. When we look at reports, it looks like folks should be programmed 24 hours, 10 days a week. And in reality, that doesn't seem to be the case. So I just want to share that so you can begin to close that delta.
And I appreciate that. And I should have highlighted at some point earlier, as part of this conversation, I personally met with every department head that has any type of facility interaction, including arts and culture. And we all, to a person, we all expressed the interest in collaborating. And maybe some of that disconnect is that it's somewhat siloed and segmented, right, depending on the entity that's providing the programming. And if we all kind of work together, sometimes, again, there's individuals that receive a ton of programming, but then there's another population that doesn't, right? So making sure that it's equitable across, all populations. But we certainly see the value of all the other county partners, including the health providing agencies, arts and culture, libraries. If I'm missing anyone, that's certainly not on purpose, but I met with every one of those department heads along the way.
And that's helpful that it's accurately reported, because I didn't get the impression that what I was seeing in reports was for a particular population, a particular facility, or a particular individual. So that even the way it's presented, it's really clear in terms of the true expansive nature and integrity of the programming. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. A lot has been said by my colleagues, so I'm not going to read what I had because questions have already been asked. But I want to ask you, Guillermo, you said something that kind of struck me about the change now in your department. People are showing up, and I think there was some sense that people are more collaborative. Can you elaborate on that? No, I mean, I know we've had issues with morale and all of that. Where are we with all of that?
No, our staff are still under a tremendous amount of pressure. And certainly, I don't think if you put a survey out today that the genuine sentiment, the general sentiment of the staff would be positive. Because the folks that are coming to work are having to work double shifts. They are being moved from where they've been subject matter experts to cover behind in a facility. So that particular measure is a tough one, and we continue to try to come up with employee wellness. But at the end of the day, when an employee is being tasked with doing their work and their colleagues' work, we're always going to have low morale. But what I can say is that if you take a look at places like Nydorf and specific units in LP, there is an improvement from what you would have seen last year. We're moving in the right direction. The staff that do show up are committed to the work that they're doing despite how tough the circumstances are. So I just don't want it to be lost because it's easy. I enter into conversations where I'm dissatisfied with the quality of programming, where I focus on mismanagement in one area, but that shouldn't detract from the fact that we have committed staff that are the backbone of why we're able to continue to provide services for kids, and that conditions are improving. Just visiting LP, you should see that it feels different than it did last year. That doesn't mean we're satisfied. That doesn't mean that we want to be. It doesn't mean that the quality of programs doesn't need to increase. It doesn't mean that we aren't missing specific populations. But it does mean that I'm confident that we're meeting all of the BSCC requirements for programming, something that we were having difficulty with. So the movement in the department is in a positive direction. The question continues to be, is it sustainable? And it's sustainable in the sense that the retraction to the facilities, we're going to meet those demands, but at the cost of the field and all of the other incredible work that only probation does in the field. So that's maybe a conversation for down the line, is how do we, now that we have reduced the amount of probationers whose lives we're able to impact in the field, the adult probationers, that's sort of a bill we'll have to pay tomorrow. But today, we have more staff in the facilities, and we're doing a better job of meeting those requirements.
And I want to thank the authors of the motions, and these are really tough and challenging issues. And I too am very concerned about how we are actually doing a better diagnosis of these youngsters once they leave. If they leave DCFS, they go to you, they go bounce back. Those mechanisms have to be in place, and they should be a tracking system that goes beyond just this panel, by the way, because it should also include mental health and any of our other services. Because I don't feel as though you could look up one child and see the whole picture since they came into our custody. And I feel that we're really missing a lot. And this is something we've always talked about, but it takes money to do that and collaboration. I'm glad that that seems to be the theme, but more has to happen. And I know those are budget items that we wouldn't get necessarily paid through by the federal government or maybe even the state. So NCC comes up again. And how do we achieve that goal? Because I think a thing that runs through this county is the lack of having a sophisticated IT system to bring all that data together and to really be able to make the diagnosis and then accurately spend the amount of money that's needed for that treatment, or making sure that those appointments and that service is actually provided and not just on a piece of paper. These discussions have been going on since I got here.
Well, Supervisor, I'm happy to report, if nothing else, probation has undertaken the laborious project of having a centralized case management system. That is something that we're going to leave sort of as a legacy item that could be utilized by probation management and the staff that do the assessments to come. And if just in 30 seconds, I can describe what that means. When you have the technology for a case management system, you're able to, from the point that you receive someone in our system, start applying measures and tests to determine what their needs are, come up with a case plan that can be shared by the group, meaning all of the care providers, that can be adjusted by utilizing dynamic tools that then you can follow when they're released. This county hasn't had that and hasn't been using that. So many of the questions that come forward, such as, did that intervention have a positive impact? We don't know. Or to simply ask, what were that young person's needs and did we meet them? We really don't know. That hasn't been centralized. That is a project that we're in the middle of, and that regardless of who's providing the services, they'll be able to tap into
That will be integrated with DYD and DCFS and
yeah, and case management do things like you're able to provide a printout so that the young person knows everything they participated in. They can take it with them, or that you can print out so their whole network knows what you're working on, or that they can have some say as to what things they want in their case management. We don't do that today, and part of it is because of technology.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up where Supervisor Barger left off with DCFS. You used the example of if you had more funding, you might be able to cover some of the beds that you talked about. And in our reading of your budget, you're spending the funding largely on staffing, which is why I asked the question that I did. So it is our hope that you are using that funding on services. So how do we shift that so the spending is actually on service provision, things like the beds that you're talking about?
Well, for DCFS, our primary service is our staff. It is our social workers assigned to each child. They are the child's advocate. They make sure that the child is well cared for. They write court reports. They do case planning. That DCFS is largely a direct service department and not a contracted department. So I just want to make sure that we're clear. That is a service. Our staff is a service to the child. Each child has a social worker. They develop a relationship. That social worker actually often forms a bond with the kid. Housing remains a challenge for DCFS. I'll just be honest about that. It's expensive in LA County. We don't have enough money for all the housing we would like. Every kid has a bed, but not every bed is the right bed for that kid.
Very clear that staffing is the service that we provide in many departments through the county, so I'm very clear about that. It's our CSEC youth who need the specialized kind of services that this funding is intended for, I think is sort of where we would like to see more of that spending be able to go. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions from the board, executive office, let's go to the members of the public who'd like to speak on the item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Stephanie Richard, Paloma Bustos, Claudia Jerez, Helen Eggenberg, Tariq Shib, Olivia Shields, Isabella Suleiman, Kent Mendoza, and Ruby Lizarraga. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address items 20 and 22, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Roy Humphreys, your line is open. Please begin.
Yeah, hats off to the crew and the dynamic AI computers, but y'all are riding the never-ending merry-go-round. As Dirty Harry says, a man's got to know his limitations. You have the audacity to repeatedly stir this pot of vile sewage while you have no window. The receivership should have happened years ago, as well as Men's Central Jail, and a failure of which is criminal negligence deserving of prosecution. Yes, we passed the La Land care first mentality post-kindergarten. Yes, your priorities should be spending dollars on Biden illegals and fighting ICE. Priorities count. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 310-245, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. You said you can hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah. So my name is Mel Bailey, and I'm calling because I had a question. I'm really trying to get behind this whole DYD discussion, but with the budget, is there a way that there can be is there a way that there can be a phone number added for DYD and external usage? And I ask because I volunteer as a child advocate, community youth advocate, and I have an auntie who has a nephew that she's working with through kinship program, and we tried to reach DYD in real time for a crisis that we were having, and we called the 213-974-1234 number. That gave us the 351 number, and that was a disconnected number. Ms. Mitchell, I actually called your office, and they said that there is a phone number, but they can't give it out. The reason why this is important is because when we have someone in the community.
Lindsay, your line is open. Please begin.
Eichenberger, and I'm with the Arts for Healing and Justice Network, an organization that provides arts programming inside camps and halls for young people, and has been for the past 10 years. Actually, our 10th anniversary is this year. Many of our founding members have been doing it for years and years beyond that. As a youth-serving organization, we support the shifting of power and responsibility away from probation wherever possible. We support this motion, but also bring many concerns about its implementation. As contract holders of arts and culture, we have developed really strong protocols and relationships that have been built to ensure that quality programming happens with minimal disruption. Nothing's perfect, but we want to ensure that any major shift in these contracts, especially the ones like ours that are working really well, we want to be mindful of the impact that could have on the programming and the young people that benefit from it. In our experience, some of these transitions result in undue burden being placed on CBOs when we have less resources and staff. But as always, we advocate for the inclusion and centering of voices that are most impacted during transitions like this, which means
Thank you. Elida Ledesma, your line is open. Please begin.
My name is Elida Ledesma. I am the Executive Director of the Arts for Healing and Justice Network. We are also a coordinating member of LAEF and a member of the Education Justice Coalition. I, like my colleague, are also calling to offer my cautious support for Agenda Item 20. Although this is an important step in shrinking probation's footprint, we do have concerns about the implementation if approved. As an organization that currently coordinates programming inside the facilities in partnership with the Department of Arts and Culture, we know that they are effective contracting models that should stay in place. We hope that the Department of Youth Development sees this as an opportunity to partner with community to meaningfully improve their own contracting process, listen and be accountable to youth feedback, and responsive to service provider input. We hope that DYD takes the necessary actions to reduce the number of detentions, promote decarceration strategies, and stay true to the vision of Youth Justice Reimagined. Thank you.
Thank you. Byron, your line is open. Please begin.
Byron with the Trans-Latina Coalition and Reimagine LA. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for your work on this motion and really naming what is unacceptable for our young people, for our community, and what should be unacceptable for this board, and your follow-up and really making sure that personnel or staff are not direct services. Those are not the wraparound services and the direct life-affirming care that our youth need. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for uplifting the need to making sure that we're intentional and we're equity and in investing the care as well as the in terms of geographics and making sure that we are really calling that out as this needs to be. As we move forward, we want to make sure that as we look at vulnerable populations, we're looking at any sort of reports and other data that is needed to better align this work, whether it's for youth and for other anti-carceral work. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 213-567, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. I definitely agree with this. This motion, basically, I agree with a better system for the children to be an effective member. My name is Andrew McPherson, and I am a member of the community. The effective system, successful system that we have should be better than what it is right now. but there's a proper way of doing so. I believe there should be a tier, a stair-step system to better care and have a better ending result, bettering a life situation. It should be a physical evaluation, mental evaluation as well, to know the best direction each child should be placed in, whether immediate housing and jobs or a more intricate support trained professionals who help heal with
Thank you.
eye-to-eye peer on.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for items 20 and 22 is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
My name is Professor Stephanie Richard. I'm the director of the Sunita Jain Anti-Trafficking Initiative at Loyola Law School. I want to begin by affirming support for the important work underway by DYD, DCFS, and probation to better serve youth impacted by trafficking. At the same time, I must be candid. The board motion and March report back highlights serious gaps between intent and implementation. The report itself notes several areas of misalignment, but it does not resolve the deeper issues. Specifically, the 5-year plan to integrate child labor trafficking into services has been delayed by the former CLTC leadership and has not been integrated due to lack of support and resources. Yet, we heard in the motion that the report back highlights that money is being returned to the state. And yet in this discussion today, we heard nothing about labor trafficked youth. So I just want to remind you of another vulnerable population that has been underrepresented and undervoiced in this community. The second thing—
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Paloma Bustos with the Sunita Jain Anti-Trafficking Initiative at Loyola Law School, and I'm speaking in support of item number 22. I've had experience of working directly with community-based organizations supported by DYD, and I've seen firsthand the need for more specialized training. Many providers lack a foundational understanding of trauma and trafficking and how young people are exploited, including situations where youth are forced into criminal activity and then punished for it instead of being recognized as victims. This matters because so many youth who end up in probation are in there because of adverse childhood experiences such as abuse, neglect, violence, or instability at home and in their communities. This makes them more vulnerable to exploitation and trafficking, and too often youth who are trafficked are labeled as offenders and pushed through systems that do not fully address what they have experienced, even though what we are seeing is often a response to pain and survival. What we need is support. That means connecting youth to connecting your people to mentors they trust, to mental health care, to stable
Next
housing.
speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Helen Eigenberg. I'm a resident of SD3. I want to thank Supervisor Horvath and Supervisor Hahn for this motion. I thank probation and DYD for both coming to the table. We will serve our youth better when everyone has a seat at the table, which is what we were always asking since the facilities have been found unsuitable. The one voice that I want to ensure is always uplifted and heard is the voice of the youth. Those closest to the problem are closest to the solution. The juvenile system is about rehabilitation. This motion has the potential to change course, to put youth at the center by giving DYD programming and continuum of care, by being with the youth from intake to reentry. Youth heal by genuine relationships. This motion has the potential to do this. I recognize there's a lot to figure out here, but by keeping youth at the center, we can do it. We must end the status quo. We must rehabilitate and heal these young people. I promise you, each one of them is worth it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Olivia Shields with Urban Peace Institute. I'd like to thank Supervisors Horvath and Hahn for today's motion. We are in full support. We have an enormous opportunity to build out a true continuum of care for our young people, with DYD taking a pivotal role in addressing severe gaps in programming and resources inside facilities, and also having deeper involvement in supporting youth at intake and through reentry. We look forward to advancing the broader Youth Justice Reimagined vision through transparent, collaborative, community-focused implementation that centers the voice of youth. I have handed the clerk packets containing feedback directly from youth incarcerated at Barry J. Neidorf and Los Padrinos for each board office to review and consider. As you will read, the young people feel hopeful and energized by the opportunity for DYD to do something completely different from what they've experienced from probation. Youth have reiterated the importance of having programs that are relevant to their interests and goals and equip them with the versatile skills necessary to succeed in any career they choose. They have to have the opportunities to build direct relationships with DYD staff so DYD can speak to their character, provide individualized care, and offer positive youth development lens in contrast to probation. Most importantly, youth input must be continuously included in every step of this enormous transition because, as they know better.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Claudia Jerez, DWC, DPSS. Ending the status quo It doesn't seem like it's a very good idea because it's all of us. So I don't believe it's a good idea. Okay, so I'd like you to know a little bit about me. I have 18 years of college level experience and I have a master's degree. So, I can get recommendations and I can actually be a consultant. I am piggyback on what Ms. Holly has said about we are in a critical moment for our city and our country. And I will be very clear. It's not only critical moment, but it is a moment that would either make you or break you. For certain. Furthermore, it is critical to understand the immense and powerful sex addiction, sex needs, and sexual behavior
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I will put it on.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Ruby Lazarga. I'm a policy fellow at the Anti-Recidivism Coalition here in support of Motion 20. This motion is an important step towards realizing the county's Youth Justice Reimagined vision. While the Department of Youth Development has expanded diversion and community-based programming, it still lacks the authority to fully lead programming inside youth facilities. This motion allows DYD to develop a clear plan to take on a stronger leadership role while working more closely with the probation department. It ensures coordination, accountability, and ongoing reporting to this board while supporting both departments in better serving youth during this critical moment. Young people in custody are telling us what's missing: meaningful programming, access to services, and a true continuum of care that supports their reentry. They want to be heard and supported in ways that reflect their goals. Motion 20 helps build that structure. By investing in youth development, education, and rehabilitation, we can reduce recidivism and improve public safety. Safer communities come from investing in young people, not just managing them in custody.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Isabella Solomon. I am a mother, a student of philosophy, and formerly incarcerated. I'm here today with ARC in support of Supervisor Horvath and Hahn's motion to further implement the county's Youth Justice Reimagined vision for DYD. This motion is not just about shifting responsibilities between departments, it is about aligning values and strengthening collaboration. At the core, I believe everyone, the probation department, DYD, and community organizations all want the same thing: for young people to be safe, supported, and able to thrive. This is not about choosing one department over another. It is about recognizing that each has a role to play and that we are strongest when those roles are clear, complementary, and working in partnership. Probation plays an important role in safety. DYD brings expertise in development, healing, and opportunity. When those strengths are aligned, I just want to close off real quick with, it takes a village.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tyreek Ship. I currently serve as the Secretary of the POC, but I'm speaking in my capacity as Policy Coordinator at ARC. I won't rehash some of the letter that I attached to the agenda yesterday, but what I will say is I just did an inspection at Campus Kilpatrick. Speaking to the young people there, I learned that programming, it doesn't fit the needs of the young people. It doesn't fit the wants of young people right now. And we need somebody to come in and fit that need. If you look at the letter that I attached to the agenda, I also talk about that youth want to give feedback. And once they go from facility to facility, they lose the programming that helps them the most. So I just want to express to the board that this motion is going to move this forward, and DYD has that plan, and that's something that's needed, especially right now for these young girls as they transition into Campus Kilpatrick. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board. I just want to thank the Supervisor Janice Hahn and Supervisor Hobart for introducing this important motion. This is a motion that's going to continue to expand and implement the Youth Justice Reimagined report and vision that we created many years ago and that this board has already approved. So I just want to thank you for moving the needle even more. Right now, this is the time where we need these types of things to happen. We want to see our young people succeed, and in order for them to succeed, we need to have all the promise on the same page, and this just moves us closer to making that happen. So just want to thank the board and continue to do these types of motion. This is what's going to move the needle for public safety and for the young people that are currently in our custody. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on these items.
Item 20 is before you.
Moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item 22 is now before you.
Moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell? Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay. We will now move on to item 27, anti-poverty pledge across Los Angeles County, which was held by.
No.
And Madam Chair, I'm releasing my hold on item 24.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Item 27.
So item 27, for members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on a telephone. Christina Meza, Executive Director, Poverty Alleviation Initiative, Chief Executive Office, is available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Supervisor Mitchell's recognized, and her co-author, Supervisor Horvath, can speak after. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. You know, colleagues, it was in his State of the Union address in 1964 that Lyndon B. Johnson, the president, declared his war on poverty. And at that time, the poverty rate was 19% nationwide. In 2024, the child poverty rate was just under 15%. So when you think about the investment in time over a 60-year period, we have not made good, consistent traction, particularly when you acknowledge that in many instances, poverty is a result of policy choices that are being made by elected bodies. And right now, families across LA County are being pushed off a cliff. H.R. 1 represents the largest cut to the social safety net in the history of this nation. And over 250,000 residents are at risk of losing critical CalFresh and Medi-Cal benefits later this year. That's in addition to the 200,000 who lost access to Medi-Cal within the first 6 months of the passage of H.R. 1. So consider those numbers, colleagues, in totality. Ongoing threats of deportation also keep immigrant families in fear from accessing benefits that they may be eligible for. So the tragedy is we already have many programs that actually work. They help families keep it together. They help close that gap. People aren't getting connected to them. In 2021, the board established our Office of Poverty Alleviation because we recognize that as the region's social safety net, anti-poverty work must be a priority. This anti-poverty pledge organizes our city partners around a shared commitment to hold the line against poverty. The goal of the motion is simple: increase enrollment in existing benefits that puts cash directly in our families' pockets. So the pledge will do the following. It will increase CalWORKs enrollment by 10,000 families over 2 years. It will increase EITC and child tax credit claims by 10%. It will track CalFresh and Medi-Cal enrollment at the city level and provide technical assistance and data support to cities that choose to opt in. We're focused on these metrics and specific benefits because one thing is clear: cash is what lifts people out of poverty. And right now, 40% of eligible families are not enrolled in CalWORKs. Families leave $500 million in tax credits unclaimed each year, and $760 million in loss to tax prep fees. That's more than $1 billion a year that should be supporting low-income families today. We've seen here in LA County and across the country that when we provide cash assistance, like we did here with our guaranteed income programs, they use it for essentials. The research shows the money goes to rent, groceries, transportation, and child care. And so this effort has got to be grounded in partnership. I shared the state poverty dashboard by city with the mayors in my city and in our second district biannual mayoral convening, and the reaction was immediate. They saw where poverty is concentrated in their own cities, where programs are working, and where we're falling short. And most importantly, we saw that when we act together, we can move the needle. Between 2018 and 2021, the second district saw a nearly 12% drop in child poverty because of the EITC, which included a targeted effort to reduce child poverty. So at a time when the safety net is under attack and resources are more limited than they were 6 years ago, we need to be smarter and targeted at holding the line. So I welcome every city leader across the county and advocates to join us in choosing to be poverty disruptors. One quick question I have for you. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Meza. Can you share how the Poverty Alleviation Initiative is able to do this work without additional county resources?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you so much, both Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Horvath, for bringing forward this motion. I just want to say we're really looking forward to collaborating with city partners and local municipalities to develop this pledge language. And we've got some time on calendar this week to start those conversations. But to answer your question, yes, we are very fortunate right now to have funding through the Hilton Foundation, which supports our State of Poverty dashboard that Supervisor Mitchell mentioned. And that funding allows us to track at the neighborhood level concentration of poverty, but also what the impact across our different benefit systems and benefit programs look like, again, at that neighborhood level. So this will allow cities to facilitate targeted outreach in the communities of highest need. And again, that funding is coming directly from the Hilton Foundation for that dashboard. But we are working in partnership with the Center for Strategic Partnership to identify other funders to help us with funding outreach and targeted marketing for those communities, again, that are highest impacted.
The dashboard is really enlightening. There are pockets of poverty where you might not assume, truly. One last question. What specific support will cities receive when they sign on to the pledge? It's important for them to understand how they're going to be supported as well.
Yes, so a few layers of different support that will be available to cities that sign on and help us accomplish the 3 goals that are outlined in the motion. One is they will have immediate access to some technical assistance and resources developed by the Poverty Alleviation, which also includes technical assistance to navigate that dashboard. Again, we have the ability to navigate resources and tracking and data at that neighborhood level and at the city level. And there's different ways in which folks can navigate and use that tool to see whether or not the work that they're facilitating is actually achieving the intended outcomes. Right. So they'll receive those resources and that technical assistance.
I appreciate your leadership in our poverty alleviation space. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for your leadership in this vital work and your partnership on this motion. This federal government continues to decimate our social safety nets and defund programs that families rely on for survival. With H.R. 1, county residents will continue to lose access to critical supports like CalFresh and Medi-Cal in the coming months and years. We're seeing right now how federal action is leading to the skyrocketing cost of basic necessities like gas and groceries. Our communities are deeply impacted, and we cannot accept current and worsening levels of poverty as the status quo. This motion takes an all-hands-on-deck approach by strengthening coordination with our city and community partners and setting measurable goals. It focuses on getting more cash and benefits directly into people's hands through proven programs. We know that poverty is a policy choice, and we must make intentional action to dismantle it in Los Angeles County. Thank you to all of our partners in this work, and together we can envision a county where all residents have the resources they need to survive and thrive and take concrete steps to make that vision a reality. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell and Horvath. I wholeheartedly agree with your motion and will support it and know that right now we are under assault. In fact, the President has proposed in his Department of Defense budget, I think $1.5 trillion, where I'm assuming will come from social service programs to continue the war or what other activities that he wants to put on the front end of our agendas. So I'm with you on this, and I just want to say that we've been able to use the resources that your office has put together. We've used it to announce many of our food programs, distributions, and also shared it with many of our cities. And I like the fact that technical assistance is going to be made available, because even cities are overloaded right now and reaching out to their CBOs. I know some of our cities, one of mine in particular, El Monte, has done a great job of creating their own systematic way of dispersing funding for rent and also for legal assistance and all of that. So I just want to say it's good. I want to encourage all of us, all the cities, to join in, and contract cities and independent cities. Maybe that should be a part of the report. Thank you. Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, let's go to public comment.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Claudia Jerez, Reverend Eddie Anderson. We will now go to remote callers. Amy Lopez, your line is open. Please begin.
This is Amy Lopez on behalf of the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, LAFLA. Every year, LAFLA helps more than 80,000 people in civil legal matters. Many of our clients are vulnerable LA residents that rely on CalFresh, CalWorks, and Medi-Cal to access and maintain the basic benefits and services they need to secure food, medical care, and housing. Legal Aid supports this initiative because it believes in the possibility of a more coordinated response to poverty in Los Angeles County. An all-county approach to setting targets to reduce and prevent poverty can be life-changing for many of LA's constituents and clients. Lastly, a reminder that in today's day and age, it is imperative that personal information remains safe and confidential. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lena Silver, your line is open. Please begin.
Services of LA County, lead organization for the Benefits Access for Immigrants Los Angeles, or VILA Network. We applaud the board and the Poverty Alleviation Initiative in continuing to champion poverty reduction. Our community leaves hundreds of millions of federal and state dollars on the table due to underutilization of public benefits, and that's before HR 1 and state budget cuts. Programs like CalWorks and tax credits are often impossible to apply to without encouragement and assistance, but through countywide coordination like the Anti-Poverty Pledge, we can close that gap. Also, immigrant households are most likely to forgo benefits out of fear, which is only increasing in this environment, leading to stark attrition from benefits in the last 6 months. Any campaign must be culturally and linguistically targeted and bring in trusted community organizations for outreach and enrollment assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 323-314, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Hello, this is Vicki Vaughn with United Parents and Students, and I'm calling in support of LA County's anti-poverty pledge. I believe that this would affect the poverty level, and it would also it would also lead to an increase in homelessness. Families will be suffering from limited or no food access. They will be unable to get access to health care or lose the health care that they have. And it will also increase in the mortality rate and mental illness affecting due to stress and also unemployment. And I think the most vulnerable would be affected by this as well. So I thank you, Nahani Mitchell, for presenting this motion, and would appreciate any support that would help those that are affected, including myself, because we are down, but we
Thank
are
you.
not out.
Byron, your line is open. Please begin.
Good afternoon, Byron with the Translatino Coalition. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell and your team for reaching out to us as stakeholders and as partners in this process. And we definitely look forward to supporting this as we move into not just coordination, but collaboration, making sure that we're having metrics and data as we continue intentional sustained investment in vulnerable populations and having PI lead this initiative. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stephanie Liam, your line is open. Please begin.
Stephanie, for your leadership on this. CalWorks, also I'm Stephanie from End Child Poverty, California. CalWorks, Cal EITC, CalFresh, and Medi-Cal are the pillars of California's vital safety net program. They are proven effective anti-poverty solutions, and they successfully cut poverty in half during the pandemic. So yes, ending poverty has always been a policy choice. With HR 1 threats to our communities and families, they need more, not less support, and they need more cash aid. When a loved one is horrifically detained or deported by ICE, families are paying more out-of-pocket legal fees, looking for alternative sources of child care and elderly care, which often cost more. Thus, End Child Poverty California strongly supports this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Monica Lazo, your line is open. Please begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Monica Lasso. I'm the campaigns director for Economic Security California Action and a constituent in District 4. I'm calling to support this motion. My organization partnered with the Poverty Alleviation Initiative for the last 2 years to expand tax access through Claim Your Cash LA County. We saw the impact of this program firsthand across the county and its benefits. This work, along with other benefits access programs, must continue. Now more than ever, as the federal government attacks Black, Brown, and working class communities. LA County has led the way in showing what's possible for our communities, and we cannot afford to step back. As an organizer and advocate, that's my stance. As a constituent, I say thank you because I see daily how these issues are hitting home, and what's needed is more support, not cuts. Thank you.
Thank you. Freddy Puza, your line is open. Please begin.
Freddy Puza, and I'm the mayor of Culver City, but my thoughts today represent my own. Just first, thanks to Supervisors Mitchell and Horvath for bringing this motion forward, and to Supervisor Mitchell, thank you for the mayoral convening that you lead in District 2, which shares more information about poverty. And as we know in Los Angeles County, poverty is not just about scarcity, it's about access. And we already have programs at work, but too many families aren't receiving them. And this motion takes that on directly. It's how we're going to reduce child poverty. And in Culver City, we see this gap up close. Families who qualify for help are still falling through the cracks, sometimes because the system is complicated, sometimes because fear is keeping them away. With federal threats to the safety net, inaction has dire consequences. Using data to set targets and track progress isn't optional. It's how we ensure resources reach those who most need them most. I urge your support, and I'm looking forward to supporting this pledge.
Thank you. Nona Pittman, your line is open. Please begin.
My name is Nona Pittman, and I'm a community organizer, and I'm calling to support the anti-poverty pledge for Los Angeles County. As a high school youth organizer, I see the high schoolers I organize in LA County lose out on opportunities that should be helped by the government to have a flourishing life. My youth need access to CalWorks programs to have access to mental health resources, employment training, and childcare. These are children who have parents who work. They work at least 2 jobs. The income that they make just isn't enough. And it's the responsibility of the government to step in and help out vulnerable children who are victims to poverty. Thank you.
Thank you. Lena, your line is open. Please begin.
Time I get how this might help him, but I don't know if that is part of the conversation with Olivia.
Lena, your line is open. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for item 27 is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Reverend Eddie Anderson. I'm the senior pastor of McCarty Moore Christian Church, and over the last 10 years, I served as the co-chair for the California Poor People's Campaign, a part of the national effort to alleviate poverty in this country where there's 140 million people who are still living paycheck to paycheck. In Los Angeles, it is 1 in 4 people who are looking to find some kind of relief. And in that campaign, we had a simple slogan: forward together, not one step back. And for that reason, I stand in unequivocal support of this motion, that we can go forward together to make sure that every baby is born with access to food. Forward together for the single mother who's working 2 jobs and at night still her cupboards are empty. Forward together for the teenagers who are wondering, does their county care about them? When the government enacts policy violence, we may have to stand up and speak up and say forward together, not one step back. We need you to vote for this motion, for all 88 cities to get involved, and to make sure we have moral courage in this moment.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Claudia Jerez, DWC DPSS. Okay, so the war on poverty, is a real and actual poverty was. Okay, hold on. The war on poverty is a real one, or poverty was. Okay, somebody's missing. Okay, so let me just say it myself. Okay, so the War on Poverty, there was a War on Poverty book in 1970. It was called The War on Poverty. I believe that that particular book is still and has had some type of impact with us. It has some type of impact now in our society. I believe that more research needs to be done into how poverty can be successful, how poverty can address people's needs. So I'm going to get that
Thank
book.
you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item.
Item 27 is before you.
Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve the item. Executive Officer, call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on to item 53, Fire District Foundation of LA County Agreement, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on the telephone. Anthony Maroney, Fire Chief, and Teresa Barrera, Chief Deputy, Fire Department, are available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Supervisor Hahn, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I wanted to hold this board letter today to give our fire department an opportunity to talk about this new fire foundation and what safeguards are in place to make sure it moves forward without issue. I think it's important that this board and the public feel confident that this new fire foundation will function differently from the previous one, which has since been shut down because of serious issues with mismanagement of funds, delinquency status, and allegations of fraud. When we learned about these issues with the old foundation, it felt like a huge breach of trust, not just with the fire department, but also to the public, many of whom donate money to the foundation because they want to support our firefighters. After the January 2025 wildfires, we saw the generosity of the public who donated not to just those who lost their homes in the fire, but also to local fire agencies, including our LA County Fire Department. The possibility that even $1 of these donations was misspent is a huge betrayal to the generosity of LA County residents and our firefighters. So I just had a few questions to Chief and Chief Deputy Barrera. It's my understanding that you've been working with the F&A Federal Credit Union, who worked with you to create this new fire foundation. What exactly, or who exactly is the F&A Credit Unions, or what is their role within the new fire foundation, and when will the foundation be up and running?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Supervisor. The F&A Federal Credit Union is the credit union for the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. It stands for Fire and Agriculture. It's also the credit union for agriculture weights and measures. They're located adjacent to headquarters in Monterey Park. They graciously stepped up to the plate and wanted to host our new Fire District Foundation of Los Angeles County. The president and 2 managers are going to serve as the director, treasurer, and secretary at no cost. So it's going to be completely free to the fire department. Additionally, there's going to be 9 board members. None of the board members are going to be employees of the LA County Fire Department.
Yeah, that was my next question. Will there be any fire department personnel on the board? And you were saying absolutely not. And I think that did present some conflicts of interest. Can you tell us and the public what other protections are in place to prevent issues of potential fraud or mismanagement of funds?
Certainly. Our new Fire District Foundation is going to hold regular board meetings. They will comply with all federal and state reporting requirements for both the IRS federally and for the state, the Franchise Tax Board, and the department's the Department of Justice, the Registry of Charitable Trusts. They will have internal controls. Our Chief Deputy of Business Operations, Teresa Barrera, is going to serve as the liaison to the Fire District Foundation. Chief Barrera has 38 years of experience with the County of Los Angeles and began her career as an internal auditor. We also are going to make sure that all donations are vetted before money will be expended in support of the department. And the financial reports for our new Fire District Foundation will be posted to the Fire District Foundation website.
And would that also be your response if I asked how the department and the foundation are planning on being more transparent on how the money is raised and where the money will be spent?
Correct. So anybody can go right to the Fire District Foundation website. They can see the donations that we've received, how that money has been spent, and all expenditures from the Fire District Foundation will be reported to the board quarterly on the gifts and donations report.
Thank you. And can you tell the public who might be listening, why is this foundation needed and what programs and resources will it help fund?
Yes, well, the donations are needed specifically because the department is a dependent special district under state law. We really don't have access to NCC from the CEO. We plan on using the money to support youth programs, specifically scholarships, also to purchase equipment. We've already purchased 2 Type 3 wildland pumpers. One of those pumpers has been stationed at Fire Station 11 in West Altadena, and we're also going to use the money for public education campaigns.
And who's responsible for fundraising, or who does the majority of the fundraising for this foundation?
It will be the FNA Federal Credit Union. They're going to undertake that task of fundraising for the fire department, but we'll also advertise the new foundation on our department's social media.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is important, the launch of this, but I was so distressed and disappointed in how the last one operated, and again, the huge breach of trust that happened. So I think it's really important that, and I know you both of you share that, and so does the whole department. You know that this foundation really is above reproach, is transparent, with no opportunities for waste or fraud in any way, and we will be supporting that effort in any way we can on the board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. I want to congratulate you on the movement and the corrections and all that's going to be planned out as we move ahead. And I'm glad to hear that you're going to be doing scholarships for youth, but also I would hope you could prioritize those communities that are mostly impacted, unincorporated areas, where sometimes we don't get the same kind of services by way of a community foundation. So I would just urge that, and thank you very much for your work. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. And seeing no questions from the board, let's go to the public comment.
Madam Chair, there are no remote or in-person speakers who have signed up to speak on this item, and that concludes the time for public comment.
Item 53 is before you.
Moved by Supervisor Hahn. I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barker?
Aye.
Supervisor Barker, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on to item 59, settlement of the matter entitled Art Hernandez et al. Versus County of Los Angeles et al., which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on the telephone. Robert Luna, Sheriff, Eric Bates, Interim Inspector General, and Dara Williams, Chief Deputy, Office of Inspector General, are available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell, would you like to speak first?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will. And colleagues, I held this item to highlight not only the high settlement amount associated with circumstances that were arguably avoidable, but to affirmatively state that deputy gangs are a serious and dangerous issue for the community and for deputies within the department, and that they do in fact exist. The outcomes of the Kennedy Hall incident show what happens when these issues are left unchecked. And at the very least, this incident exposed the presence, influence, and potential violence of deputy gang structures within the Sheriff's Department. This incident was clearly an embarrassment for the department and the county, and as we see today, we are still paying for it at a time when we can afford it the least. I have concerns because I'm not sure the department is going far enough, and there are numerous alleged deputy gangs that have been identified by the community and litigation. I understand that there is an argument that some members of the department may be seeking camaraderie in a difficult job, and that this may be the justification for using certain symbols, and why there appears to be pushback for banning affiliation from specific groups. But I think it's really important that the department makes it very clear that this county has zero tolerance for deputy gangs and cliques. And I'm not confident we'll move the needle on this issue if we don't. I believe county residents deserve better, and those who have chosen careers as deputies within the department deserve better as well. I've got a few questions, if I may. First, thank you, Sheriff, for joining us today. I am clear that the incident being settled occurred in 2018 and that the complaint was filed in 2019. So my question for you, however, is what is the department doing proactively now to address deputy gang issues?
Well, good afternoon, Supervisor Mitchell, Madam Supervisors, and Chair Solis. Thank you for bringing this item forward, and I look forward to the discussion, questions, and what I can, God bless whoever sneezed, the legitimate concerns that have been raised. And I can assure you that no one is as concerned about this significant challenge than me personally and the members of my command staff today. And you mentioned it, just so the public is aware, this incident did occur 7.5 years ago. Even though it occurred in the past, it's still part of the department history. And as you stated, we're going to be paying heavily as a county, which that portion of it is unacceptable because that money could be going to so many other different places. But as you know, I have repeatedly expressed to you privately and have stated publicly my unwavering commitment to addressing the issue of law enforcement gangs and cliques in our department. This issue has challenged the department and county for many years, and it is time we conclude this issue clearly and decisively. Since becoming sheriff, I have made numerous efforts to impact this decades-old issue, including but not limited to, number one, and most importantly, acknowledging that there's a problem. Clear expectations to all department employees, making any gang-like behavior unacceptable. And I want to repeat that making any gang-like behavior is 100% unacceptable. I created the Office of Constitutional Policing. I hired a former U.S. attorney. She's sitting 2 people away from me to my left, which is tasked with taking the lead in eradicating deputy gangs, improving compliance with court orders, and ensuring constitutional policing practices. The Office of Constitutional Policing also handles all inquiries into allegations of deputy gangs and cliques. I have also worked with labor through a meet and confer process to issue a new policy prohibiting law enforcement gangs. That was done in approximately October of 2024. This policy basically says that 2 or more that are engaged in a pattern of on-duty gang-like behavior that violates law and policy. And just for clarification, in that policy, tattoos and gang names aren't even necessary. I also went through the meet and confer process with labor on a new use of force policy that conforms to national standards of de-escalation, duty to intervene, and limits the use of personal weapons. That policy was put out in December of 2024 Both of these new policies, and there's many more that I'm just using these two because they're more directly related to the issue we're talking about, are creating sustainable change. And there's always questions about meet and confer, but when you're sitting with labor at a table and you're getting their input and you're moving forward together, that's the change that you want to create. Not for next week, not for next year, you want it for years to come. And that's the only way that we'll have a shift in culture that I see happening now at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We also developed an internal focus group to ensure department leaders at every rank take responsibility for addressing this issue, which includes the Office of, or the OIG. We held community meetings throughout our county to discuss the impact this issue has had on our community. We also I personally meet with new recruits to reinforce a zero tolerance policy for participation with such groups and, more importantly, the behavior. I require all new deputies to sign a pledge that they will not join a law enforcement gang or behave in this manner. I also meet with all the new supervisors to ensure they understand their responsibilities in ending this issue. I'm meeting regularly with department executives to reinforce my position that I will not tolerate participation in such activity. A question is now asked to captains and above if they are going through the promotional process and if they have participated in this type of activity or if they have a station tattoo. And by the way, just to reinforce this, a lot of what I'm reading to you has never been done before. We're doing this for the first time. I work with and cooperate with the Civilian Oversight Commission, and I see Mr. Hans Johnson sitting in the audience, by following the recommendations that apply to us on deputy gangs. They gave us 27 recommendations, 26 applied to the Sheriff's Department. 19 of those are substantially in compliance. 5 are partially in compliance because several of them are in meet and confer. And 2 of them, one of them dealt with flattening the ranks, and the other one mandated that every 2 years we rotate deputies from station to station. I did not agree with at this time. I want to point out that one of the recommendations was the 2-captain model at 3 of our stations to assist with cultural change, messaging, and community engagement. What's important here is that one of these stations that all of you approved is the East Los Angeles station. They didn't have 2 captains back then. They have 2 captains now. So I really want to thank the Civilian Oversight Commission for their recommendations. It's just one of many that we are following that is actually assisting, but it's a team effort. They recommend it, we go through the process, and all of you approve the budget for it because it's expensive. So thank you for that. The other thing we're doing is internal affairs now must use a standardized list of questions if there are gang allegations, and that was done in collaboration with the OIG's office. That wasn't done before, but now there's a set of questions when these allegations come up, which gives us a deeper dive into these incidences happening, which weren't happening back then. I've also been the first to issue discipline for this type of behavior, although some of that is pending in civil service. So I'm hoping the folks that you guys place in civil service will listen to our cases, and hopefully that works its way through the way it should. We are also working on designing a new field training officer program that will upgrade the training for our new patrol deputies. We believe, specifically working with our partners in the multiple labor organizations, that this is at the core of really changing the culture as we move forward. So I'm really looking forward to that. The click policy, we have a current click policy. We are in meet and confer to update that. So that's still in meet and confer, and from what I understand, that's going relatively well. The plan to change centralized dispatch, you've heard me come up and ask for that as a budget item. That's something in the future. So when you hear these allegations about workload and specific interest in somebody getting more calls than the other, when that's taken out of the stations in the future, that will eliminate that. And that's something that we're looking forward to. But again, that is something we're proposing, something for the future. But just to summarize this list, and as you can tell, it's a lengthy list, at all levels of the organization, I have been absolutely crystal clear. I do not and will not tolerate gang-like behavior or participation in law enforcement gangs. I stand ready to answer any of your questions, and my teammates as well.
I appreciate that list, that comprehensive list of actions you've taken. Just a couple follow-up. I noticed you mentioned several times many of the policies and actions you reference are focused on new patrol deputies. And I appreciate establishing the culture on the front end for people coming into the department. Could you identify what on that list is really trying to permeate the existing culture of perhaps longer term people who may be or have been active deputy gang members? What message are they getting and what actions are you taking?
Yeah, obviously, I'll give you an example. I have a class graduating on Thursday. So one day before, I spend some time with the new recruits where we emphasize this and many other types of misconduct. But we don't stop there. At every new supervisor school, which are our new sergeants, I do the same there. When I get in front of our captains, I make it very crystal clear to them what the expectations are about all misconduct. This is only part of it. Because remember this, when we're talking about gang-type behavior, you are not only talking about, some people get stuck on the word gang, but it is misconduct. That's why I mentioned the use of force policy. So there's so much of a broader issue when we're looking at specific behaviors. And then every chance I get, obviously I'm with my executives multiple times a week. This is consistently relayed from me to them to their chains of command to make sure that this conduct does not continue.
If you could, Sheriff, respond to the February 2026 report by the Inspector General. With the reporting period October through December 2025, after an inquiry to confirm whether the department had identified any group that qualifies as a law enforcement gang, the department responded that Penal Code Section 13670 does not require it to identify groups by name. The problem with this explanation is that there are allegations of law enforcement gangs that do in fact use names. And the OIG asserts that if such groups use an identifying name, the department should identify the group by name, and to find that a department member belongs to such a group, it's necessary for the department to identify the existence of such groups. And the OIG identified a number of groups by name, which I was struck by. They include the 2000 Boys, the 3000 Boys, the Banditos, Buffalo Soldiers, Cavemen, Cowboys, Executioners, the Gladiators, the Grim Reapers, Jump Out Boys, Little Red Devils, the Pirates, the Posse, Rattlesnakes, the Regulators, the Spartans, the Tasmanian Devils, the Vikings, and the Wayside Whites. Could you clarify for me the hesitance to actually name them?
Good afternoon, Supervisor. The sheriff asked me to field this one. Nice to see you. With respect to the question asked of us, the question had Penal Code Section 13670 in the question, and it was pointed out that that Penal Code section does not require the naming of a group. However, with respect to the inquiries and investigations conducted, when there are groups named, absolutely the investigation pursues that. If there are tattoos identified, the investigations pursue that. In many cases, however, specific names of a group are not identified, and so the investigation takes its course based upon the behaviors identified to determine if it fits under either MPP section, Manual of Policy or Procedures, or the Penal Code section. So we don't dispute that it's important to follow that trail, absolutely.
To the OIG, do you agree? I got the sense from your report that you thought it was really important to name them. I thought it was important to list them in public record, particularly for members of the public who are listening, who perhaps have been victimized. I have to tell you, I was struck by the length of the list. There are a couple of names that we hear about frequently, but I was struck when I read it. So how would you respond?
Deferring to the interim inspector general who has asked me to respond, and I was one of the people, I was the person who wrote that portion of the report. We thought the question was straightforward, and certainly it was sent by email, and certainly there could have been a back and forth in that exchange of the way the question was asked. But if the department won't identify groups by name, that then they are sending a message to the department about the culture and about the motivation to actually get rid of these groups, because you certainly can't get rid of groups if you don't say their names, right? And so we're very sympathetic to the fact that the way 13670 is written has a very big gray area, right? It's misconduct plus the group, and it's misconduct by the group, right? So that's not so easy to prove when certain members of a group do something, to basically extrapolate that behavior and say, this entire group is doing it, and so therefore it's the deputy gang under 13670. But there's one part of 13670 that was written in a way so that there's low-hanging fruit, and that's the gender and racial discrimination of these groups. And there are definitely allegations that the gender and racial discrimination of these groups exist. In order to prove that, you simply need to get a list of the people in that group and then look to see what is the racial and gender makeup of that group. We've heard allegations, for instance, that the Bandidos only allow people of Mexican American descent in the group. So therefore, the Bandidos would seem to qualify as a deputy gang under 13670. Additionally, the sheriff himself said that they discharged some people associated with the industry Indians. So there is a really very simple way to identify these groups, which was why the Office of Inspector General sent out the letters to the deputies that we chose to send them out to, in order to basically make the list and use that portion of 13670. We credit the Sheriff's Department with coming up with a list of questions that are a very good list of questions that they now ask people that were never asked before. But they don't ask to see any of the members' tattoos. And in the two cases when the Office of Inspector General was sued by the unions when we tried to ask the question and serve a subpoena, those court decisions do say that OIG could ask for deputies to show tattoos from knees down and arms. So those are written into the court decisions. So two courts have said that. And those court decisions only said that we had to meet and confer on the essentially effects of the 25303, 253.7, essentially 13670, essentially the state laws that allow the Office of Inspector General to do these investigations. So we're really simply asking the Sheriff's Department to do what we wanted to do. And to be fair, the Sheriff's Department is in a much better position to do what we wanted to do, because there are procedures in place for them to compel the deputies to answer. Whereas all of that right now for the Office of Inspector General and the COC is all subject to the meet and confer process. And then finally, I think the other way to really send the message to the department that the sheriff is serious about this is that there has to be, because of this gray area in 13670 that requires serious misconduct, that in addition to identifying the groups and finding the racial and gender makeup of these groups, the other thing that has to be done is there really has to be a negotiated policy on deputy secret subgroups. Because the problem with these groups is that they operate outside the chain of command, they operate outside of the structure, they run some of the stations, and the community has expressed serious, serious concerns about what members may do to join these groups, right? And so without that other piece that other puzzle piece of saying, we have a policy that you cannot join a secret group, that will, I think, close the gap that 13,670 leaves and will send the necessary message. And to be fair, you know, if the department identified a group and said this group is a deputy gang, even just one group, I think that would also send a message to the rank and file that the department is serious. And there are people out there right now using the OIG report to say that deputy gangs don't exist, that deputy gangs never existed, that the Board of Supervisors made up that deputy gangs existed, which is clearly not what our report said. That was not at all what it said. But the failure to identify the groups is allowing people to basically use this hook to say they don't exist, they never existed. And I do want to point out one thing in the list of groups that we sent them. There are groups on there that are historical groups that we really don't know that those groups exist today. But over the past, in 2025, there are a number of allegations that were opened into deputy gangs. So while some of those groups are historic and may not exist, these groups are not all historic. There are allegations in 2025 of misconduct and the Sheriff's Department identifying both the policy that Sheriff Luna put in place to comply with 13,670 and the policy of his predecessor that was a much weaker policy, but nevertheless can be used as far as discipline. So we do think that, and we're happy to work with the Sheriff's Department, we do think that there are mechanisms that can be employed to send a message to the members of the department and the members of the public that we we're not going to tolerate this any longer.
I appreciate that, and in the context of, you know, the agendized item today, recognizing this settlement is $8 million. There was a previous settlement of 8.3, and I've asked if someone could give me a total. I understand from OIG has benchmarked a price tag of.
Well, we actually got that from County Council, so
Okay.
they deserve credit for that. I think what's on our website is historical, but I believe that County Council actually provided that information, and they're in a better position than we are in all likelihood to collect that.
And the figure that we saw on your site was $54 million.
Right, and that doesn't include anything since we put that on our website, which was probably not even under this administration. It was
right. So we could add this 16.
We can,
to it.
yes.
So I just raised that because I want to say that I appreciate the list of actions and policies that you listed, Sheriff. You know, what I'm trying to figure out, and perhaps you could tell me, is how do you measure the efficacy of those actions? It's one thing to have a laundry list of I've done A, B, C, D, and E. How are you measuring the efficacy? This is an issue I raised with you when I want to say budget year 23-24, we financed the new positions, the new captains, and I wanted to be able to measure, you know, their effectiveness. So how do you know that laundry list is making a difference? How do you measure that?
I appreciate
when we've looked at 8 million, and who knows how many more millions in the past.
Thank you for that question. And I want to start off, and you did say it, I just read you 3 pages of things that we're doing. So to sit here and listen that we're not doing anything or that I'm not doing anything so my department doesn't take it serious is absurd. I just want to start off by saying that.
Well, let me just say, I don't need to speak for, that's not what I heard from the report. I heard that there was collaboration, but that there are things in addition. I appreciate it was a list of 3 pages. Again, I asked the efficacy. How do we know it's working? Because that's what will make the difference to my constituents who have lived experience to the contrary. So I didn't hear her say it's not working. I heard her say that there's more that can be done, and I hope that you would be open to that as well.
There's always more that can be done if there's a good partnership and people treat each other with respect. That's always important, especially when you get in a room. Respect is always very, very important. But how do I know it's working? I think it's a work in progress. I can tell you that just about 99% of the things I just named haven't been done before. we're talking about the lawsuits that you're talking about. Every nickel matters, but these are things that happened years ago, and now we're paying the price for them. This is part of my motivation, is that I don't want $8 million lawsuits, $16 million lawsuits, or any lawsuits. And I believe that we are on the right path. When we're talking about the fact that we have had employees dismissed for this kind of activity, which to my knowledge hasn't happened in the past. When we're talking about the fact that there are active investigations related to this, that hasn't happened in the past. We're giving everything an opportunity to work. And yes, we will make adjustments as we move forward. But I talked about the 27 civilian oversight recommendations. That's a process that we just started several years ago. The two-captain model at East Los Angeles, or Palmdale and Lancaster. I know we're not talking about Palmdale and Lancaster today, but if you look at our recommendations, the civilian oversight recommendations that we're utilizing up there, and you see the progress, significant progress that's been documented by unbiased, objective oversight at the federal level, they're talking about how significantly we're moving forward. So those are just some examples that tell me that we are absolutely on the right path. But like anything else, we will make adjustments. But I got to tell you, even when I go back to our custody things that we're dealing with, our custody court orders, when you have somebody in the room that actually wants to see you succeed, that wants to make sure that you're getting to a good place and they're communicating with you back and forth, that's what our federal monitors are doing in our Rosas court order, and then Rutherford as well. And if I can show you their reports of the progress being made there, that is significant. That's what happens when people truly come together and have a vision, that objective oversight to get you to a place where we as a county can succeed.
I appreciate that. And as you mentioned respect, I know that please, you'd like to respond?
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Madam Chair. I do believe that Sheriff Luna is committed to eradicating this horrible issue. I've met with Sheriff Luna, and I would hope that he would agree that we do expect to have a certain level of professionalism in dealing with this. I think still, though, despite his efforts, there's still some issues, as Ms. Williams has listed, that still have to be taken care of. And I believe he and his staff are committed to that. It's just a matter of us getting together and finding the best ways to get that accomplished. And we may not always agree as to the particular manner, but as long as we're both trying to reach the same goal, I think we'll be in a lot better situation. So I just wanted to let the board know that there won't be an issue of professionalism and respect between those involved in dealing with this situation.
I appreciate that. And I'll just say in closing, Madam Chair, thank you all for coming. This is a critical issue to the constituents I represent, and as the sheriff referenced, respect. This suit is brought by 8 current and former members of the department. We haven't even elevated the issues of impact to residents who have been victimized by members of deputy gangs. And so as we talk about respect, they deserve it too, which is why I continue to elevate the issues and will continue to do so, Sheriff. I appreciate your 3-page laundry list. If it needs to grow, I hope it will. If it needs to get deeper, I hope it will. If the collaboration with OIG and perhaps some of the recommendations taken from them and some of the other oversight committees, I hope that you will remain open to those, because the goal is to make sure that not only the women and men who are employed by the Sheriff's Department don't have cause for action, but that residents truly believe that when they call the Sheriff's Department for help, because that's the only time we call police is when we need help, is that we won't be victimized yet another time by people who choose to behave in gang-like behavior.
Couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
have
Madam
my
Chair.
full commitment.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn?
Well, I just briefly, just first of all, want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for bringing this forward. You have been known in my tenure to be the one that continually highlights some of these settlements that the county regularly pays out, because sometimes it's easy for us just to put them on the consent agenda, not really talk about them. It's kind of a bitter pill that we have to swallow, but I appreciate you highlighting many of the settlements that the taxpayers are footing the bill for. And it is disappointing, and I know you all share that disappointment that we're approving this multi-million-dollar settlement due to the actions of gang members in our sheriff's department. And as was stated, I think, Sheriff, you stated it, it's frustrating because $8 million could be spent on a lot of other things, providing critical services to vulnerable members of our community. And again, these are taxpayer dollars that are used to settle for the actions of deputy gang members who are causing harm to our community members, endangering their own colleagues, and really importantly, eroding the public trust. And I know we all try so hard, and I know, Sheriff, that's been one of the things I'm pretty sure every single day you wake up and think, how can I have a better department, but how can I continue to build trust between the public and our law enforcement officers, because nothing hurts public safety in the long run more than a feeling that there's no trust between the public and our sheriff's department. We need the public to help us. We need the public to report crimes. We need the public to be our partners in solving in crimes and spreading public safety. So I know it troubles you as well. And deputy gangs are not just affecting one or two stations, one or two cities. It's countywide. I know in my district I have several cities and stations that are dealing with deputy gangs. I particularly like this opportunity, Supervisor Mitchell, and again, appreciate you, because I feel like been a while since we've heard from our sheriff on exactly the progress that you are making, the intensity that you have as it comes to identifying deputy gangs and cliques and rooting them out. So really appreciated listening to you. And as you said, doing something that's never been done before. I remember your predecessor sending us a cease and desist letter saying that we could no longer use the term deputy gangs because it did not exist. Obviously, acknowledging it, identifying it is critical going forward. And you've answered a lot of the questions. I think just following up a little bit on the, making sure new recruits that we're recruiting the kind of people, having them get that message very early that this is unacceptable behavior once you become, once you wear the badge, which is a very honorable badge, a badge of an LA County Deputy Sheriff. It is respected worldwide. So for them to wear that badge, it's important that you send that message to them early. But I think for the public and even me maybe, I'm wondering, seems to be we're a little frustrated in holding deputy gangs accountable. The ones that we do identify, I think the public's going to want to know why does it seem to take so long to hold them accountable? Because we can send all the messages we want, but until we really hold them accountable, and maybe in that answer you could share with the public what the investigation process is once you receive a complaint or notification that someone in the department may be involved in a deputy gang.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for recognizing the great work that our people do. And 99% of them are out there just doing amazing work. So thank you for acknowledging that. I want to make sure that our community, first of all, understands that we believe that any gang-like behavior in law enforcement is repulsive, unacceptable, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure we address it. Under Sheriff Tardy will talk a little bit about the investigative process, but when you do look at the statute, you do have to focus on the actual behavior. And that's what we're looking for, is a pattern of on-duty behavior. And with the current investigations that we have, that's primarily what we're focused on. So I'm gonna turn it over to the undersheriff really quick. She'll go through the process we go through, and then I'll come back to the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so for allegations, we take every allegation of a law enforcement gang and/or clique very seriously. Allegations are worked through the Office of Community Partnership. Constitutional Policing. So our Office of Constitutional Policing, they will do an inquiry into the investigation. They will take a look at all of the members who are alleged to have violated policy and/or law during that inquiry. And they take a look at everything. And when I say everything, they look at their personnel records, and they look at their uses of force, shooting investigations, complaints from the community. From there, after the inquiry is completed, it goes to the respective chief with the recommendation from the Office of Constitutional Policing. And then they decide whether or not, the chief decides whether or not it rises to the level of a policy violation, which moves forward into an administrative investigation. Once the administrative investigation, it's deemed that there are some policy violations, it goes through our Internal Affairs Bureau. Internal Affairs will conduct their investigation and interview as many people as possible, review camera footage, body-worn camera footage, everything. So they go through the entire investigation. They are fact finders only. If there are policy violations that have been deemed and it is more than 15 days of discipline, it goes to a discipline committee in which I chair along with 2 assistant sheriffs. The investigation we have for administrative investigations, 1 year to complete the investigation. We try and do it around 10, maybe 11 months in case there's a need for us to go back and interview additional people. Once it goes through that process, then all of the violations are reviewed at that point. In case review, if it does rise to the level of case review, we do have OIG is assigned to specific cases, and they review the cases as well. So they have input and/or questions regarding the investigation and what more we can do from there. The investigations, there are a list of pages of questions that are asked of the subjects and/or witnesses of these investigations, and we do have input from the Office of Inspector General.
Thank you. Does the Inspector General want to comment on the investigation process, or?
We do have input, but only after the investigation is complete. So we don't real-time monitor investigations. We can real-time monitor investigations. At one point in time, the board requested us to look into developing an Office of Law Enforcement Standards, which is very difficult and very, very expensive. But in that report, we suggested alternative models, and one of those alternative models is real-time monitoring. So it's very clear by state law that the Office of Inspector General cannot obstruct any criminal investigation by the Sheriff's Department, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't real-time monitor investigation, and it doesn't mean we couldn't suggest questions to the Sheriff's Department, which then it would be up to the Sheriff's Department as the investigators whether or not to ask those questions. But by allowing us to real-time monitor the investigations, it would be a way for us to collaborate more and to get more input from OIG staff on the way the investigations are going. And I also just think it's important to note that you know, there is this one piece in 13670 that is a level of misconduct that doesn't rise to the other areas of misconduct, which, as I said, are much harder to prove for the group. But when we get back to the gender and racial aspect of it, we haven't seen any evidence that the sheriff's investigations are inquiring into that. That doesn't mean they're not, but we have not been told that they're making those inquiries. So I do think that is something that the Sheriff's Department should consider doing. And the real-time monitoring is another piece that would allow us to collaborate more.
Right. Thank you for that. Again, I think the public, I mean, you know, obviously due process is extremely important, especially when it's an allegation. But I also think there's some frustration on how long it's perceived to be taking to hold the deputy gangs accountable. And I will just end by saying I knew that your gang policy had been finalized, but I was waiting to see whether or not your department was close to finalizing the deputy click policy. It sounds like it is, so I appreciate that. And you know, it's so important. I think about all those, whether it's community members or, you know, deputies, particularly new recruits who may still feel, you know, afraid to come forward, who don't feel like they have the protection or courage it takes to come forward. So you know, the sooner we can root out these deputy gangs completely and the cliques from our department, the better, because I'm pretty sure, you know, that the oppressive threat probably might still exist in some of the stations. And I do worry about some of our new folks coming in our department, whether or not they feel they would have an opportunity to speak up, even if they felt they were being harassed. So, you know, really, we're leaning all in with you, Sheriff, on this one, and we appreciate the progress that you've made. It just, for me, feels like it can't come soon enough. Thank you.
Supervisor Hahn, may I add something?
Yeah.
At some point in the very near future, you'll be receiving a report from my office as to what I've been doing in the previous 90 days and the future. And in that report will be something that Ms. Williams touched upon as far as real-time monitoring. And I think this brings up a good example of how that would be helpful. And I've initially discussed it with the sheriff generally, not specifically. And again, I know he's committed to eradicating the deputy gangs, so I believe there may be some acceptance of the model I have in my head, but it's the state attorney general's, inspector general's model, which is more real-time monitoring. And it's a tried and true model, and I think we may have to discuss possibly implementing it to some extent, but I think this is a good example where it would alleviate the issues regarding the investigation if there's an outside independent agency involved, again, not interrupting and interfering with the investigation, but just there to observe it, to ensure that it's conducted according to policy, and it protects the sheriff's department and it protects the public as well. So I'm just saying that that will be forthcoming as an idea that I'd like the board to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger?
Thank you. I'm going to be brief. First of all, Eric, thank you. Thank you for your response to Sheriff Luna. I think it's important. Trust gets trust, respect gets respect. Something that's been seriously lacking. I personally want to make sure we're held accountable, but I don't appreciate the gotcha attitude that we've seen in the past. I want it fixed. I want it fixed with transparency. I want it fixed with basically being forthright in terms of what you all see going on so that we can fix it. Because the arguing back and forth is getting nowhere. It's getting lawsuits, 8 million. And this, to Supervisor Mitchell's point, was someone within your own department filing a lawsuit against a clique. So to your point, how many on the outside that are not part of the sheriff's department? So I do agree. But I just have a question. Baker to Vegas. We just had Baker to Vegas. Dara, do you think that the team from La Crescenta who all did team building, went to dinner, stayed at the same hotel, ran together, would that fall into the clique?
Absolutely not. I mean, and I want to state that I was in the DA's office before this, and I did know something about some of these groups, and the problem isn't the camaraderie, right? I mean, there's an idea that like there's trauma in this job, and when people who suffer trauma together bond, like that is a very understandable response to trauma. The issue is the secretness of the groups. It's not the groups. I don't have a problem with the station tattoo as long as everybody at the station, I mean, not that anybody cares what I think, but.
No, I think it's, I do care what you think.
There is no problem with a station tattoo. I will say that I don't see that as a problem. There is a problem where there's a station tattoo where only certain people at the station are allowed to get the tattoo.
So is there clear criteria in terms of what is acceptable versus what is not? Or do we just, is it one of those that when you see it, you'll know it? Or do we actually have something spelled out? For example, because I did talk to a deputy who was like, you know, for all I know, we're going to get nailed for being a part of Baker to Vegas, because that's kind of the mentality with some of them out there.
And to be fair, OIG has never said that we want to see people punished who got a deputy tattoo or whatever. Let's not call it a gang tattoo, because 20 years ago it wasn't a gang tattoo. 20 years ago it was a group of guys at the station, maybe some women, were like, we're all hardworking, let's go get a tattoo together. And then it grew from there where it's like, but this deputy isn't hardworking, so this deputy can't get a tattoo. That's where the problems start, because there's an in crowd and an out crowd, and then there's a command structure, and then they're operating outside of the command structure.
I mean, I will, let me just be clear. There is no question in my mind, like what we're settling here falls under the category of a gang. There is no doubt in my mind, all right? And anyone that wants to debate it, have at it. They will lose. But my concern is, do we have specific criteria? For example, if a group of deputies wanted to get together every Friday night and play poker.
No problem.
But I want to play poker. I don't know how, but I want to play, but I'm not invited. And they say, no, you can't come. Does that cross over the line?
No, I mean, first of all, especially if you're not keeping it a secret, but secondly, you're not asking them to either name the group or get a tattoo. I mean, we're not telling people you can't be friends with certain people and not be friends with other people, right? But I mean, I think that's the point of when I'm saying that there needs to be a deputy click policy. Like, that's why there needs to be a deputy click policy. And you can't ever, I mean, we get this problem at work all the time where we tell people at work, this is how you handle it, and then we get 20 questions. You can't anticipate every single thing that comes up, but you have to try to do the best job you can to put it in writing so that people have at least a clear idea of this behavior won't be tolerated.
And I completely, again, I completely agree with you. But I guess Sheriff Luna, then is there criteria that you have in play in terms of what is acceptable and what is not? Because I do think it's important for us to have clarity. And to your point, and the poker maybe was not a good example. I think Baker to Vegas may be better. But if it's a secret society, if you will, then it's crossed over the line. But yet, is there criteria? I mean, everything you talked about, that the 27 or 29 that were outlined by the CFC, is there specific criteria that you, in educating a captain who gets elevated to captain, you know, goes through training and works toward educating the rank and file?
Thank you, Supervisor, for the question. So just a couple of points. By the way, it does get very technical, and there's a lot of criticism about the fact that it's still in meet and confer. And there has been a lot of healthy debate from a large group of attorneys who are going back and forth and trying to simplify the question that you're asking. And we're almost there, by the way. But for us, we do follow the penal code, 13670. And I'm just going to quickly read it because it's not that extensive. A group of peace officers within law enforcement agency who may identify themselves by a name and may be associated with an identifying symbol, including but not limited to matching tattoos. But here's the key right here. Who engage in a pattern of on-duty behavior that intentionally violates the law or fundamental principles of professional policing. That second part is the key. When we are looking at gang-like behavior, what we believe or we allege those, that's what we're having to prove. That's what goes through our system. That's what we work out with county council. That's what we work out through civil service. And I want to make a clarifying point. Our department currently does have a click policy. I keep on hearing we don't have a click policy. We actually have a click policy. For clarification, we are in meet and confer because I want an enhanced, better click policy to answer a lot of those questions that you're asking for. So I just wanted to clarify that.
No, I'm glad you clarified that. That helps a lot, and I will get a copy of your click policy. But again, is this part of your training for individuals that are getting promoted up? I mean, like I know lieutenants, when they get promoted up to captain, they have to go through fiduciary or like budget 101 to understand how a budget works. Do you have a similar thing for individuals that are promoted?
We just started a class that focuses more on the administrative investigation or internal affairs. We had a 2-week school training for our new sergeants. We've just increased that. I believe now it's 3 weeks that we're migrating to, and part of that will be specifically this training. We're trying to get better.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor?
Yes,
Sorry.
April.
I do have something to add. As far as the training and our supervisors, we do have the focus group, and our focus group focuses in on 4 different aspects: training, communication, leadership, and professional development. So people who do have tattoos, they know that their career isn't over and how to move forward. In addition to that, we speak at patrol schools. So our deputies who are leaving custody, who are going to patrol, they know what the expectations of them are, what will and will not be allowed as well.
Thank you.
Thank
April.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 questions. First, for County Council, $8 million is a large settlement amount. Can you please explain the rationale for this settlement amount and tell me where in the budget it's coming from?
Thank you, Supervisor. Without getting into details that might be better discussed in closed session, the rationale is like one that we use when we approach most litigation settlements, a combination obviously of assessing the strength of the allegations, our own investigation of the facts, and applying those to the law and taking into account the risk that would be attendant to going to trial. And so this case in particular was very actively litigated, went on for quite some time, several years. I think at the end of the day, their complaint was like over 100 pages. And so the amount of the settlement in consultation with stakeholders involved, including the Sheriff's Department, obviously CEO, board deputies, was reached as a compromise that we thought was fair given the risks associated with the case.
And where does this amount come from?
Sorry, the amount comes from the sheriff's budget.
Within the sheriff's existing budget, it's not added to?
That's my understanding, yes.
I'd have to go back, Supervisor, and confirm, but we have a J&D budget, and we have historically budgeted funding in the J&D. J&D is judgments and damages for sheriff's liability. So it either comes from there, funding designated for sheriff's liability, or
and that's
it is
typically that's not part of the sheriff's budget as the budget gets presented to us. It's on top of.
that is on top of that part of the budget, or it is passed through the sheriff's operating budget. I'd have to confirm where this is going to be billed to.
I just think it's important to note as we're thinking about all of our budget concerns And given, I appreciate that there are things that are best discussed in closed session, and I also know that part of our consideration is what Supervisor Mitchell mentioned, that these are our employees who brought this complaint forward, and there's certainly a lot of concern about deputy gangs, and I appreciate that the most recent leadership in our sheriff's department is taking this issue seriously. When I would hear people say we don't have things like deputy gangs, it's gaslighting at the worst level. We know that there are things happening that are unacceptable. We've seen LAPD reports that indicate that there are law enforcement gangs in other law enforcement agencies, so this isn't something that is unfortunately unique, but it is something that needs to be acknowledged in order to be rooted out, and I believe that that commitment has to be clear. And we also have to make a clear commitment to our employees who have brought these issues forward. So what measures are in place to ensure that employees who are not part of these groups feel safe, supported, and protected within their workplaces and chains of command?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think more today than ever before. I've been on the department for 32 years. I think people are comfortable having the conversation about law enforcement gangs. It doesn't matter if they're new on the department or 30 plus years on the department. The conversation is being had, and I think it's important. People feel safe, people feel comfortable having the discussion with their peers, but also with their supervisors. And I think we are properly addressing that. And yes, we can do things better, but I think we're on the right road to making everyone feel comfortable that their voices are being heard as well.
I don't know that these folks felt like they were safe. I hear what you're saying, and I want to believe you. So what are the actual things that are being done to make real what you are saying? How do you know that people feel safe? Because these people didn't feel safe.
They didn't feel safe because this incident happened 8 years ago, and it was ignored.
Mm-hmm.
I was the chief of the division at the time to when the discipline came out on this, not when the incident occurred. And we had conversations with our employees and transferred those to where they wanted to go so that they would feel comfortable. And we would do that to this day. If someone didn't feel comfortable in their space, we would make transfers where they felt comfortable going. In addition to that, just like I said, just being open and honest and having the conversations early on. Even for our new personnel who are signing on, they have to sign an admonishment that they will not join any type of group. I think that makes people feel that we care and that we hear them.
If I could add, Supervisor, being the newest member to the county at this table, when I first joined the Sheriff's Department, people wouldn't say the term deputy gang at all. It was almost taboo. Now I can see people talking about it and talking about it openly, and that is a change that just a few years ago, I didn't know that would happen. I will say, and no system's perfect, obviously, but with the Office of Constitutional Policing accepting inquiries, this includes complaints internally from employees, people do come forward and talk to us. And I think being a civilian, it does help. And most of my staff is civilian, not all, but most. And we do get the internal complaints, and having those conversations, I think, is helpful. I will only add one thing, and this is not necessarily scientifically based, because when I found out I was coming, I asked my team to put together some numbers of what the lawsuits were and what the lawsuits are now that allege deputy gangs. And back in 2021, the department was served with 20 lawsuits. In 2025, we had 4. So talking about a metric that may be important, I'd like to offer that one up. I want to be clear, I haven't presented these numbers to County Council. This is what our database says. Hopefully theirs lines up. But that number just shows the change. Again, nothing's perfect. No one's saying the issue is handled completely. It's just, I feel like we're on a road that I'm seeing the change coming from the outside, and I think these numbers start to back it up.
And then just to add to that, I mean, the goal is zero. We don't want this, again, I'll repeat this. We've acknowledged it. It needs to be dealt with. We need to get better, and we are getting much better. The progress is amazing. I have a whole nother list of employee wellness items that we've been working on. And I can tell you this from our department primary psychologist. He has absolutely told us that engagement is way up, meaning that I have more employees than ever coming forward, raising their hand and saying, you know what, I want to talk to somebody. And I'm not just talking about this deputy gang issue. I'm talking about just any issue, whether we're working too much mandatory overtime or any other stressful issue that we deal with in law enforcement. And that's been my goal all along, that everybody goes in to see the psych. And in those conversations, the type of question you're asking is starting to come back out because they're trusting that somebody not only going to listen, but they're actually going to do something about it. And when I talk about these active investigations that are going on, the fact that we're talking about it in all these different circles, people are saying, okay, they're finally doing something about this. I can come forward and complain about this.
So I want to articulate, I acknowledge progress that's being made. I acknowledge hearing a very clear intention of wanting to have an improved workplace culture. And I think structuring how people know that they can safely report, because when people are living in fear of retaliation, of job loss, or worse, and not feeling like there is a safe system for them to come forward to share that information, doesn't allow us to get to some of the goals that I think we all share. So I would like to, I know we have a check-in coming up, and I'd love to talk more about that. Let's put that on our list of what structurally you're doing in the department to make sure that there are clear lines of protocol for people to be able to safely report. And so I think that's also an important component in how we are improving this issue. I was given, to our CEO, I was given by my team for fiscal year 26-27, it looks like legal settlements, PFU is $40 million, and that's one-time NCC. So I know those are our most precious dollars, so I just highlight this issue, that these are dollars that are in sore need for a lot of issues given the challenges that we're facing as a county. So these kinds of numbers take a toll. So thank you.
You want to say something? Okay.
Thank you very much for the number. That'll be important for us to track. I think more importantly for me than just the number, but the value of the settlement. Because one settlement can undo the entire county budget. So if we could track the number and the dollar amount, I would find that useful.
Correct, I will get that back to the board.
Thank you. I want to thank the panel, and I'm glad to hear that there have been some progress made by you, Sheriff, and the department. And you and I have had discussions about this since you ran for office, because this was first and foremost on the constituents in East LA. And it continues to be, maybe to a lesser extent now, but it's good for you to continue to reiterate that there's a zero tolerance for deputy gangs. And I'm not proud that this happened in my district, but it's happened for decades. And the fact that you did take a different type of action at the City of Industry. That kind of taught me that you're going in a different direction here, which I thought was good. And I'd like to see hopefully more of that. And there were two items that were brought up by the OIG, and I would like to ask what the possibilities are of looking at you all conferring on real-time monitoring. It sounds like there may be some possibility to bridge that in some way, and knowing that you have to meet and confer over here, but also figuring out what that language might be. And I'm saying that in the context that we have different players here seated at this table than we did 3 years ago and 2 years ago. And I hope there isn't a hostile environment between this panel. I heard that by you, Sheriff, and I heard that by Mr. Bates. I would hope that moving forward, that this could be something, one item that you could look at and work on and come back to the board with that.
Yes, ma'am. I will ditto what Mr. Bates said. My conversations with him thus far have been very productive. I haven't heard any specifics. We haven't had a chance to talk about his idea. I'm open to any ideas that make us better. I just have to make sure that they're within the parameters of the law. And I'm sure we'll have a healthy discussion, but it's nice to have somebody that appears to be very objective and treats people with respect. That's awesome.
Did you want to say something?
I just want to say I did not spring that on him as a surprise intentionally. It came up and it seemed the appropriate time to say that will be coming from me, but it also is because I have met with all three here, and I think we've had some great conversations, so I didn't think that's something that would be adamantly opposed at the beginning. There may be situations or a reason why they're reluctant to do it, and I will discuss it with them, but I don't think there's any intentional interference that will be provided.
Right,
Sheriff.
as I said, I think the makeup of this panel has changed dramatically, including the board's support of that. I would hope, maybe I'm not speaking for everybody, but I am speaking for me. The second item is that can't join, this was suggested also, can't join a sub-secret group. Would you be open to exploring that, Sheriff Luna, to define that?
I'm sorry, Chair Solis, can you repeat the first part of the question?
So would you be open to considering language that says you can't join a secret subgroup? Instead of just saying, well, you can't have a tattoo, or you're part of a gang, this would be something, criteria that would look at race and gender that was pointed out by the OIG.
My immediate answer is yes. I've just got to look at the law, what the current law says. I got to look at what the existing click policy says, and then the proposed new click policy that we're working on. I don't have it in front of me. I think that language may be in there. I'm not 100% sure. So there's some double checking, but again, I always want to make things better.
I would hope, and I would hope that you all can work together on that and come back to us on that. And then lastly, on the code 13670, the latter part of that you read, Sheriff, really strikes me as the part that really gives us the ability to do something. Because if there is unlawful behavior, doesn't mean you're bowling or you're going out and playing baseball or you're you're out doing a marathon. But if you are abusing your authority in a public place or even on a private place in our facilities, I would think that you're crossing a line there if it can be proven. And that's where I think this code probably hasn't been enforced the way it should be. And I would hope that you'll come back with further recommendation on that. And I know that there are, I'm saying this from Hilda Solis, I know there are a lot of good people that work in this, in the Sheriff's Department. I've met many of them. I've seen many of them in different situations. And I do think since this board has been elected, and since Sheila Kuehl, who left, she was very strongly in support of reform, so was Mark Ridley Thomas. I was a part of that group, and it just really bothers me that it takes us so long. I feel like there's a ball and chain that just won't quit, and it brings us down. And then the fact of the matter is that we get calls from our constituents about lawsuits and about illegal use of force. And those things have to be addressed at some point. And so I would hope, you know, when we get reports back that we'll have an ability to understand how much further we can go. Because you've already outlined changes that you've made, Sheriff, and I applaud you and your team. And I'm glad Ms. Decker's here. I'm glad when you made that hire. It's very important. And I think the public, once they listen and understand more of what's going on, I think we can make more progress in a very meaningful way and go to the point that Supervisor Mitchell has pulled out, that the cost is to the taxpayer. And we are struggling with NCC funding for some of our projects that would help this very same population that is somehow getting caught up here, as well as our employees. And we want good employee wellness, but if we have to take it away because this is happening over here, I think our priorities may be wrong, and we need to move quickly on that. Granted, go ahead, Sheriff.
I thought there was a question at the beginning of what you just stated, and
Yes.
I just, when you were talking about the second part of our policy, the fundamental principles of professional policing, I just do want to clarify that part of that is discrimination, harassment, and bias based misconduct, which includes protected categories. So that is something that's in the law, in writing. You violate that policy, you're in big trouble. Misuse of authority, interference with accountability, violations of civil rights and use of force, and then policy and legal violations, not to mention the gang stuff that we've been talking about. So that's all included in this law.
Right, but it's on paper, has to be enforced. And I think that's what is compelling this discussion and the need for us to get together, you folks to get together, and our CEO, and really try to figure out the roadmap going forward. And I know you have to meet and confer, Sheriff. I understand that totally. But I know I've spoken to some of our own deputies and people in very higher positions that agree. No one wants to have a reputation for leading a bad department. And I don't mean you, but I'm just saying that that's allowed, that's tolerated. So that's all I'm adding to the discussion. So thank you. I don't have anything else to say. There's public comment, so let's go to that. Thank you again for coming up today, all of you. It's been a long time that we haven't had this discussion, and I think it's very much needed. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. Okay.
We will hear from in-person speakers first. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Avery Culp, Claudia Jerez, and Hans Johnson.
Going to public comment first, folks.
Please begin.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, Justice Deputies, Sheriff Luna, Under Sheriff Tardy, Interim Inspector General Bates, Ms. Decker, Ms. Williams, members of the LASD. And I particularly want to recognize all of you who are in mourning over the loss of Deputy Levi Vargas during the Baker to Vegas run. A pall has been cast over our entire department and over the entire community, and we join you in mourning the departed deputy. The late Maya Angelou said, "History, despite its wrenching pain, cannot be unlived, but if faced with courage, need not be lived again." And we are here in part because members of the department have raised an alarm about the inability to do their job free from harm and the lack of communication about the freedom from harm to do their job as deputies in the department.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Omar Aguirre. I'm a registered nurse and California public health nurse and father of Air Force Airman Maxwell Aguirre, who died in LASD custody as a pretrial detainee with zero criminal history. This weekend, the U.S. military moved heaven and earth, utilizing over 1,000 military members in an extremely high-risk search and rescue mission to save one single Air Force airman stranded behind enemy lines. Meanwhile, in LA County Jail, my son was treated and died worse than any of Supervisor Barger's showcase adoption dogs. Making matters worse, I was lied to, misdirected, and stonewalled, all in a well-coordinated, concerted effort to mitigate the damages from the death of my son by Los Angeles County deputy gangs running the jail. Los Angeles Sheriff falsified reports with impunity and have yet to see criminal charges filed against their crimes on my son's case. His case is a flashpoint that was publicly shown on ABC, CBS, and NBC News.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Claudia Jerez, DPSS DWC. A nation of buffoons will not survive. So it is a dire moment. The victimization of women who are without a compass or backup must not be taken to be a good thing or an advantage. It is necessary that you understand we are in a dire moment. Like Ms. Holly said, a critical moment. It's very critical. A critical moment that will have serious consequences, never seen before. And that is never seen before. So there's going to be something new. So I have to tell you this. This particular problem will not be solved easily, and it will not be solved immediately, and it will not be solved today, and it will not be solved in 3 months, and it will not be solved in 1 year. It's a very serious, serious problem. That's what I have to say. And I am going to work with the youth.
Thank you. We will now go to remote callers. Caller with phone number 973-903, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Allie Rubenfeld. I'm an Equal Justice Work Fellow with the Loyola Anti-Racist Center and the Check the Sheriff Coalition. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for taking this opportunity to renew conversation around the ongoing deputy gang crisis within LAFC. This settlement raises concerns about the continued presence of deputy gangs within the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and at this moment demands scrutiny. Just last month, the OIG reported to the COC that LAFC's Internal Affairs Bureau has avoided asking direct questions about deputy gangs. That omission allows the department to claim it has not identified any deputy gangs to date. The question is not whether deputy gangs exist or even what their names are. The question is whether the county will confront this crisis or continue to enable deputy gangs to endure as they have for decades. Further, the public deserves to see the corrective action plan that should accompany a payout of this magnitude. It is absent from the agenda, and it is deeply concerning. If it's costing $8 million to address the harm done inside the department, then the corrective action plan is needed to answer a fundamental question: what will be done to protect the communities outside of it? Without that plan, this is not accountability.
Gabriel, your line is open. Please begin.
So, and I just want to speak to the contradiction of, Robert Luna talking about he's doing everything to eradicate deputy gangs, but yet he's promoted multiple deputy gangs. The Undersheriff April Tardy is a tattooed gang member. Multiple sheriffs have been promoted to captains under his watch. But I want to address the Board of Supervisors. You guys commemorated the Chicano moratorium. After Chicano moratorium, people were beat. During that moratorium, people were beat by the Sheriff's Department, and they made a logo. That logo is the Fort Apache logo that's been at the Sheriff's Station since the 70s. It's been banned twice by the Civilian Oversight Commission, but the sheriffs still use it. It's an official logo for the East Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, and it should be removed. I asked the Board of Supervisors to put it on the agenda, have it removed. The East LA Sheriff's Department just murdered an unarmed man on Easter. His name is Eric Torres.
Thank you. Janet Asante, your line is open. Please begin.
Janet Asante, Campaign and Policy Manager with Dignity and Power Now, Coalition Lead for the Justice LA Coalition. This Board of Supervisors is looking at a department which not only robs us blind with the budget, but they're also using this money directly to fund their deputy gang activity. And this board has two options. You can either continue to fund them with impunity, or you can actually address it. DA Hochman comes to this board and says the only way to stop all of these horrible things going on is to deter. The people who are locked up currently in a facility where they are being killed and dying have lesser charges than the ones of the deputies who are part of these deputy gangs. Right now, we have this lawsuit because it's a member of the department who came forward. There are so many families with so many stories of trying to get more and more information about the deaths of their loved one who are not able to get footage, who are not able to get transparency. Which supervisor will address this and not approve the $1.2 million additional funding to explore giving them another facility to brutalize our community?
Thank you. Anthony Robles, your line is open. Please begin. Nick Wilson, your line is open. Please begin.
This meeting, and frankly, I am in shock to hear the continued promotion of the so-called deputy gang narrative, and now we're hearing today that it's being rebranded as secret groups. And let's be very clear about what's happening in LA County. The public for years has been told that there's widespread deputy gang problems inside LASD. That claim was pushed by each of you and amplified by the media and used to justify investigations and policies that have devastated morale and driven good deputies out of this profession. And let's not forget the human cost. 16 deputy suicides under one sitting sheriff, highest in the nation. Sheriff Luna campaigned on eradicating deputy gangs. Years later, after all the investigations and headlines, not one deputy gang member proven to be involved in some sort of criminal conspiracy. We've listened to Supervisor Barger ask if anyone wants to debate this narrative anytime, any place, because each of you know what is really going on here.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 424-603. Your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Yeah, how you doing? My name is James Nelson. I'm with DPN, Senior Campaign and Organizing Manager. That was a great presentation if you don't know better, right? The sheriff didn't name the deputy gangs for a reason, right? He's overpowered by this union. This union and grew so big, just like the CCPOA that run the prison. The wardens don't have say-so. And the sheriff sat here today and acted in a weird way, the way he responded here. So it's quite obvious why the deputies do what they do, right? And it's also clear that he's not used to being held accountable. He reminded me of the basketball that game the other night, how Coach Gino went off, lost his control. That's not no leadership position. And again, too, it's been 20 years that they say that gangs didn't exist, but they did exist. I remember it was a time that people used to think that the community member was lying. But I think that, we need to see real change by showing some real disciplines and make sure the
Thank you. Caller with phone number 323-743. Your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Thank you. My name is Helen Jones. I am the mother of John Horton. I work with Dignity and Power Now, the senior campaign lead and co-chair of the Detective Sheriff. My name is Helen Jones. I'm the mother of John Horton, who was murdered by the 3,000 Boys Deputy Sheriff gang members. And you say that, Luna, you say that deputy gangs don't exist. Deputy gangs do exist. And I truly appreciate the board having the transparency today to even say that out loud. So for years, community members and families, y'all made us feel stupid because we know that our family and our loved one and our children is being killed by deputy gangs inside the jails and on the street. And here y'all saying there's no deputy gangs. We looking at each other like, what? How do they sit back and try to fool the communities and the families and put more trauma and more fear in the community instead of just letting us know, y'all know that deputy gangs.
Thank you. James Takamatsu, your line is open. Please begin.
Takamatsu, lifelong Angelino. Thank you to Supervisor Mitchell for holding this item to have a larger conversation. It's really upsetting to hear Luna kind of try to pass off the actions of the deputy gangs as a simple misconduct when we know they've killed community members. 17 years ago, 3,000 boys killed John Horton. We know Anthony Vargas was killed by deputy gangs chasing ink. This is not a simple misconduct issue. This is an issue of life and death for our community members. Like Mitchell pointed out, this is simply happening to deputies currently. So what's happening to our community members on the outside? The former CEO had to get a full-time private security detail to keep her safe from the deputy gangs. Our community members don't have that. The board knows about these deputy gangs. They're not unaware of it, and yet you continue to funnel billions of dollars to them. You are just as complicit as the gang members themselves. You are funding the gangs. If you had zero tolerance, you would stop funding.
Thank you. Byron, your line is open. Please begin.
Good afternoon, board. This is Byron with the Trans-Latina Coalition. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for holding this item. And Supervisor Horvath, for your questions around the budget and the ever-increasing liability payouts and this impact into our NCC dollars. And again, we are unique in terms of the amount of dollar we continue to put into this failed department. So it is time for this board to truly look. The acting CEO should know whether this is coming from the operating costs or from the sheriff's additional liability costs, which they continue to get a bigger chunk out of that in addition to our general budget to begin with. So we just need to make sure that we are moving through the funding Luna does not need additional funding this cycle as part of this recommended budget to look at another center, whatever care center he come up with. We don't need to do that. And where are we gonna place that jail? Is it gonna be where these gang deputies are in their territory? Which 5 of you are going to fight over where to host it?
Thank you. Anthony Arenas, your line is open. Please begin.
From Supervisorial District 3. I'm with Dignity and Power Now, the Justice LA Coalition. And since the start of 2026, 13 people have already lost their lives in sheriff custody. Not once has this Board of Supervisors asked the Sheriff's Department to account for their responsibility for our community members' deaths. And deputy gangs are the ones who enable violence in our county. And you wonder how we are still losing folks in custody at the rate that we are. And this is the same department who wants a correctional care facility, another jail. So I demand that the board adopt a plan to close the dangerous and decrepit Men's Central Jail, no replacement. 10,000 community treatment beds are needed today. And the crisis in LA County jails is a deadly consequence of mass incarceration. I'm looking to all of you to take concrete steps to save lives. The time to act is now.
Thank you. Derek M., your line is open. Please begin.
Derek with Central CSO. I just wanted to first uplift the name of Eric Torres, who was killed last week by probably deputy gang members from the East Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. But I wanted to take time to comment and urge the Board of Supervisors to take more of a proactive stance on deputy gangs. Supervisor Hahn said that this was the first time in a while that there's talk about deputy gangs, and I think it's just something that should be talked about more. It's an ongoing problem that people on the East Side and East LA are still facing, are still concerned about, and yeah, we need to keep addressing it.
Thank you. Nick Wilson, your line is open. Please begin.
I pick up where I left off. I just heard Supervisor Solis talk about how the number one issue she spoke of with Sheriff Luna when he was campaigning for sheriff was deputy gangs. She literally just spoke fondly of Supervisor Kuehl and Mark Ridley Thomas, one of which is being investigated for public corruption.
Caller Anthony Robles, your line is open. Please begin. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address your vote. The board remote participation for this item is now concluded.
Item 59 is before you.
Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, call the roll, please.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on to item 2D, Annual Plan for the Los Angeles County Development Authority, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on the telephone. Emilio Salas, Executive Director of the Los Angeles County Development Authority, is available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The annual plan is a HUD requirement. It sets the goals and policies of the Public Housing Authority and is updated each year. Last year, LACDA updated the annual plan to preference people who are homeless for 50% of the vouchers and 50% of low-income households, many of whom had been on the voucher waiting list for many years. This allowed prioritization of some survivors of the Palisades and Eaton fires who were displaced and would otherwise not qualify, so I thank you. I held this item today because I want to hear about LACDA's decision to remove the homeless preference from the annual plan entirely. We are asking other jurisdictions to do their part to address homelessness. We also need to do ours. I've cut out a lot of my remarks given the late nature of the status of our meeting, but given the critical role that housing choice vouchers play in addressing homelessness and providing the permanent solution, permanent housing as the only real solution to homelessness, what is the reason that LACDA is updating our annual plan to remove entirely the longstanding homelessness preference?
Thank you, Supervisor. Amelia Salas, Executive Director of Los Angeles County Development Authority. We have proposed changes to the waitlist preference for next fiscal year. Specifically, we have proposed to replace the current homeless preference with two preferences. One is for the emergency housing voucher holders, and the other is for the continuum of care families who may be at risk of losing their rental subsidy if there are changes to that program. So what we are doing, in essence, is implementing a homeless prevention measure for the two populations that are currently most at risk of losing their rental subsidies. And these two populations were at one point homeless. In prior months, I have come before your board to talk about the fiscal cliff that is impacting these two populations, specifically the emergency housing voucher holders. Their funding is set to run out at the end of the calendar year. There are currently 1,500 families that are housed with the LACDA under that program, and I was asked to develop a plan to create alternative pathways for those households should that funding go away. Not should, but when it goes away. This provides an avenue, a pathway for those families to be transitioned to the Housing Choice Voucher Program should we have capacity to do so. Now, I should note that due to funding constraints, we have not housed anyone under that homeless preference for almost 2 years because we've not been able to backfill the attrition in our program due to fiscal constraints. We have been housing folks under other programs like VASH, Continuum of Care, or project-based vouchers, but not under our Section 8 program because we have been teetering on a shortfall. Currently, we are in a $2 million shortfall, and we are not backfilling attrition. However, should I have capacity towards the end of the calendar year, I want to be able to use that capacity and immediately pivot and transition some of these households to the Section 8 program. So this is a one-year change in order to address the immediate danger that these families are facing.
And without any preference for people who are homeless for the county's permanent housing resources, how will we see throughput for interim housing?
We still have our project-based voucher program that where we are creating permanent supportive housing units. That is specifically for folks experiencing homelessness. We also have our VASH program for veterans experiencing homelessness, as well as Continuum of Care is currently being funded. So those are the pathways that we are currently using for our unhoused population. Here, we're just creating a method by which we can potentially house folks if we have revenue that's available at the end of the calendar year. We have been, as I've stated, we have been unable to use the Section 8 program for this purpose for almost 24 months, given the fiscal constraints.
Can you bring back the homeless preference in any capacity? I'm concerned, just given that this county is asking all of our city partners to prioritize, that we're all trying to move and row in the same direction, to move entirely out of that space. I hear you on a resource allocation issue. We know that the challenge with the federal government across the board, and including on this issue, but I think if we are communicating that we're moving away from it entirely, I don't think that sends the right message to the region about where our commitments are.
I appreciate the question, Supervisor. I think that certainly actions speak louder than words, and for us, for the LACDA, we have been at the forefront of prioritizing the unhoused with our resources. For decades, we've had a homeless preference. In 2016, we were the first ones out of the gate to actually set aside turnover vouchers for the unhoused population, beginning with 30% of that turnover, and then it went to 50%. When I took over as interim executive director in 2020, we went to 100% of our turnover vouchers specifically for the unhoused. So our commitment has been there all along. What we are doing is taking this temporary pause because we've got this issue in front of us where we've got over 2,500 families that have no other avenue should they lose that rental subsidy. We are always able to change and modify the annual plan, and incidentally, we don't have to wait a full year cycle. You mentioned earlier the wildfire survivors. We were able to get an emergency waiver to immediately implement a preference for wildfire survivors that we did, and we issued 50 vouchers immediately based on that emergency situation.
I think if this change were based on a public engagement, some degree of engagement process, or based on data collection from our partners in the homeless service response system, some sort of, the way I understand it is this is up to your discretion within LACDA entirely. And so I think there are concerns that have at least been expressed to our office, I don't know about my colleagues, that us walking away from this doesn't send the right message. So I just wanted to raise that question. So thank you.
Supervisor, I do this in consultation with our LACDA deputies. We present this at a public forum. We presented this to the Housing Advisory Committee, which is a public meeting, the advisory board, that all of our items go before they come here. We have also presented this and to our partners. Anytime we make a change to our annual plan, we issue notifications to all of our participating cities, to LAHSA, to our CBOs, and provide them information on what we are proposing to do. I think in communication that I've had recently, we could probably do a better job of putting these in other public forums so that there is more public discussion, and certainly I'm not opposed to doing anything like that. But this was certainly done in consultation with our partners and with their knowledge and endorsement.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to acknowledge our consistent messaging or commitment to trying to stop inflow and the churn. And when I talk to unhoused constituents, so many of them, oh yeah, I went through that program, and it's this cyclical. And so I appreciate this is temporary. It's my understanding, at least in the 2nd District, that really everyone of the maybe about 1,000 households who are beneficiaries of the emergency housing voucher program, and who were placed through the continuum of care, that they were all referred by LAHSA, which means they were previously chronically homeless. And so this is a population who were unhoused, and I don't want them to have to lose their housing to be unhoused to get help again. So I appreciate it's temporary. I think this is an element of our overall system that we have to pay attention to stop inflow, particularly now. So thank you, and I support the decision that you've made. And I understand that it's temporary. If you get resources at the end of the year, we'll try to move them all to Section 8. That'd be a great thing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I want to concur with your statement, also Supervisor Mitchell, because I know that on any given day we have over 3,000 families that are also faced with potentially not having this voucher. And that's going to devastate, I know, the 1st District in many ways. So I realize this is temporary and support it moving forward. Okay, thank you. Any other members of, nope, no colleagues, okay. Public comment?
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers who have signed up to speak on this item. We will go to our remote callers. Caller, your line is open. Please begin.
While I appreciate some words had to be shortened because of time, I'm concerned while this topic is for a certain type of homelessness, to say that housing is the only solution for homelessness, to failure to recognize that the need for psychiatric inpatient facilities is not part of this equation, you can add another 300 years to what was said as to when this is going to be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 213-567, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Yes, this is Andrew McPherson, resident of LA County. 2D shouldn't consist of taking away the homeless preference. I was there. I spoke about a pathway to gain housing. Friends who were homeless, including myself, we were not helped for a very long time. So this program should not go away. Actually, it should broaden, to where there are more people taken care of. I myself, my doctor told me I couldn't work any longer. I am having grand mal seizures at work. I became homeless because I couldn't pay my rent. The program helped me receive housing. And I have a friend that was out on the streets. He was developmentally delayed with no family. They put him in an apartment building with support. so that he can keep his housing, pay his bills, do everything else because he did not have family. So the programs, things like that, are for
Thank you. Nick Wilson, your line is open. Please begin.
We're talking about the homeless crisis in LA County, and it's shocking to me that you've got two supervisors on the board that are sitting as board directors of the Office of Food Systems that sits underneath the fiscal sponsor and nonprofit of Community Partners, where you're not recusing yourselves of votes. Meanwhile, the homeless crisis is not getting any better in LA County. It's only gotten worse. And meanwhile, deputies haven't gotten a raise, and the department is in crisis under Luna. And I think that you owe an explanation to your constituents as to how in the world you've allowed this to happen to LA County. We're not ready for the Olympics. We're not ready for the World Cup, and all of you know that. And so instead of pandering to this fake deputy gang narrative and help to save and restore the sheriff's department, I'd suggest you guys start taking your jobs a little bit more seriously, because the public deserves that. And LA County in California is absolutely sick of corruption.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes the time for public comment on this item.
Item 2D is before you.
Moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, call the roll. Oh, she's not here. Okay, then. Supervisor Hahn. Horvath and Hahn.
Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
She just walked in. Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barker?
Aye.
Supervisor Barker, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0. Madam Chair, we do not have any special, so we will move on to general public comment. Additionally, the public will hear public comment on item. The board will hear public comment on item 24. If you wish to speak on item number 24, please indicate your request in the beginning of your comment for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Following public comment, the board will vote on item number 24. At this time, we will hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on general public comment and item 24 only. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not on items on the meeting agenda. For members, except for item number 24. For members of the public joining us remotely, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on a telephone.
We will now call in in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take remote speakers. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Dave Matthews, Harriet Elliott, Margaret Castro, and Omar Aguirre. Caller with phone number 626-378, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
My name is Sylvia Gonzalez Youngblood, and I am a United Mental Health promoter in the Arise Division with LA County Department of Mental Health. I'm giving my comments today as a victim of harassment, retaliation, abusive conduct, and the gracious sabotage and undermining of my work performance that happens daily with malice, as well as mobbing behavior by LA County Department of Mental Health Arise Management. The most recent retaliation committed against me was wage theft. This is all due over 15 grievances I have filed, as well as CPOEs. Arise Management does not want to be held accountable to the process, and United Mental Health promoters are working under duress. If you truly stand with victims, then today I ask for the immediate dismissal of Dr. Bird, Murtala Ward-Parado, Tora Miller, Emily Cerno, Juanita Montez, and Mary Barraza. I also ask that Analine Benitez and Veronica Gonzalez be dismissed from LA County service for not upholding honesty and integrity as specified in LA County vision, mission, and values, and LA County courtesy in the workplace. Please stop our toxic work environment at LA County Department of Mental Health. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 310-245, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Yes, hi. My name is Mel Bailey for general comments. Just one thing I mentioned earlier about the animals. If someone can please help me to find someone that can help to safely place or collect the cats that are being abused and mistreated in my community, that would be helpful. And when I spoke earlier about the DYD, we really do need a phone number. I know that we used to use probation, but they have been systematically, the workforce has been systematically reduced. So those are two things that I really do need help with, so that I can help those in my community. And I really, hate to hear the cats being abused at least 2 to 3 times a night. I mean, a week.
We're happy
Thank
to
you.
have staff follow up with you. Okay. Do you have, we
Thank
need
you.
your
Thank
City of
you.
LA? Well,
Caller with phone number 213-567, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Yes, this is Andrew McPherson. I wanted to definitely speak with Hilda Solis because she is a chair of the Board of Governors with LA Care. And I spoke about my particular instance where I had bad care because I was left completely and mentally distraught from March 26th till now. I haven't received proper services from Accent Care at Home Health Care Company. I spoke about that at the Board of Governors meeting, and I actually showed them everything that was going on with me. I had a seizure at home and had third-degree burns because I fell on the iron. I was telling them about the system and how I was treated for in-home services, dressing the womb, only having 2 people come twice a week, and I had major third-degree burn surgery. But when I spoke about it at the Board of Governors, they told us that we could not have public comments anymore. The Brown Act was completely done.
Thank you. Nick Wilson, your line is open. Please begin.
Yeah, I just wanted to go over how Supervisor Solis just made it an issue that one of the number one things she spoke to Luna about during campaigning for sheriff was about deputy gangs, and that Supervisor Q and Mark Ridley Thomas she spoke very fondly of. But you guys all obstructed the investigation along with AG Rob Bonta. And this is a person, one of which was convicted of public corruption. And this is who you guys are touting as the good guys. And while all this is happening, the department is falling apart. All of you are doing this for political gain. You're ruining the reputations of good deputies. There's a chilling effect that you guys have created. That's why no one wants to work there, and you know it. And as all of this is happening, deputies are starting to hold back. This is making the communities more unsafe. Luna is absolutely your guys' puppet, and this is what is so sad. You are speaking about the lives of good deputies.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for this item is now concluded. We will go to our in-person speakers.
Harriet Elliott. I disagree with the last speaker. On page, one of the 2011 scientists talked about directed energy, and he says in 2011 you can't find an ESR machine in the hospital because there's a conspiracy, because you can see right away that brain waves can be read. Okay, moving on to Ron Johnson, who is the senator of Wisconsin. The most advanced directed energy weapon includes quantum tunneling technologies. These are very advanced things, by the way. His book is 550 pages. It's only $45. I would recommend getting it. Then my last person, who is Renee Pittman, says about silent sound, subliminal mind control. You know you're getting messages and you don't even know if it's your own thoughts. Yeah, and she and I are
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Omar Aguirre. I spoke earlier regarding deputy gangs. I pay over $18,000 in property taxes. I'm both shocked as an impacted parent and a taxpayer. These are basically precious funds that are being stolen, and everything here that I'm listening today is completely unacceptable. Most of the offerings from remedies from the sheriff's office I heard today had no teeth and completely ambiguous. I applaud the board in asking for specifics and questions because I didn't see much. Has the Board of Supervisors considered banning qualified immunity? You know, in New York Police Department, they already did that. There is accountability and there's teeth. So anything the sheriff does, they might consider not doing because they're going to be accountable. I see Supervisor Mitchell smiling here. There's a reason for that. I think that works. So board may want to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I want to say thank you for all you do for us. My name's Dave Matthews, and I wanted to speak about what is becoming a rapidly public safety crisis along Compton Boulevard in East Gardena, West Rancho Dominguez, or Rosewood. And just the past 30 days, we've had 2 shootings, including one yesterday involving an RV. Last week alone, 2 RVs caught fire. Illegal dumping is happening on a daily basis, creating hazardous conditions for everyone. But what is most alarming, there are children living in these RVs, children sleeping in unsafe conditions, exposed to roaches, fire hazards, and criminal activities. We have credible reports of firearms being sold out of an RV in this same corridor. We've seen the firearms during our medical outreach. Basic infrastructure has failed. Streetlights are not working. Fire hydrants are once again blocked, buried, or missing entirely. This is not a quality of life issue anymore. This is a life and death situation. I'm not here to complain. I'm asking for help. Every week we're out there on Thursday night.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We can have somebody talk to you. What district do you live in, sir? Can you want to have your staff? Okay. Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
My name is Margaret Castro. I'm very emotional about this. I'm homeless, and you would never look at it, knowing how I am dressed here today. I clean up very well. I'm highly educated, and I live in a shelter that is violating my ADA rights. And I'm so very grateful, Supervisor Barker, because Brandon helped me get in there. Brandon got me in there 2 weeks after I made the call to your office. And now I'm in Supervisor Salinas' district, and I'm being violated by my ADA rights. I have 4 termination notices, and I have fought every one of them. LASA has even appealed on my behalf.
Thank you.
Ma'am, someone on our staff will talk to you, please. I know we've been working on your case. So Daniela is there. Okay, thank you.
That concludes the time for public comment.
Item 24 is before you. We'll need a motion and a second.
Okay, moved by Supervisor Hahn. I will second to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barker?
Aye.
Supervisor Barker, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now proceed with adjournments.
Yes, we're starting in the order with 3, 4, 5, 1, and 2. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I know I'm going to be joining you in an adjournment later, so I'll share that at that time. But now I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Isabel R. Gunning. Professor Isabel R. Gunning passed away in the early hours of March 28, 2026 in Los Angeles at the age of 70 after more than 3 decades as a beloved professor, lawyer, and mentor. She was the 3rd district appointee to the Human Relations Commission. Professor Gunning was motivated to study law during the civil rights movement of the 1970s when she saw that some very positive things could be accomplished through the courts. Following a clerkship with the U.S. District Court of the District of Columbia, she served as a staff attorney with the Public Defender's Service in Washington, D.C., and later with the Southern Africa Project of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under Law. Professor Gunning taught for 6 years as a member of the faculty at the UCLA School of Law before her appointment to Southwestern Law School in 1992. Professor Gunning built a body of scholarship that shaped conversations about race, gender, sexuality, human rights, and dispute resolution. She was a foundational voice in critical race feminism and multicultural legal theory, insisting that law could not be honestly understood apart from lived experience, identity, history, and structural inequality. She served as president of the ACLU of Southern California from 2005 to 2009, becoming the first African-American woman to hold that office. Her legacy lives on in the students she shaped, the colleagues she strengthened, and the communities she served in LA County and beyond. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Lou Holtz, an accomplished and widely respected football coach, broadcaster, and leader. Lou Holtz left an indelible mark on the world of college football and beyond. He passed away on March 4th, 2026 at the age of 89. His legacy is defined by the values of discipline, integrity, and perseverance that he instilled in generations of student athletes. Coach Holtz rose to national prominence as the head coach of the University of Notre Dame, where he led the Fighting Irish to a national championship in 1988. Over the course of a remarkable career that spanned multiple programs, including Arkansas, Minnesota, and South Carolina, he became one of the few coaches to lead 6 different teams to bowl games, a testament to his leadership. Beyond the sidelines, he became a familiar and trusted voice to millions as a college football analyst, sharing insight drawn from decades of experience. He was a sought-after speaker, known for his ability to inspire audiences with messages rooted in faith and purpose. We adjourn today in memory of Lou Holtz, recognizing his extraordinary contributions to the game of football, his enduring commitment to leadership and character, and the lasting legacy he leaves in the lives of those he coached, mentored, and inspired. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of George Liu, who was the father of our Congressmember, Ted Liu. George was born in China, raised in Taiwan, where he earned a law degree before serving in the military and immigrating to America. Like so many immigrants, George arrived in the United States with education, ambition, and hope, but without the recognition of his credentials, so he had to begin again. While pursuing his Master of Laws degree in Ohio, George worked whatever jobs he could find, from washing dishes, waiting tables, to being a school janitor and doing day labor, all the while living in extremely modest conditions. These were not the jobs he trained for, but they were the jobs that allowed him to move forward. Those early years in America were defined by sacrifice. George worked tirelessly, not only to complete his education, but to bring his wife Carrie and their young son Ted to the United States. Once reunited, he and Carrie continued to do whatever it took to support their family, working long days, running small businesses, and building something of their own through persistence and grit. Over time, their hard work grew into a successful business, but more importantly, it created stability and opportunity for their children. George set aside his own professional dreams so that his sons could pursue theirs, and because of that foundation, his eldest son, Ted, would go on to serve in the United States Congress, and his younger son, John, would become a physician. That is the legacy of parents who put everything they have into the next generation. Later in life, George was able to realize his own dream of becoming a writer. He published 3 books of poetry, a reminder that it is never too late to reclaim a part of yourself. George Liu's life is a story we see reflected in so many families across Los Angeles County, of starting over, of working hard in the face of uncertainty, and of believing that your children will have opportunities you did not. It is a story of resilience, humility, and love. George is survived by his beloved wife, Carrie, his sons, Ted and John, his daughter-in-law, Betty, and his grandchildren. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Jim McCallion, who was the president and CEO of the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach, who passed away at the age of 83. For more than 50 years, Jim was a driving force behind the Long Beach Grand Prix, helping transform it into a world-renowned event and a defining tradition for the city of Long Beach. He served in numerous roles, including controller and chief operating officer, before becoming president and CEO in 2001. Widely respected for his passion and hands-on leadership, Jim remained deeply connected to the event and its fans throughout his career. Beyond his leadership, Jim was an accomplished sports car racer who competed internationally for more than 25 years, including at some of the world's most renowned endurance races. A native of Monterey Park and a graduate of UCLA, Jim earned degrees in physics and business before dedicating his life to motorsports. Jim McCallion leaves behind a legacy in Long Beach and the racing community. He's survived by his wife, Mary, and his sons, Bob and Mike. And I just wanted to acknowledge, but I will do a more formal adjournment next week, the passing of Councilmember Tim McCosker's dad, Mac McCosker, passed away Easter Sunday. I know I have water, but I will do a more official one next Tuesday.
Supervisor Barger?
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of LA County Sheriff's Deputy Levi Vargas, who passed away on Saturday, March 28th at the age of 30. He joined the department in 2015 as a custody assistant and later graduated from Academy Class 413. He served in several assignments throughout his career, most recently at the San Dimas Station. He was known among his colleagues and friends for his professionalism, his commitment, and his compassion to the communities. Deputy Vargas is survived by his wife, parents, siblings, and extended family. And my thoughts and prayers are with the entire San Dimas team, who I know is devastated by this loss. I also move that we adjourn in memory of Victor Zapata. Oh, yeah, all members. And actually, I'm not going to be at the board meeting next Tuesday, April 14th, because it's his memorial. But it'll be all members. I also move that we adjourn in memory of Victor Cepeda, a Los Angeles County Department of Public Works employee and Palmdale resident, who died tragically April 1st in a crane accident in Lancaster at the age of 33. Victor, a heavy power equipment operator, had been a public works employee for 9 years and a Los Angeles County employee for more than 14 years. He was also a licensed emergency medical technician. Victor worked for the Road Maintenance Division's Mountain Operation Team, otherwise known as Mountain Ops. Responsible for supporting some 20 road yards, Mountain Ops is known as a resilient and close-knit team whose employees are technically skilled, calm under pressure, and have a deep sense of duty. Victor's coworkers said he embodied all the qualities. Coworkers described him as diligent, reliable, and serious in his approach to his assignments, and with a great sense of humor that brought people together. Victor is survived by his wife, Yolanda Cabellos, and his 3 children, Victor, age 10, Jax, age 7, and Noah, age 4. I also move that we adjourn in memory of Elise Williamson, a 4th-generation Angelino who was born in Los Angeles on November 11, 1930. She attended Marlborough School and earned her BA from Scripps College in 1952. In 1954, she married Warren Spud Williamson, and they shared 64 amazing years of marriage until his passing in 2018. Together, they raised 4 children. Elise was devoted to her family and was known for her boundless energy, even at age 94, when she often attended multiple events in a single day. And I know that the opening of the Hollywood Bowl is not going to be the same. She did not miss one opening, even as she was in her wheelchair. A respected community leader and philanthropist, she championed the arts throughout Los Angeles County. She served on the boards of the Music Center, LA Philharmonic, LA Opera, Art Center College of Design, Pasadena Symphony and Pops, the Huntington Library, and Scripps College, among others. She also supported organizations such as Children's Hospital of LA, the Pasadena Boys and Girls Club, and the National Advisory Council for the School of American Ballet. In 2015, she told Pasadena Weekly, "Giving of yourself is what really makes the difference." And she did it each and every day, and I am so fortunate that I had the honor of meeting her and considering her a dear friend. She was preceded in death by her daughter, Elise Williamson, and as well as her husband, Spud. She is survived by her children, Sandra Fallett, Dr. Ruth Chandler Williamson, and Henry Williamson, 7 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. I also move that we adjourn in memory of Eunice Bland, a cherished member of the Department of Animal Care and Control who passed away on March 12th due to liver cancer. Eunice joined the department in 2011, serving at both the Lancaster and Palmdale Animal Care Centers. Throughout her years of service, she was known for her dedication to animal welfare, her compassion for the people she worked alongside, and her commitment to helping every animal find a safe and loving forever home. Many knew her as a devoted mother, grandmother, dependable coworker, a true friend, described as someone who always greeted others with a smile, made everyone feel appreciated, and approached each day with a heart full of purpose. Her presence made the shelter a better place, brightening the most difficult days with her warmth and encouragement. She's survived by her daughter, Juanita Garcia, and her son, Dallas Tasby. And last, I move that this board adjourn in memory of the following individuals who were identified as indigent veterans by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner and were subsequently buried with dignity and honor at Riverside National Cemetery in the last month. Charles Frederick Hempel, Army; Carlton Morley Weir, Army; Larry Lewis Lindley, Army; Ernest Lee Mitchell, Army; Mario Alfred Diaz, Marines; Barry Michael Napora, Army; Kenneth Jerome Desponzo, Army; Mark Stevens James, Navy; William Lee Spires Jr., Marines; Arthur Gerald Garcia, Navy; Timothy Harvey, Navy. May their contributions and sacrifices in service to our country never be forgotten. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I move today that we adjourn in memory of Elias Patricio Ontiveros. From a young age, Elias demonstrated an extraordinary intellect, always reading books, newspapers, and anything that would allow him to better understand the world around him. Driven by a desire to broaden his perspective, Elias went on to study overseas in London, where he earned his master's degree. Elias had a lifelong fascination with filmmaking and storytelling. He co-produced the documentary El Boxeo, which was featured at the 2013 Los Angeles Latino International Film Festival, as well as a short film titled The Stooge. His creative vision was expansive, and he had additional projects in development that reflected his talent, passion, and although sadly he was unable to complete them. Beyond his professional and creative pursuits, Elias enjoyed spending time with friends, attending art shows, boxing matches, concerts, and film festivals. Elias was deeply dedicated to his family, including his parents, Elias Ontiveros Sr. and the late actress Lupe Ontiveros, brothers Nicholas and Alejandro. My deepest condolences go to the Ontiveros family. Next, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Rudolfo Rudy Acuna, and I understand Supervisor Horvath will join me. He was a trailblazing scholar, a historian, and advocate for Chicano and Mexican American communities who passed away on March 23rd, 2026 at the age of 93. Rudy was born in 1932 in Boyle Heights to a mother from Sonora and father from Jalisco. He grew up immersed in the vibrant neighborhoods of Boyle Heights in East Los Angeles. Rudy served our country in the U.S. Army during the Korean War, including a posting in Germany. After his military service, he took advantage of the GI Bill to pursue higher education, earning a bachelor's degree in social sciences and a master's in history at Cal State LA, followed by a doctorate from USC. Early on, Rudy distinguished himself as a scholar deeply committed to his students and the Chicano movement. He dedicated his life to teaching, beginning in schools across San Fernando Valley, before joining Pierce College and Mount St. Mary's University in 1965, where he taught his first course on Mexican American history. In 1969, Rudy became the inaugural professor at Cal State Northridge Mexican American Studies program, now known as the Chicano and Chicana Studies Department, and remained there for the remainder of his career. Rudy Acuna's influence extended far beyond the classroom. He mentored generations of scholars, authored more than 22 groundbreaking books on Chicano and Mexican history, and helped establish the Chicano studies as a vital field of inquiry. In 1972, he wrote a book, Occupied America, A History of Chicanos, which remains a cornerstone of Chicano studies curricula in schools and universities nationwide. Among his many honors, he received 3 Gustavus Myers Awards for outstanding books on race relations, the NACCS Scholar Award, the MALDEF Lifetime Achievement Award, the John Hope Franklin Award in 2016, and numerous other accolades. Rudy's scholarship and advocacy transformed the study of Chicano history and amplified the voices of many in our communities that were marginalized. He confronted injustice with courage and inspired many generations to continue to fight for equity and representation. His legacy will continue in classrooms, libraries, and communities across this country. I met him many times and worked with him on many issues during the course of the last, I want to say, 20 or almost 30 years. Rudy is survived by his wife, Guadalupe Compian, and his daughter, Angela. My deepest sympathies go to his family and friends, and may we continue to honor him by carrying forward the lessons of empowerment and advocacy that he championed throughout his life. I will now turn it over to Supervisor Horvath, who's joining me on this adjournment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be honored to join you in adjourning for Rudy Acuna, whose impact at Cal State Northridge and the 3rd District is felt across Los Angeles County and indeed our entire nation. I know Mr. Acuna's wife, Lupe, is tuning into our meeting today. Mrs. Acuna, our board extends our deepest condolences and our love to you, your children, and the thousands of people who join you in celebrating the life of your husband. And I also want to thank Diana Martinez, editor of the San Fernando Sun, who's been supporting the Acuna family in ensuring the life and legacy of Mr. Acuna is felt countywide. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have 2 more. Next, I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in the memory of Rosemary Mead. Rosemary was born on December 28, 1950 in Meridian, Mississippi, and relocated to Los Angeles County in 1960 with her family when she was just 10 years old. She graduated from James A. Forshey Junior High School, Susan Miller Dorsey Senior High School, and received an associate degree in real estate from Los Angeles City College. Rosemary began her county career on March 7, 1973, and passed away shortly after completing 52 years and 11 months working for the Los Angeles County Department of Health Services. Rosemary will be remembered for her beautiful smile, love of music and dancing, and spending cherished time with her family. Rosemary is survived by her son, Sherrard, 2 daughters, Selena and Carlene, and 2 grandchildren, Simon and Charlie, and sister Gail. My heart goes out to her family and her colleagues at the Los Angeles County Department of Health Services. Also, I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in the memory of Sandy Johnson. Sandy served as a Hacienda La Puente Unified School District employee for more than 30 years and as a board member for 16 years, and most recently as a personnel commissioner for 1 year. She devoted her life to public service and to the well-being of students, families, and teachers and staff throughout the district. In addition, Sandy was a board member for the Hacienda Heights Improvement Association. She was known for being an active participant, a trusted voice, and someone who consistently stepped forward to strengthen and uplift the community she proudly called home. Sandy is survived by her family, loved ones, friends, and the entire Hacienda Heights community. May she rest in peace. Yes, Supervisor. Yes, Han. And Supervisor Mitchell, any adjournments?
Yes, thank you very much. Colleagues, when we adjourn today, I ask that we adjourn in the memory of Cynthia Arthur. Miss Arthur was born on January 30th, 1949, and passed away March 19th at the age of 77. She was a proud lifelong resident of the 2nd District, attending 118th Street Elementary School, Bret Harte Middle School, and she graduated from Washington High in 1967. She went on to attend Spelman College in Atlanta and Cal State University Humboldt before beginning her career as an equipment maintainer with Verizon. In her final assignment, she worked at the Martin Luther King Central Office, retiring in 2006 after 36 years of dedicated service. She was known for her professionalism, intelligence, and talent for helping others understand how to use their equipment. In her free time, Ms. Arthur loved playing cards, specifically bid whist, reading, cooking, baking, desserts, home decor, and camping. Ms. Arthur had a remarkable gift for building and sustaining friendships, some of which began as early as elementary school and endured throughout her life. She embraced life with curiosity and enthusiasm, finding joy in travel and in discovering all that the world had to offer. She was genuine and unafraid to speak her mind, guided by honesty, intellect, and a deep love for people. To know Cynthia was to feel seen, welcomed, and valued, said her friends. She is survived by a host of family and friends, including her siblings, nieces, and nephews, who will miss her dearly and will honor her life proudly. When we adjourn today, I ask that we adjourn in the memory of Carol Lynn Elizabeth Martin. Ms. Martin was born July 3rd, 1948, and passed away March 13th, also at the age of 77. She was a proud longtime resident of the unincorporated community of View Park. Ms. Martin founded the Los Angeles Wellness Station in 2013, an organization dedicated to improving the health and well-being of underserved communities, particularly in South Los Angeles. As executive director, she led efforts to provide access to medical and social services, health screenings, fitness and life skills classes, and enrollment assistance in a trusted community setting. She ensured that residents received personalized care and guidance, including support from a part-time physician's assistant who helped individuals navigate medical appointments and treatment. Deeply engaged in her community, Ms. Martin was an active member and immediate past president of the National Council of Negro Women, the View Park section. She was a passionate public health advocate, especially in HIV/AIDS awareness and preservation within the African American community, and prevention, within the African American community. She served as co-chair of the National Black HIV/AIDS Awareness Day Coalition here in LA, and as a board member of Parent Revolution. Her work consistently focused on education, access, and empowerment, and included collaborations with the LA General Medical Center Foundation, the California Endowment, and numerous community-based organizations. Ms. Martin also devoted many years to foster care systems, serving as a foster parent to numerous children and young adults. She opened her home to those in need, providing stability, care, and guidance during a critical time in their lives. Above all, Ms. Martin was a woman of compassion, strength, and purpose. She leaves behind to cherish her memory her sons, Jonathan and Jerome, as well as her grandchildren. Her legacy endures through the countless lives she touched, the community she strengthened, and the programs she helped to build. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take all those motions as seconded. If there's no objection to unanimous vote, that will be the order. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
Members of the public, the board will now be going into closed session. While the board is in closed session, we will be showing a video presentation. Supervisor Horvath has a video presentation recognizing Waterworks District 29. Supervisor Barger has a video presentation recognizing Harut Sassoonian. In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS2, consideration of candidates for the position of Chief Executive Officer as indicated on the posted agenda.
Today, we are here at Carbon Canyon doing a groundbreaking on the first stage of a comprehensive investment in this very fragile water system. Waterworks District 29 is the most fragile water system in all of Los Angeles County. It stretches from Culver City up to the Ventura County border, goes uphill, underground, through mountains, and through an area that was just ravaged by the wildfires. And so this kind of investment is long overdue. And so making sure that we're building resilient infrastructure to ensure that people have access to clean, safe drinking water, in addition to water to fight fires and other issues that will come our way.
1, 2, 3.
And what you see behind me is this upgrade in piping system that we're about to install. Right now, there's a system underground that's pretty frail. It's been around for like 50 years, and it needs an upgrade. We're gonna upgrade these pipes to larger size and create capacity for them to deliver more water and store more water over time so that the community becomes more resilient. Fire department can count on us when they pull on the hydrant, and overall certainty for the community becomes greater. You know, we're the people that make things work, and behind the scenes, we're the folks that actually come back after a fire and recover, and that's what we've been busy doing.
What happens with the fires, when everybody's trying to get out, we have to go in. What we do, we're kind of invisible, okay? Because people, they look at the firefighters and say, okay, they get all this praise and stuff, which they should, they deserve it. And we're like the legs of the fire department, okay? So not only do we provide drinking water and make sure the drinking water is safe, and it would be nice if the public knew we existed as well, that there's an infrastructure that's holding everything, the fire department up and backing them up with every fire, every earthquake, every flood, we're there.
Today, I'm proud to recognize Harut Sassoonian for his extraordinary impact on the Armenian community, both in Los Angeles County and around the world.
For decades, Harut has been a leading voice as a publisher, syndicated columnist, political analyst, and human rights advocate. Throughout his life and career, he has been a champion for the needs of the Armenian community. He founded and continues to lead the Armenian Artsakh Fund, delivering critical humanitarian aid during times of crisis, conflict, and rebuilding. Through the fund, headquartered in Glendale, he has partnered with Los Angeles County-based nonprofits, medical institutions, and community organizations to coordinate humanitarian shipments and grassroots volunteer efforts across the region. Impressively, he has delivered more than $1.1 billion in humanitarian aid to Armenia over the last 47 years, transforming lives and strengthening the nation. Additionally, Harut previously served as vice chair of the Kurt Kerkorian Lindsay Foundation, where he oversaw $242 million in infrastructure projects that shaped Armenia's future. Harut has been a leading voice for Armenians on the international stage. He spent a decade serving as a United Nations non-governmental delegate on human rights, where he played a key role in the effort to get recognition of the Armenian genocide. Harut has lived and worked in Los Angeles County for decades, investing his time and talent into the Armenian community here as well. As publisher of the California Courier, he's given a major voice to Armenian Americans locally and nationally. For 43 years, his editorials and media commentary have strengthened and informed the Armenian American community in Southern California while connecting Armenians around the world. And as someone who speaks 5 languages and whose works have been translated into many other languages, his keen insights and storytelling have been far-reaching. His other profound accomplishments as the author of multiple books, as an award-winning documentary producer, as a lifelong educator, continue to amplify truth and preserve history. Harut, thank you for your unwavering commitment to justice, to humanitarian service, and to the Armenian people everywhere. I am deeply grateful for your contributions to the Armenian community here in Los Angeles County and around the globe. You have made a lasting difference that will impact generations to come. I am honored to present this scroll to you on behalf of 10 million residents of Los Angeles County as a token of my appreciation for your incredible lifelong efforts.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor. I've been following your accomplishments for many years, and we're very proud of you. You do a big service to LA County residents and the Armenian community in particular. Thank you very much once again.
Well, thank you, and you are making a difference for generations to come.
Thank you.
So we're now back in open session. Executive Officer, please read the report of action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on April 7, 2026. Item number CS2, consideration of candidates for the position of Chief Executive Officer. No reportable action was taken.
Okay, with that, this concludes our meeting for today. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on Tuesday, April the 14th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. We're adjourned. Thank you.